Chapter 1 of Henry Dunbar. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Henry Dunbar by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 1. After office hours in the house of Dunbar, Dunbar, and Balderby. The house of Dunbar, Dunbar, and Balderby, East India bankers, was one of the richest firms in the city of London. So rich that it would be quite in vain to endeavour to describe the amount of its wealth. It was something fabulous, people said. The offices were situated in a dingy and narrow thoroughfare leading out of King William Street, and were certainly no great things to look at. But the cellars below their offices, wonderful cellars, that stretched far away underneath the church of St. Gundolph, and were only separated by party walls from the vaults in which the dead lay buried, were popularly supposed to be filled with hogsheads of sovereigns, bars of bullion built up in stacks like so much firewood, and impregnable iron safes crammed to overflowing with bank bills and railway shares, government securities, family jewels, and 100 other trifles of that kind, every one of which was worth a poor man's fortune. The firm of Dunbar had been established very soon after the English first grew powerful in India. It was one of the oldest firms in the city, and the names of Dunbar and Dunbar, painted upon the doorposts and engraved upon shining brass plates on the mahogany doors, had never been expunged or altered, though time and death had done the work of change amongst the owners of that name. The last heads of firm had been two brothers, Hugh and Percival Dunbar, and Percival, the younger of these brothers, had lately died at 80 years of age, leaving his only son, Henry Dunbar, sole inheritor of his enormous wealth. That wealth consisted of a splendid estate in Warwickshire, another estate, scarcely less splendid, in Yorkshire, a noble mansion in Portland Place, and 3/4 of the bank. The junior partner, Mr. Balderby, a good-tempered, middle-aged man, with a large family of daughters, and a handsome red-brick mansion on Clapham Common, had never possessed more than a 1/4 share in the business. The 3 other shares had been divided between the 2 brothers, and had lapsed entirely into the hands of Percival upon the death of Hugh. On the evening of the 15th of August, 1850, 3 men sat together in one of the shady offices at the back of the banking house in St. Gundolph Lane. These 3 men were Mr. Balderby, a confidential cashier called Clement Austin, and an old clerk, a man of about 65 years of age, who had been a faithful servant of the firm ever since his boyhood. This man's name was Sampson Wilmot. He was old, but he looked much older than he was. His hair was white, and hung in long, thin locks upon the collar of his shabby bottle-green greatcoat. He wore a greatcoat, although it was the height of summer, and most people found the weather insupportably hot. His face was wizen and wrinkled, his faded blue eyes dim and weak-looking. He was feeble, and his hands were tremulous with a perpetual nervous motion. Already he had been stricken twice with paralysis, and he knew that whenever the 3rd stroke came it must be fatal. He was not very much afraid of death, however, for his life had been a joyless one, a monotonous existence of perpetual toil, unrelieved by any home joys or social pleasures. He was not a bad man, for he was honest, conscientious, industrious, and persevering. He lived in a humble lodging in a narrow court near the bank, and went twice every Sunday to the church of St. Gundolph. When he died, he hoped to be buried beneath the flagstones of that city church, and to lie cheek by jowl with the gold in the cellars of the bank. The 3 men were assembled in this gloomy private room after office hours on a sultry August evening, in order to consult together upon a rather important subject, namely, the reception of Henry Dunbar, the new head of the firm. This Henry Dunbar had been absent from England for 35 years, and no living creature now employed in the bank, except Sampson Wilmot, had ever set eyes upon him. He had sailed for Calcutta 35 years before, and had ever since been employed in the offices of the Indian branch of the bank, first as clerk, afterwards as chief and manager. He had been sent to India because of a great error in which he had committed in his early youth. He had been guilty of forgery. He, or rather an accomplice employed by him, had forged the acceptance of a young nobleman, a brother officer of Henry Dunbar's, and had circulated forged bills of accommodation to the amount of £3,000. These bills were taken up and duly honoured by the heads of the firm. Percival Dunbar gladly paid £3,000 as the price of his son's honour. That which would have been called a crime in a poorer man was only considered an error in the dashing young cornet of dragoons, who had lost money upon the turf, and was fain to forge his friend's signature rather than become a defaulter. His accomplice, the man who had actually manufactured the fictitious signatures, was the younger brother of Sampson Wilmot, who had been a few months prior to that time engaged as a messenger in the banking-house. A young fellow of 19, little better than a lad, a reckless boy, easily influenced by the dashing soldier who had need of his services. The bill-broker who had discounted the bills speedily discovered their fraudulent nature, but he knew that the money was safe. Lord Adolphus Van Lorme was a customer of the house of Dunbar and Dunbar. The bill-brokers knew that his acceptance was a forgery, but they also knew that the signature of the drawer, Henry Dunbar, was genuine. Messrs. Dunbar and Dunbar would not care to see the heir of their house in a criminal dock. There had been no hitch, therefore no scandal, no prosecution. The bills were duly honoured, but the dashing young officer was compelled to sell his commission and begin life afresh as a junior clerk in the Calcutta banking-house. This was a terrible mortification to the high-spirited young man. The three men assembled in the quiet room behind the bank on this oppressive August evening were talking together of that old story. "I never saw Henry Dunbar," Mr. Balderby said, "for as you know, Wilmot, I didn't come into the firm till 10 years after he had sailed for India. But I've heard the story hinted at amongst the clerks in the days when I was only a clerk myself." "I don't suppose you ever heard the rights of it, sir," Sampson Wilmot answered, fumbling nervously with an old horn snuff-box and a red cotton handkerchief. "And I doubt if anyone knows the rights of that story except me, and I can remember it as well as if it all happened yesterday. Aye, that I can. Better than I remember many things that really did happen yesterday." "Let's hear the story from you, then, Sampson," Mr. Balderby said. "As Henry Dunbar is coming home in a few days, we may well know the real truth. We shall better understand what sort of a man our new chief is." "To be sure, sir, to be sure," returned the old clerk. "It's 35 years ago. 35 years ago this month since it all happened. If I hadn't good cause to remember the date because of my own troubles, I should remember it for another reason, for it was the Waterloo year, and the city people had been losing and making money like wildfire. It was in the year 15, sir, and our house had done wonders on the change. Mr. Henry Dunbar was a very handsome young man in those days. Very handsome, very aristocratic-looking, rather haughty in his manners to strangers, but affable and free-spoken to those who happened to take his fancy. He was very extravagant in all his ways, generous and open-handed with money, but passionate and self-willed. It's scarcely strange he should have been so, for he was an only child. He had neither brother nor sister to interfere with him, and his Uncle Hugh, who was then close upon 50, was a confirmed bachelor, so Henry considered himself heir to an enormous fortune." "And he began his career by squandering every farthing he could get, I suppose?" said Mr. Balderby. "He did, sir. His father was very liberal to him, but give him what he would, Mr. Percival Dunbar could never give his son enough to keep him free of gambling debts and losses on the turf. Mr. Henry's regiment was quartered at Knightsbridge, and the young man was very often at this office, in and out, sometimes twice and 3 times a week, and I expect that every time he came to get money or to ask for it. It was in coming here he met my brother, who was a handsome lad, aye, as handsome and gentlemanly a lad as the young cornet himself. For poor Joseph, that's my brother, gentlemen, had been educated a bit above his station, being my mother's favourite son, and 15 years younger than me. Mr. Henry took a great deal of notice of Joseph, and used to talk to him while he was waiting about to see his father or his uncle. At last he asked the lad one day if he'd like to leave the bank, and go and live with him as a sort of confidential servant in amanuensis to write his letters and all that sort of thing. 'I shan't treat you altogether as a servant, you know, Joseph,' he said, 'but I shall make quite a companion of you, and you'll go about with me wherever I go. You'll find my quarters a great deal pleasanter than this musty old banking-house, I can tell you.' Joseph accepted this offer, in spite of everything my poor mother and I could say to him. He went to live with the cornet in the January of the year in which the fabricated bills were presented at our counter." "And when were the bills presented?" "Not till the following August, sir. It seems that Mr. Henry had lost 5,000 or 6,000 pounds on the Derby. He got what he could out of his father towards paying his losses, but he could not get any more than 3,000 pounds. So then he went to Joseph in an awful state of mind, declaring that he should be able to get the money in a month or so from his father, and that if he could do anything to just preserve his credit for the time, and meet the claims of the vulgar city betting fellows that were pressing him, he should be able to make all square afterwards. Then, little by little, it came out that he wanted my brother, who had a wonderful knack of imitating anybody's handwriting, to forge the acceptance of Lord Vanlorme. "I shall get the bills paid back into my own hands before they fall due, Joe," he said. "It's only a little dodge to keep matters sweet for the time being." Well, gentlemen, the poor foolish boy was very fond of his master, and he consented to do this wicked thing. Do you believe this to be the first time your brother ever committed forgery? I do, Mr. Balderby. Remember, he was only a lad, and I dare say he thought it a fine thing to oblige his generous-hearted young master. I've seen him many a time imitate the signature of this firm, and other signatures, upon a half-sheet of letter-paper, for the mere fun of the thing, but I don't believe my brother Joseph ever did a dishonest action in his life until he forged those bills. He hadn't need have done so, for he was only 18 at the time. Young enough, murmured Mr. Balderby compassionately. Aye, sir, very young to be ruined for life. That one error, that one wicked act, was his ruin, for though no steps were taken against him, he lost his character, and never held his head up high in an honest situation again. He went from bad to worse, and 3 years after Mr. Henry sailed for India, my brother, Joseph Wilmot, was convicted, with 2 or 3 others, upon charge of manufacturing forged Bank of England notes, and was transported for life. "Indeed!" exclaimed Mr. Balderby. "A sad story, a very sad story. I've heard something of it before, but never the whole truth. Your brother is dead, I suppose?" "I have every reason to believe so, sir," answered the old clerk, producing a red cotton handkerchief and wiping away a couple of tears that were slowly trickling down his poor faded cheeks. For the first few years of his time, he wrote now and then, complaining bitterly of his fate, but for 25 years I've never had a line from him. I can't doubt that he's dead. Poor Joseph! Poor boy! Poor boy! The misery of all this killed my mother. Mr. Henry Dunbar committed a great sin when he tempted that lad to wrong, and many a cruel sorrow arose out of that sin, perhaps to lie heavy at his door some day or other, sooner or later. I'm an old man, and I've seen a good deal of the ways of this world, and I've found that retribution seldom fails to overtake those who do wrong." Mr. Balderby shrugged his shoulders. "I should doubt the force of your philosophy in this case, my good Sampson," he said. "Mr. Dunbar has a long immunity from his sins. I should scarcely think it likely he would ever be called upon to atone for them." "I don't know, sir," the old clerk answered. "I don't know that. I've seen retribution come very late, when the man who has committed the sin had well nigh forgotten it. Evil trees bear evil fruit, Mr. Balderby. The Scriptures tell us that, and take my word for it, evil consequences are sure to come from evil deeds. But to return to the story of the forged bills," said Mr. Austen, the cashier, looking at his watch as he spoke. He was evidently growing rather impatient of the old clerk's rambling talk. "To be sure, sir, to be sure," answered Sampson Wilmot. "Well, you see, sir, one of the bills was brought to our counter, and the cashier didn't much like the look of my lord's signature, and he took the bill to the inspector, and the inspector said, 'Pay the money, but don't debt it against his lordship.' About an hour afterwards the inspector carried the bill to Mr. Percival Dunbar, and directly he set eyes upon it, he knew that Lord Vanlorme's acceptance was a forgery. He sent for me to his room, and when I went in he was white as a sheet, poor gentleman. He handed me the bill without speaking, and when I had looked at it, he said, 'Your brother is at the bottom of this business, Sampson. Do you remember the half-sheet of paper I found on a blotting-pad in the counting-house one day? Half a sheet of paper scrawled over with the imitation of 2 or 3 signatures. I asked who had copied those signatures, and your brother came forward and owned to having done it, laughing at his own cleverness. I told him that it was a fatal facility, and now he has proved the truth of my words by helping my son to turn a forger and a thief. That signature must be honoured, though I should have to sacrifice half my fortune to meet the demands upon us. Heaven knows to what amount such paper as that may be in circulation. There are some forged bills that are as good as genuine documents, and the Jew who discounted these knew that. If my son comes into the bank this morning, send him to me." "And did the young man come?" asked the junior partner. "Yes, Mr. Balderby, sir. In less than half an hour after I left Mr. Percival Dunbar's room, in comes Mr. Henry, dashing and swaggering into the place as if it were his own. "Will you please step into your father's room, sir?" I said. "He wants to see you very particular." The cornet's jaw dropped, and his face turned ghastly white as I said this, but he tried to carry it off with a swagger, and followed me into Mr. Percival Dunbar's room. "You needn't leave us, Sampson," said Mr. Hugh, who was sitting opposite his brother at the writing-table. "You may as well hear what I have to say. I wish somebody who I can rely upon to know the truth of this business, and I think we may rely upon you." "Yes, gentlemen," I answered. "You may trust me." "What's the meaning of all this?" Mr. Henry Dunbar asked, pretending to look innocent and surprised, but it wouldn't do, for his lips trembled so that it was painful to watch him. "What's the matter?" he asked. Mr. Hugh Dunbar handed him the forged bill. "This is what's the matter," he said. The young man stammered out something in the endeavour to deny any knowledge of the bill in his hand, but his uncle checked him. "Do not add perjury to the crime you have already committed," he said. "How many of these are in circulation?" "How many?" Mr. Henry repeated in a faltering voice. "Yes," his uncle answered. "How many? To what amount?" £3,000, the cornet replied, hanging his head. "I meant to take them up before they fell due, Uncle Hugh," he said. "I did indeed. I stood to win a hatful of money upon the Liverpool summer meeting, and I made sure I should be able to take up those bills. But I've had the devil's own luck all this year. I never thought that those bills would be presented. Indeed, I never did. Henry Dunbar," Mr. Hugh said very solemnly, 9 men out of 10 who do what you have done think what you say you thought, that they shall be able to escape the consequences of their deeds. They act under the pressure of the circumstances. They don't mean to do any wrong. They don't intend to rob anybody of a sixpence. But that first false step is the starting point upon the road that leads to the gallows, and the worst that can happen to a man is for him to succeed in that first crime. Happily for you, detection has speedily overtaken you. Why did you do this?" The young man stammered out some rambling excuse about his turf losses, debts of honour which he was compelled to pay. Then Mr. Hugh had asked him whether the forged signature was his own doing or the work of anybody else. The cornet hesitated for a little, and then told his uncle the name of his accomplice. I thought this was cruel and cowardly. He had tempted my brother to do wrong, and the least he could have done would have been to try and shield him. One of the messengers was sent to fetch poor Joseph. The lad reached the banking-house in an hour's time, and was brought straight into the private room, where we had all been sitting in silence waiting for him. He was as pale as his master, but he didn't tremble, and he had altogether a more determined look than Mr. Henry. Mr. Hugh Dunbar taxed him with what he had done. "Do you deny it, Joseph Wilmot?" he said. "No," my brother said, looking contemptuously at the cornet. "If my master has betrayed me, I have no wish to deny anything. But I dare say he and I will square accounts some day." "I am not going to prosecute my nephew," Mr. Hugh said, "so, of course, I shall not prosecute you. But I believe that you have been an evil counsellor to this young man, and I give you warning that you will get no character from me. I respect your brother Sampson, and shall retain him in my service in spite of what you have done, but I hope never see your face again. You are free to go, but have a care how you tamper with other men's signatures, for the next time you may not get off so easily." The lad took up his hat and walked slowly towards the door. "Gentlemen, gentlemen," I cried, "have pity upon him. Remember, he is little more than a boy, and whatever he did out of love for his master." Mr. Hugh shook his head. "I have no pity," he answered sternly. "His master might never have done wrong but for him." Joseph did not say a word in answer to all this, but when his hand was on the handle of the door, he turned and looked at Mr. Henry Dunbar. "Have you nothing to say in my behalf, sir?" he said, very quietly. "I have been very much attached to you, sir, and I don't want to think badly of you at parting." "Haven't you one word to say in my behalf?" Mr. Henry made no answer. He sat with his head bent forward upon his breast, and seemed as if he dare not lift his eyes to his uncle's face. "No," Mr. Hugh answered as sternly as before. "He has nothing to say for you. Go, and consider this a lucky escape." Joseph turned upon the banker with his face all in a crimson fury, and his eyes flashing fire. "Let him consider it a lucky escape," he said, pointing to Mr. Henry Dunbar. "Let him consider it a lucky escape, if when next we meet he gets off scot-free." He was gone before anybody could answer him. Then Mr. Hugh Dunbar turned to his nephew. "As for you," he said, "you have been a spoilt child of fortune, and you have not known how to value the good things that Providence has given you. You have begun the life at the top of the tree, and you have chosen to fling your chances into the gutter. You must begin again, and begin this time upon the lowest step of the ladder. You will sell your commission and sail for Calcutta by the next ship that leaves Southampton. Today is the 23rd of August, and I see by the Shipping Gazette that the Oronoko sails on the 10th of September. This will give you little better than a fortnight to make all your arrangements." The cornet started from his chair as if he had been shot. "Sell my commission!" he cried. "Go to India! You don't mean it, Uncle Hugh. Surely you don't mean it. Father, you will never compel me to do this." Percival Dunbar had never looked at his son since the young man had entered the room. He sat with his elbow resting upon the arm of his easy-chair, and his face shaded by his hand, and had not once spoken. He did not speak now, even when his son appealed to him. "Your father has given me full authority to act in this business," Mr. Hugh Dunbar said. "I shall never marry, Henry, and you are my only nephew and my acknowledged heir. But I will never leave my wealth to a dishonest or dishonourable man, and it remains for you to prove whether you are worthy to inherit it. You will have to begin life afresh. You have played the man of fashion, and your aristocratic associates have led you to the position in which you find yourself today. You must turn your back upon the past, Henry. Of course you are free to choose for yourself. Sell your commission, go to India, and enter the counting-house of our establishment in Calcutta as a junior clerk, or refuse to do so, and renounce all hope of succeeding to my fortune or to your father's." The young man was silent for some minutes, and then he said, sullenly enough, "I will go. I consider that I have been harshly treated, but I will go." "And did he go?" asked Mr. Balderby. "He did, sir," answered the clerk, who had displayed considerable emotion in relating this story of the past. "He did go, sir. He sold his commission and left England by the Oronoko. But he never took leave of a living creature, and I fully believe that he never in his heart forgave either his father or his uncle. He worked his way up, as you know, sir, in the Calcutta counting-house, and by slow degrees rose to be the manager of the Indian branch of the business. He married in 1831, and he has an only child, a daughter, who has been brought up in England since her infancy under the care of Mr. Percival." "Yes," answered Mr. Balderby, "I have seen Miss Laura Dunbar at her grandfather's country seat. She is a very beautiful girl, and Percival Dunbar idolized her. But now to return to business, my good Sampson. I believe you are the only person in this house who has ever seen our present chief, Henry Dunbar." "I am, sir." "So far, so good. He is expected to arrive in Southampton in less than a week's time, and somebody must be there to meet him and receive him. After 35 years' absence, he will be a perfect stranger in England, and will require a business man about him to manage matters for him and take all trouble off his hands. These Anglo-Indians are apt to be indolent, you know, and he may be all the worse for the fatigues of the overland journey. Now, as you know him, Sampson, and as you are an excellent man of business and as active as a boy, I should like you to meet him. Have you any objection to this?" "No, sir," answered the clerk. "I have no great love for Mr. Henry Dunbar, for I can never cease to look upon him as the cause of my poor brother Joseph's ruin. But I am ready to do what you wish, Mr. Balderby. It's business, and I am ready to do anything in the way of business. I'm only a sort of machine, sir, a machine that's pretty nearly worn out, I fancy, now. But as long as I last you can make what use of me you like, sir. I'm ready to do my duty." "I'm sure of that, Sampson. When am I to start for Southampton, sir?" "Well, I think you'd better go to-morrow, Sampson. You can leave London by the afternoon train, which starts at 4 o'clock. You can see to your work here in the morning, and reach your destination between 7 and 8. I leave everything in your hands. Miss Laura Dunbar will come up to town to meet her father at the house in Portland Place. The poor girl is very anxious to see him, as she has not set eyes upon him since she was a child of 2 years old. Strange, isn't it, the effect of these long separations? Laura Dunbar might pass her father in the street without recognizing him, and yet her affection for him has been unchanged in all these years." Mr. Balderby gave the old clerk a pocket-book containing 6 5-pound notes. "You will want plenty of money," he said, "though, of course, Mr. Dunbar will be well supplied. You will tell him that all will be ready for his reception here. I really am quite anxious to see the new head of the house. I wonder what he is like now. By the way, it's rather a singular circumstance that there is, I believe, no portrait of Henry Dunbar in existence. His picture was painted when he was a young man, and exhibited in the Royal Academy, but his father didn't think the likeness a good one, and sent it back to the artist, who promised to alter and improve it. Strange to say, this artist, whose name I forget, delayed from day to day performing his promise, and at the expiration of a 12-month left England for Italy, taking the young man's portrait with him, amongst a lot of other unframed canvases. This artist never returned from Italy, and Percival Dunbar could never find out his whereabouts, or whether he was dead or alive. I have often heard the old man regret that he possessed no likeness of his son. Our chief was handsome, you say, in his youth? Yes, sir. He was very handsome, tall and fair, with bright blue eyes. You have seen Miss Dunbar. Is she like her father? No, sir. Her features are altogether different, and her expression is more amiable than his. Indeed! Well, Samson, we won't detain you any longer. You understand what you have to do? Yes, sir, perfectly. Very well, then. Good night. By the by, you will be put up at one of the best hotels in Southampton, say the Dolphin, and wait there till the Electra steamer comes in. It is by the Electra that Mr. Dunbar is to arrive. Once more, good evening." The old clerk bowed and left the room. "Well, Austin," said Mr. Balderby, turning to the cashier, "we may prepare ourselves to meet our new chief very speedily. He must know that you and I cannot be entirely ignorant of this story of his youthful peccadilloes, and he will scarcely give himself airs to us, I should fancy." "I don't know that, Mr. Balderby," the cashier answered. "If I am any judge of human nature, Henry Dunbar will hate us because of that very crime of his own, knowing we are in the secret, and will be all the more disagreeable and disdainful in his intercourse with us. He will carry it off with a high hand, depend upon it." End of Chapter 1. This has been a recording by Victoria. Chapter 2 of Henry Dunbar. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Henry Dunbar, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 2, Margaret's Father. The town of Wandsworth is not a gay place. There is an air of old-world quiet in the old-fashioned street, though dashing vehicles drive through it sometimes on their way to Wimbledon or Richmond Park. The sloping roofs, the gable ends, the queer old chimneys, the quaint casement windows, belong to a bygone age, and the traveller, coming a stranger to the little town, might fancy himself 100 miles away from boisterous London, though he is barely clear of the great city's smoky breath, or beyond the hearing of her myriad clamorous tongues. There are lanes and byways leading out of that humble high street down to the low bank of the river, and in one of these, a pleasant place enough, there is a row of old-fashioned, semi-detached cottages, standing in small gardens, and sheltered by sycamores and lambernums from the dust, which in dry summer weather lies thick upon the narrow roadway. In one of these cottages a young lady lived with her father, a young lady who gave lessons on the pianoforte or taught singing for very small remuneration. She wore shabby dresses, and was rarely known to have a new bonnet, but people respected and admired her notwithstanding. And the female inhabitants of Godolphin Cottages, who gave her good day sometimes as she went along the dusty lane with her well-used roll of music in her hand, declared that she was a lady bred and born. Perhaps the good people who admired Margaret Wentworth would have come nearer the mark if they had said that she was a lady by right divine of her own beautiful nature, which had never required to be schooled into grace or gentleness. She had no mother, and yet she had not even the memory of her mother, who had died 17 years before, leaving an only child of 12 months old for James Wentworth to keep. But James Wentworth, being a scapegrace and a reprobate, who lived by means that were a secret from his neighbours, had sadly neglected this only child. He had neglected her, though with every passing year she grew more and more like her dead mother, until at last, at 18 years of age, she had grown into a beautiful woman, with hazel brown hair and hazel eyes to match. And yet James Wentworth was fond of his only child, after a fashion of his own. Sometimes he was at home for weeks together, a prey to a fit of melancholy, under the influence of which he would sit brooding in silence over his daughter's humble hearth for hours and days together. At other times he would disappear, sometimes for a few days, sometimes for weeks and months at a time, and during his absence Margaret suffered wearisome agonies of suspense. Sometimes he brought her money, sometimes he lived upon her own slender earnings, but use her as he might, he was always proud of her and fond of her, and she, after the way of womankind, loved him devotedly and believed him to be the noblest and most brilliant of men. It was no grief to her to toil, taking long weary walks and giving tedious lessons for the small stipends which her employers had the conscience to offer her. They felt no compunction about bargaining and haggling as to a few pitiful shillings with a music mistress who looked so very poor and seemed so glad to work for their paltry pay. The girl's chief sorrow was that her father, who to her mind was calculated to shine in the highest station the world could give, should be a reprobate and a pauper. She told him so sometimes, regretfully, tenderly, as she sat by his side, with her arms twined caressingly about his neck. And there were times when the strong man would cry aloud over his blighted life and the ruin which had fallen upon his youth. "You're right, Madge," he said sometimes. "You're right, my girl. I ought to have been something better. I ought to have been, and I might have been, perhaps, but for one man. But for one base-minded villain, whose treachery blasted my character and left me alone in the world to fight against society. You don't know what it is, Madge, to have to fight that battle. A man who began life with an honest name and fair prospects before him finds himself cast, by one fatal error, disgraced and broken on a pitiless world. Nameless, friendless, characterless, he has to begin life afresh, with every man's hand against him. He is the outcast of society. The faces that once looked kindly upon him turn away from him with a frown. The voices that once spoke in his praise are loud in his disfavour. Driven from every place where he once found a welcome, the ruined wretch hides himself amongst strangers and tries to sink his hateful identity under a false name. He succeeds, perhaps, for a time, and is trusted, and being honestly disposed at heart, is honest. But he cannot long escape from the hateful past. No, in the day and hour when he is proudest of the new name he has made, and the respect he has won for himself, some old acquaintance, once a friend, but now an enemy, falls across his pathway. He is recognized. A cruel voice betrays him. Every hope that he has cherished is swept away from him. Every good deed that he has done is denounced as the act of a hypocrite. Because once sinned, he can never do well. That is the world's argument. "But not the teaching of the gospel," Margaret murmured. "Remember, father, who it was that said to the guilty woman, 'Go, and sin no more.'" "Ay, my girl," James Wentworth answered bitterly. "But the world would have said, 'Hence, abandoned creature! Go and sin afresh, for you shall never be suffered to live an honest life or herd with honest people. Repent, and we will laugh at your penitence as a shallow deception. Weep, and we will cry out upon your tears. Toil and struggle to regain the eminence from which you have fallen, and when you have nearly reached the top of that difficult hill, we will band ourselves together to hurl you back down into the black abyss.' That's what the world says to the sinner, Margaret, my girl. I don't know much of the gospel. I have never read it since I was a boy, and used to read long chapters aloud to my mother on quiet Sunday evenings. I can see the little old-fashioned parlour now as I speak of that time. I can hear the ticking of the 8-day clock, and I can see my mother's fond eyes looking upon me every now and then. But I don't know much about the gospel now, and when you, poor child, try to read it to me, there's some devil rises in my breast and shuts my ears against the words. I don't know the gospel, but I do know the world. The laws of society are inflexible, Madge. There is no forgiveness for a man who is once found out. He may commit any crime in the calendar, so long as his crimes are profitable, and he is content to share his profits with his neighbours. But he mustn't be found out." Upon the 16th of August, 1850, the day on which Sampson Wilmot, the banker's clerk, was to start for Southampton, James Wentworth spent the morning in his daughter's humble little sitting-room, and sat smoking by the open window, while Margaret worked beside a table near him. The father sat with his long clay pipe in his mouth, watching his daughter's fair face as she bent over the work upon her knee. The room was neatly kept, but poorly furnished, with that old-fashioned spindle-legged furniture which seems peculiar to lodging-houses. Yet the little sitting-room had an aspect of simple rustic prettiness, which is almost pleasanter to look at than fine furniture. There were pictures, simple water-colour sketches, and cheap engravings on the walls, and a bunch of flowers on the table, and between the muslin curtains that shadowed the window, you saw the branches of the sycamores waving in the summer wind. James Wentworth had once been a handsome man. It was impossible to look at him and not perceive as much as that. He might indeed have been handsome still, but for the moody defiance in his eyes, but for the half-contemptuous curve of his finely moulded upper lip. He was about 53 years of age, and his hair was grey, but this grey did not impart a look of age to his appearance. His erect figure, the carriage of his head, his dashing, nay, almost swaggering walk, all belonged to a man in the prime of middle age. He wore a beard and thick moustache of grizzled auburn. His nose was aquiline, and his forehead high and square, his chin massive. The form of his head and face denoted force of intellect. His long, muscular limbs gave evidence of great physical power. Even the tones of his voice and his manner of speaking betokened a strength of will that verged upon obstinacy. A dangerous man to offend, a relentless and determined man, not easily to be diverted from any purpose, however long the time between the formation of his resolve and the opportunity of carrying it into execution. As he now sat watching his daughter at her work, the shadows of black thoughts darkened his brow and spread a sombre gloom over his face. And yet the picture before him could scarcely have been unpleasing to the most fastidious eye. The girl's face, drooping over her work, was very fair. The features were delicate and statuesque in their form. The large hazel eyes were very beautiful, all the more beautiful, perhaps, because of a soft melancholy that subdued their natural brightness. The smooth brown hair rippling upon the white forehead, which was low and broad, was of a colour which a duchess might have envied, or an empress tried to imitate with subtle dyes compounded by court chemists. The girl's figure, tall, slender, and flexible, imparted grace and beauty to a shabby cotton dress and linen collar that many a maid-servant would have disdained to wear, and the foot visible below the scanty skirt was slim and arched as the foot of an Arab chief. There was something in Margaret Wentworth's face, some strange of expression, vague and transitory in its nature, that bore a likeness to her father, but the likeness was a very faint one, and it was from her mother that the girl had inherited her beauty. She had inherited her mother's nature also, but mingled with that soft and womanly disposition there was much of the father's determination, much of the strong man's force of intellect and resolute will. A beautiful woman, an amiable woman, but a woman whose resentment for a great wrong could be deep and lashing. "Madge," said James Wentworth, throwing his pipe aside and looking full at his daughter, "I sit and watch you sometimes till I begin to wonder at you. You seem contented and most happy, though the monotonous life you lead would drive some women mad. Have you no ambition, girl?" "Plenty, father," she answered, lifting her eyes from her work and looking at him mournfully. "Plenty, for you." The man shrugged his shoulders and sighed heavily. "It's too late for that, my girl," he said. "The day is past. The day is past and gone, and the chance gone with it. You know how I've striven and worked and struggled, and how I've seen my poor schemes crushed when I had built them up with more patience than perhaps man ever built before. You've been a good girl, Margaret, a noble girl, and you've been true to me alike in joy and sorrow. The joy's been little enough besides the sorrow, poor child, but you've borne it all, you've endured it all. You've been the truest woman that was ever born upon this earth, to my thinking. But there's one thing in which you've been unlike the rest of your sex." "And what's that, father?" "You've shown no curiosity. You've seen me knocked down and disgraced wherever I tried to get a footing. You've seen me try first one trade and then another, and fail in every one of them. You've seen me a clerk in a merchant's office, an actor, an author, a common labourer working for a daily wage, and you've seen ruin overtake me whichever way I've turned. You've seen all of this and suffered from it, but you've never asked me why it has been so. You've never sought to discover the secret of my life." The tears welled up in the girl's eyes as her father spoke. "If I have not done so, dear father," she answered gently, "it has been because I knew that your secret must be a painful one. I have lain awake night after night, wondering what was the cause of the blight that has been upon you and all you have done. But why should I ask you questions that you could not answer without pain? I've heard people say cruel things of you, but they have never said them twice in my hearing." Her eyes flashed through a veil of tears as she spoke. "Oh, father, dearest father," she cried, suddenly throwing aside her work and dropping on her knees beside the man's chair, "I do not ask for your confidence if it is painful for you to give it. I only want your love. But believe this, father, always believe this, that, whether you trust me or not, there is nothing upon this earth strong enough to turn my heart from you. She placed her hand in her father's as she spoke, and he grasped it so tightly that her pale face grew crimson with the pain. "Are you sure of that, Madge?" he asked, bending his head to look more closely in her earnest face. "I am quite sure, father." "Nothing can tear your heart from me?" "Nothing in this world." "What if I am not worthy of your love?" "I cannot stop to think of that, father. Love is not met out in strict proportion to the merits of those we love. If it were, there would be no difference between love and justice." James Wentworth laughed sneeringly. "There is little enough difference as it is, perhaps," he said. "They are both blind. Well, Madge," he added in a more serious tone, "you are a generous-minded, noble-spirited girl, and I believe you do love me. I fancy that if you never ask the secret of my life, you can guess it pretty closely, eh?" He looked searchingly at the girl's face. She hung her head, but did not answer him. "You can guess the secret, can't you, Madge? Don't be afraid to speak, girl." "I fear I can guess it, father dear," she murmured in a low voice. "Speak out, then." "I am afraid the reason you have never prospered, the reason that so many are against you, is that you once did something wrong very long ago, when you were young and reckless and scarcely knew the nature of your own act, and that now, though you are truly penitent and sorry, and have long wished to lead an altered life, the world won't forget or forgive that old wrong. Is it so, father?" "It is, Margaret. You've guessed it right enough, child, except that you've omitted one fact. The wrong I did was for the sake of another. I was tempted to do it by another. I made no profit by it myself, and I never hoped to make any. But when detection came, it was upon me that the disgrace and ruin fell, while the man for whom I had done wrong, the man who had made me his tool, turned his back upon me and refused to utter one word in my justification, though he was in no danger himself, and the lightest word from his lips might have saved me. That was a hard case, wasn't it, Madge?" "Hard!" cried the girl, with her nostrils quivering and her hands clenched. "It was cruel, dastardly, infamous." "From that day, Margaret, I was a ruined man. The brand of society was upon me. The world would not let me live honestly, and the love of life was too strong in me to let me face death. I tried to live dishonestly, and I led a wild, rackety, daredevil kind of a life amongst men who found they had a skilful tool and knew how to use me. They did use me to their heart's content, and left me in a lurch when danger came. I was arrested for forgery, tried, found guilty, and transported for life. Don't flinch, girl. Don't turn so white. You must have heard something of this whispered and hinted at often enough before today. You may as well know the whole truth. I was transported, for life, Madge, and for 13 years I toiled amongst the wretched, guilty slaves in Norfolk Island. That was a favourite place in those days for such as me, and at the end of that time, my conduct having been approved by my jailers, the governor sent for me, gave me a good service certificate, and I went into a counting-house and served as a clerk. But I got a kind of fever in my blood, and night and day I only thought of one thing, and that was my chance of escape. I did escape. Never mind you how, that's a long story, and I got back to England a free man. A free man, Madge, I thought, but the world soon told me another story. I was a felon, a jailbird, and I was never more to lift my head amongst honest people. I couldn't bear it, Madge, my girl. Perhaps a better man would have persevered in spite of all till he conquered the world's prejudice, but I couldn't. I sank under my trials and fell lower and lower, and for every disgrace that has ever fallen upon me, for every sorrow I have suffered, for every sin I have ever committed, I look to one man as the cause." Margaret Wentworth had risen to her feet. She stood before her father now, pale and breathless, with her lips parted and her bosom heaving. "Tell me his name, father," she whispered. "Tell me that man's name." "Why do you want to know his name, Madge?" "Never mind why, father. Tell it to me. Tell it!" She stamped her foot in the vehemence of her passion. "Tell me his name, father," she repeated impatiently. "His name is Henry Dunbar," James Wentworth answered, "and he is the son of a rich banker. I saw his father's death in the paper last March. His uncle died 10 years ago, and he will inherit the fortunes of both father and uncle. The world has smiled upon him. He has never suffered for that one false step in life, which brought such ruin upon me. He will come home from India now, I dare say, and the world will be under his feet. He will be worth 1,000,000 of money, I should fancy. Curse him! If my wishes could be accomplished, every guinea he possesses would be a separate scorpion to sting and torture him." "Henry Dunbar," whispered Margaret to herself. "Henry Dunbar. I will not forget that name." End of chapter 2.
Chapter 3 of Henry Dunbar. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rosie. Henry Dunbar by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 3. The Meeting at the Railway Station. When the hands of the little clock in Margaret's sitting room pointed to 5 minutes before 3, James Wentworth rose from his lounging attitude in the easy-chair and took his hat from a side-table. "Are you going out, father?" the girl asked. "Yes, Madge, I'm going up to London. It don't do for me to sit still too long. Bad thoughts come fast enough at any time, but they come fastest when a fellow sits twirling his thumbs. Don't look so frightened, Madge. I'm not going to do any harm. I'm only going to look about me. I may fall in with a bit of luck, perhaps. No matter what, if it puts a few shillings into my pocket." "I'd rather you stayed at home, father dear," Margaret said, gently. "I dare say you would, child. But I tell you I can't. I can't sit quiet this afternoon. I've been talking of things that always seem to set my brain on fire. No harm shall come of my going away, girl, I promise you that. The worst I shall do is to sit in a tavern parlour, drink a glass of gin and water, and read the papers. There's no crime in that, is there, Madge?" His daughter smiled as she tried to arrange the shabby velvet collar of his threadbare coat. "No, father dear," she said, "and I'm sure I always wish you to enjoy yourself, but you'll come home soon, won't you?" "What do you call soon, my lass?" "Before 10 o'clock. My day's work will be all over long before that, and I'll try and get something nice for your supper." "Very well, then, I'll be back by 10 o'clock to-night. There's my hand upon it." He gave Margaret his hand, kissed her smooth cheeks, took his cane from a corner of the room, and then went out. His daughter watched him from the open window as he walked up the narrow lane, amongst the groups of children gathered every here and there upon the dusty pathway. "Heaven have pity upon him, and keep him from sin," murmured Margaret Wentworth, clasping her hands, and with her eyes still following the retreating figure. James Wentworth jingled the money in his waistcoat pocket as he walked towards the railway station. He had very little, a couple of sixpences and a few halfpence, just about enough to pay for a second-class return ticket and for his glass of gin and water at a London tavern. He reached the station 3 minutes before the train was due, and took his ticket. At 3:30 he was in London. But as he was an idle, purposeless man, without friends to visit or money to spend, he was in no hurry to leave the railway station. He hated solitude or quiet, and here in this crowded terminus there was life and bustle and variety enough in all conscience, and all to be seen for nothing. So he strolled backwards and forwards upon the platform, watching the busy porters, the eager passengers rushing to and fro, and meditating as to where he should spend the rest of his afternoon. By and by he stood against a wooden pillar in a doorway, looking at the cabs, as, one after another, they tore up to the station and disgorged their loads. He had witnessed the arrival of a great many different travellers, when his attention was suddenly arrested by a little old man, wan and wizen and near-sighted, feeble-looking but active, who alighted from a cab and gave his small black leather portmanteau into the hands of a porter. This man was Sampson Wilmot, the old confidential clerk in the house of Dunbar, Dunbar and Balderby. James Wentworth followed the old man and the porter. "I wonder if it is he," he muttered to himself. "There's certainly a likeness, but it's so many years ago, so many years, I don't suppose I should know him. And yet this man recalls him to me somehow. I'll keep my eye upon the old fellow at any rate." Sampson Wilmot had arrived at the station about 10 minutes before the starting of the train. He asked some questions of the porter, and left his portmanteau in the man's care while he went to get his ticket. James Wentworth lingered behind, and contrived to look at the portmanteau. There was a label pasted on the lid, with an address, written in a business-like hand: "Mr. Sampson Wilmot, passenger to Southampton. James Wentworth gave a long whistle. "I thought as much," he muttered. "I thought I couldn't be mistaken." He went into the ticket office, where the clerk was standing amongst the crowd, waiting to take his ticket. James Wentworth went up close to him and touched him lightly on the shoulder. Sampson Wilmot turned and looked him full in the face. He looked, but there was no ray of recognition in that look. "Do you want me, sir?" he asked, with rather a suspicious glance at the reprobate's shabby dress. "Yes, Mr. Wilmot, I want to speak to you. You can come into the waiting room with me after you've taken your ticket." The clerk stared aghast. The tone of this shabby-looking stranger was almost one of command. "I don't know you, my good sir," stammered Sampson. "I never set eyes upon you before, and unless you are a messenger sent after me from the office, you must be under a mistake. You are a stranger to me." "I am no stranger, and I am no messenger," answered the other. "You've got your ticket? That's all right. Now you can come with me." He walked into a waiting room, the half-glass doors of which opened out of the office. The room was empty, for it only wanted 5 minutes to the starting of the train, and the passengers had hurried off to take their seats. James Wentworth took off his hat and brushed his rumpled grey hair from his forehead. "Put on your spectacles, Sampson Wilmot," he said, "and look hard at me, and then tell me if I am a stranger to you." The old clerk obeyed, nervously, fearfully. His tremulous hands could scarcely adjust his spectacles. He looked at the reprobate's face for some moments and said nothing, but his breath came quicker and his face grew very pale. "Ay," said James Wentworth, "look your hardest and deny me if you can. It will be only wise to deny me. I'm no credit to anyone, least of all to a steady, respectable old chap like you." "Joseph, Joseph!" gasped the old clerk. "Is it you? Is it really my wretched brother? I thought you were dead, Joseph. I thought you were dead and gone." "And wished it, I dare say," the other answered bitterly. "No, Joseph, no," cried Sampson Wilmot. "Heaven knows I never wished you ill. Heaven knows I was always sorry for you, and could make excuses for you even when you sank lowest." "That's strange," Joseph muttered, with a sneer. "That's very strange. If you were so precious fond of me, how was it that you stopped in the house of Dunbar and Dunbar? If you had had one spark of natural affection for me, you could never have eaten their bread." Sampson Wilmot shook his head sorrowfully. "Don't be too hard upon me, Joseph," he said, with mild reproachfulness. "If I hadn't stopped at the banking house, your mother might have starved." The reprobate made no answer to this, but he turned his face away and sighed. The bell rang for the starting of the train. "I must go," Sampson cried. "Give me your address, Joseph, and I will write to you." "Oh, yes, I dare say," answered his brother, scornfully. "No, no, that won't do. I found you, my rich, respectable brother, and I'll stick to you. Where are you going?" "To Southampton." "What for?" "To meet Henry Dunbar." Joseph Wilmot's face grew livid with rage. The change that came over it was so sudden and so awful in its nature that the old clerk started back as if he had seen a ghost. "You are going to meet him?" said Joseph in a hoarse whisper. "Is he in England, then?" "No, but he is expected to arrive almost immediately. Why do you look like that, Joseph?" "Why do I look like that?" cried the younger man. "Have you grown to be such a mere machine, such a speaking automaton, such a living tool of the men you serve, that all human feeling has perished in your breast? Bah! How could such as you understand what I feel? Hark! The bell's ringing. I'll come with you." The train was on the point of starting. The two men hurried out to the platform. "No, no," cried Sampson Wilmot, as his brother stepped after him into the carriage. "No, no, Joseph, don't come with me. Don't come with me." "I will go with you." "But you've no ticket." "I can get one, or you can get me one, for I've no money, at the first station we stop at." They were seated in a second-class railway carriage by this time. The ticket collector, running from carriage to carriage, was in too great a hurry to discover that the little bit of pasteboard which Joseph Wilmot exhibited was only a return ticket to Wandsworth. There was a brief scramble, a banging of doors, and Babel-like confusion of tongues, and then the engine gave its farewell shriek and rushed away. The old clerk looked very uneasily at his younger brother's face. The livid pallor had passed away, but the strongly marked eyebrows met in a dark frown. "Joseph, Joseph," said Sampson, Heaven only knows I'm glad to see you, after more than 30 years' separation, and any help I can give you out of my slender means I'll give you freely. I will indeed, Joseph, for the memory of our dear mother, if not for love of you, and I do love you, Joseph. I do love you very dearly still. But I'd rather you didn't take this journey with me. I would, indeed. I can't see that any good can come of it. Never you mind what comes of it. I want to talk to you. You're a nice, affectionate brother to wish to shuffle me off directly after our first meeting. I want to talk to you, Samson Wilmot, and I want to see him. I know how the world's used me for the last 35 years. I want to see how the same world, such a just and merciful world as it is, has treated my tempter and betrayer, Henry Dunbar. Samson Wilmot trembled like a leaf. His health had been very feeble ever since the second shock of paralysis, that dire and silent foe whose invisible hand had stricken the old man down as he sat at his desk, without one moment's warning. His health was feeble, and the shock of meeting with his brother, this poor, lost, disgraced brother, whom he had for 25 years believed to be dead, had been almost too much for him. Nor was this all. Unutterable terror took possession of him when he thought of a meeting between Joseph Wilmot and Henry Dunbar. The old man could remember his brother's words. Let him consider it a lucky escape if, when we next meet, he gets off scot-free. Samson Wilmot had prayed night and day that such a meeting might never take place. For 35 years it had been delayed. Surely it would not take place now. The old clerk looked nervously at his brother's face. "Joseph," he murmured, "I'd rather you didn't go with me to Southampton. I'd rather you didn't meet Mr. Dunbar. You were very badly treated, cruelly and unjustly treated. Nobody knows that better than I. But it's a long time ago, Joseph. It's a very, very long time ago. Bitter feelings die out of a man's breast as the years roll by, don't they, Joseph? Time heals all old wounds, and we learn to forgive others as we hope to be forgiven. Don't we, Joseph?" "You may," answered the reprobate fiercely. "I don't." He said no more, but sat silent, with his arms folded over his breast. He looked straight before him out of the carriage window, but he saw no more of the pleasant landscape, the fair fields of waving corn, with scarlet poppies and deep blue cornflowers, bright glimpses of sunlit water, and distant villages, with grey church turrets nestled among trees. He looked out of the carriage window, and some of earth's pleasantest pictures sped by him, but he saw no more of that ever-changing prospect than if he had been looking at a blank sheet of paper. Samson Wilmot sat opposite to him, restless and uneasy, watching his fierce, gloomy countenance. The clerk took a ticket for his brother at the first station the train stopped at, but still Joseph was silent. An hour passed by, and he had not yet spoken. He had no love for his brother. The world had hardened him. The consequences of his own sins, falling very heavily upon his head, had embittered his nature. He looked upon the man whom he had once loved and trusted as the primary cause of his disgrace and misery, and this thought influenced his opinion of all mankind. He could not believe in the goodness of any man, remembering, as he did, how he had once trusted Henry Dunbar. The brothers were alone in the carriage. Samson watched the gloomy face opposite to him for some time, and then, with a weary sigh, he drew his handkerchief over his face, and sank back in the corner of the carriage. But he did not sleep. He was agitated and anxious. A dizzy faintness had seized upon him, and there was a strange buzzing in his ears, and unwonted clouds before his dim eyes. He tried to speak once or twice, but it seemed to him as if he was powerless to form the words that were in his mind. Then his mind began to grow confused. The hoarse snorting of the engine sounded monotonously in his ears, growing louder and louder with every moment, until the noise of it grew hideous and intolerable, a perpetual thunder, deafening and bewildering him. The train was fast approaching Basingstoke, when Joseph Wilmot was suddenly startled from his moody reverie. There was an awful cause for that sudden start, that look of horror in the reprobate's face. End of Chapter 3. Recording by Rosie. Chapter 4 of Henry Dunbar.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rosie. Henry Dunbar by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 4. The Stroke of Death. The old clerk had fallen from his seat and lay in a motionless heap at the bottom of the railway carriage. The third stroke of paralysis had come upon him, inevitable, no doubt, long ago, but hastened, it may be, by that unlooked-for meeting at the Waterloo terminus. Joseph Wilmot knelt behind the stricken man. He was a vagabond and an outcast, and scenes of horror were not new to him. He had seen death under many of its worst aspects, and the grim king of terrors had little terror for him. He was hardened, steeped in guilt, and callous as to the sufferings of others. The love which he bore for his daughter was, perhaps, the last ray of feeling that yet lingered in this man's perverted nature. But he did all he could, nevertheless, for the unconscious old man. He loosened his cravat, unfastened his waistcoat, and felt for the beating of his heart. That heart did beat, very fitfully, as if the old clerk's weary soul had been making feeble struggles to be released from its frail tabernacle of clay. "Better, perhaps, if this should prove fatal," Joseph muttered. "I should go on alone to meet Henry Dunbar." The train reached Basingstoke. Joseph put his head out of the open window, and called loudly to a porter. The man came quickly in answer to that impatient summons. "My brother is in a fit," Joseph cried. "Help me to lift him out of the carriage, and then send someone for a doctor." The unconscious form was lifted out in the arms of the two strong men. They carried it into the waiting-room and laid it on a sofa. The bell rang, and the Southampton train rushed onward without the two travellers. In another moment the whole station was in commotion. A gentleman had been seized with paralysis, and was dying. The doctor arrived in less than 10 minutes. He shook his head after examining his patient. "It's a bad case," said he, "very bad, but we must do our best. Is there anybody with this old gentleman?" "Yes, sir," the porter answered, pointing to Joseph. "This person is with him." The county surgeon glanced rather suspiciously at Joseph Wilmot. He looked a vagabond, certainly, every inch a vagabond, a reckless daredevil scoundrel, at war with society, and defiant of a world he hated. "Are you any relation to this gentleman?" the doctor asked, hesitatingly. "Yes, I am his brother." "I should recommend his being removed to the nearest hotel. I will send a woman to nurse him. Do you know if this is the first stroke he has ever had?" "No, I do not." The surgeon looked more suspicious than ever after receiving this answer. "Strange," he said, "that you, who say you are his brother, should not be able to give me information upon that point." Joseph Wilmot answered, but with an air of carelessness that was almost contemptuous. "It is strange," he said, "but many stranger things have happened in this world before now. My brother and I haven't met for years until we met today." The unconscious man was removed from the railway station to an inn near at hand, a humble, countrified place, but clean and orderly. Here he was taken to a bedchamber, whose old-fashioned latticed windows looked out upon the dusty road. The doctor did all that his skill could devise, but he could not restore consciousness to the paralyzed brain. The soul was gone already. The body lay, a form of motionless and senseless clay, under the white counterpane, and Joseph Wilmot, sitting near the foot of the bed, watched it with a gloomy face. The woman who was to nurse the sick man came by and by, and took her place by the pillow, but there was very little for her to do. "Is there any hope of his recovering?" Joseph asked eagerly, as the doctor was about to leave the room. "I fear not. I fear there is no hope." "Will it be over soon?" "Very soon, I think. I do not believe that he can last more than 24 hours." The surgeon waited for a few moments after saying this, expecting some exclamation of surprise or grief from the dying man's brother, but there was none, and with a hasty "good evening" the medical man quitted the room. It was growing dusk, and the twilight shadows upon Joseph Wilmot's face made it, in its sullen gloom, darker even than it had been in the railway carriage. "I'm glad of it, I'm glad of it," he muttered. "I shall meet Henry Dunbar alone." The bedchamber in which the sick man lay opened out of a little sitting-room. Sampson's carpet-bag and portmanteau had been left in this sitting-room. Joseph Wilmot searched the pockets and the clothes that had been taken off his brother's senseless form. There was some loose silver and a bunch of keys in the waistcoat pocket, and a well-worn leather-covered memorandum book in the breast pocket of the old-fashioned coat. Joseph took these things into the sitting-room, closed the door between the two apartments, and then rang for lights. The chambermaid who brought the candles asked if he had dined. "Yes," he said, "I dined 5 hours ago. Bring me some brandy." The girl brought a small decanter of spirit and a wine-glass, set them on the table, and left the room. Joseph Wilmot followed her to the door, and turned the key in the lock. "I don't want any intruders," he muttered. "These country people are always inquisitive." He seated himself at the table, poured out a glass of brandy, drank it, and then drew one of the candles towards him. He had put the money, the keys, and the memorandum book in one of his own pockets. He took out the memorandum book first, and examined it. There were 5 Bank of England notes for £5 each in one of the pockets, and a letter in the other. The letter was directed to Henry Dunbar, and sealed with the official seal of the banking house. The name of Stephen Balderby was written on the left-hand corner of the envelope. "So, so," whispered Joseph Wilmot, "this is the junior partner's letter of welcome to his chief. I'll take care of that." He replaced the letter in the pocket of the memorandum book, and then looked at the pencil entries on the different pages. The last entry was the only memorandum that had any interest for him. It consisted of these few words: "H.D. expected to arrive at Southampton Docks on or about the 19th instant, per steamer Electra, will be met by Miss Laura D. at Portland Place." "Who's Laura D.?" mused the spy, as he closed the memorandum book. "His daughter, I suppose. I remember seeing his marriage in the papers 20 years ago. He married well, of course. Fortune made everything smooth for him. He married a lady of rank. Curse him!" Joseph Wilmot sat for some time with his arms folded upon the table before him, brooding, 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 with a sinister smile upon his lips, and an ominous light in his eyes. A dangerous man always. A dangerous man when he was loud, reckless, brutal, violent, but most of all dangerous when he was most quiet. By and by he took the bunch of keys from his pocket, knelt down before the portmanteau, and examined its contents. There was very little to reward his scrutiny, only a suit of clothes, a couple of clean shirts, and the necessaries of the clerk's simple toilet. The carpet-bag contained a pair of boots, a hat-brush, a nightshirt, and a faded old chintz dressing-gown. Joseph Wilmot rose from his knees after examining these things, and softly opened the door between the 2 rooms. There had been no change in the sick-chamber. The nurse still sat by the head of the bed. She looked round at Joseph as he opened the door. "No change, I suppose?" he said. "No, sir, none." "I am going out for a stroll presently. I shall be in again in an hour's time." He shut the door again, but he did not go out immediately. He knelt down once more by the side of the portmanteau, and tore off the label with his brother's name upon it. He tore a similar label off the carpet-bag, taking care that no vestige of the clerk's name was left behind. When he had done this, and thrust the torn labels into his pocket, he began to walk up and down the room, softly, with his arms folded upon his breast. "The Electra is expected to arrive on the 19th, he said, in a low, thoughtful voice. "On or about the 19th. She may arrive either before or after. Tomorrow will be the 17th. If Sampson dies, there will be an inquest, no doubt, a post-mortem examination, perhaps, and I shall be detained till all that is over. I shall be detained 2 or 3 days at least, and in the meantime Henry Dunbar may arrive at Southampton, hurry on to London, and I may miss the one chance of meeting that man face to face. I won't be balked of this meeting. I won't be balked. Why should I stop here to watch by an unconscious man's deathbed? No, fate has thrown Henry Dunbar once more across my pathway, and I won't throw my chance away." He took up his hat, a battered, shabby-looking white hat, which harmonized well with his vagabond appearance, and went out, after stopping for a minute at the bar to tell the landlord that he would be back in an hour's time. He went straight to the railway station, and made inquiries as to the trains. End of Chapter 4. Recording by Rosie.
Chapter 5 of Henry Dunbar,
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. Henry Dunbar by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 5. Sinking the Past. The train from London to Southampton was due in an hour. The clerk who gave Joseph Wilmot this information asked him how his brother was getting on. "He is much better," Joseph answered. "I am going on to Southampton to execute some important business he was to have done there. I shall come back early to-morrow morning." He walked into the waiting-room, and stopped there, seated in the same attitude the whole time, never stirring, never lifting his head from his breast, always brooding, 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 as he had brooded in the railway carriage, as he had brooded in the little parlour of the inn. He took his ticket for Southampton as soon as the office was open, and then stood on the platform, where there were 2 or 3 stragglers, waiting for the train to come up. It came at last. Joseph Wilmot sprang into the second-class carriage, took his seat in the corner, with his hat slouched over his eyes, which were almost hidden by its dilapidated brim. It was late when he reached Southampton, but he seemed to be acquainted with the town, and he walked straight to a small public house by the riverside, almost hidden under the shadow of the town wall. Here he got a bed, and here he ascertained that the Electra had not yet arrived. He ate his supper in his own room, though he was requested to take it in the public apartment. He seemed to shrink from meeting anyone or talking to anyone, and still brooded over his own black thoughts, as he had brooded at the railway station, in the parlour of the Basingstoke Inn, in the carriage with his brother Sampson. Whatever his thoughts were, they absorbed him so entirely that he seemed like a man who walks in his sleep, doing everything mechanically, and without knowing what he does. But for all this he was active, for he rose very early the next morning. He had not had an hour's sleep throughout the night, but had lain in every variety of restless attitude, tossing first on this side and then on that, always thinking, 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 till the action of his brain became as mechanical as that of any other machine, and went on in spite of himself. He went downstairs, paid the money for his supper and night's lodging to a sleepy servant-girl, and left the house as the church clock in an old-fashioned square hard by struck 8. He walked straight to the High Street, and entered the shop of a tailor and general outfitter. It was a stylish establishment, and there was a languid young man taking down the shutters, who appeared to be the only person on the establishment just at present. He looked superciliously enough at Joseph Wilmot, eyeing him lazily from head to foot, and yawning as he did so. "You'd better make yourself scarce," he said. "Our principal never gives anything to tramps." "Your principal may give or keep what he likes," Joseph answered carelessly. "I can pay for what I want. Call your master down. Or stay, you'll do as well, I dare say. I want a complete rig-out from head to heel. Do you understand?" "I shall, perhaps, when I see the money for it," the languid youth answered, with a sneer. "So you've learned the way of the world already, have you, my lad?" said Joseph Wilmot, bitterly. Then, pulling his brother's memorandum-book from his pocket, he opened it and took out the little packet of bank-notes. "I suppose you can understand these," he said. The languid youth lifted his nose, which by its natural conformation betrayed an aspiring character, and looked dubiously at his customer. "I can understand as they might be flash-uns," he remarked significantly. Mr. Joseph Wilmot growled out an oath, and made a plunge at the young shopman. "I said as they might be flash," the youth remonstrated, quite meekly. "There's no call to fly at me. I didn't mean to give no offence." "No," muttered Mr. Wilmot. "Egad, you'd better not mean it. Call your master." The youth retired to obey. He was quite subdued and submissive by this time. Joseph Wilmot looked about the shop. "The cur forgot the till," he muttered. "I might try my hand at that if—" He stopped and smiled with a strange, deliberate expression, not quite agreeable to behold. "If I wasn't going to meet Henry Dunbar." There was a full-length looking-glass in one corner of the shop. Joseph Wilmot walked up to it, looked at himself for a few moments in silent contemplation, and then shook his clenched hands at the reflected image. "You're a vagabond," he muttered between his set teeth, "and you look it. You're an outcast, and you look it. But who set the mark upon you? Who's to blame for all the evil you have done? Whose treachery made you what you are? That's the question." The owner of the shop appeared, and looked sharply at his customer. "Now listen to me," Joseph Wilmot said, slowly and deliberately. "I've been down upon my luck for some time past, and I've just got a bit of money. I've got it honestly, mind you, and I don't want to be questioned by such a jackanapes as that shop-boy of yours." The languid youth folded his arms, and endeavoured to look ferocious in his fiery indignation, but he drew a little way behind his master as he did so. The proprietor of the shop bowed and smiled. "We shall be happy to wait upon you, sir," he said, "and I have no doubt we shall be able to give you satisfaction. If my shopman has been impertinent—" "He has," interrupted Joseph, "but I don't want to make any palaver about that. He's like the rest of the world, and he thinks if a man wears a shabby coat he must be a scoundrel. That's all. I forgive him." The languid youth, very much in the background, and quite sheltered by his master, might have been heard murmuring faintly, "Oh, indeed! Forgive, indeed! Do you really now? Thank you for nothing," and other sentences of a derisive character. "I want a complete rig-out," continued Joseph Wilmot. "A new suit of clothes, hat, boots, umbrella, a carpet-bag, half a dozen shirts, brush and comb, shaving-tackle, and all the etceteras. Now, as you may be no more inclined to trust me than that young whipper-snapper of yours, for all you're so uncommon civil, I'll tell you what I'll do. I want this beard of mine trimmed and altered. I'll go to a barber's and get that done, and in the meantime you can make your mind easy about the character of these gentlemen." He handed the tradesman 3 of the Bank of England notes. The man looked at them doubtfully. "If you think they ain't genuine, send 'em round to one of your neighbours and get 'em changed," Joseph Wilmot said. "But be quick about it. I shall be back here in half an hour." He walked out of the shop, leaving the man still staring with the 3 notes in his hand. The vagabond, with his hat slouched over his eyes, and big hands in his pockets, strolled away from the High Street down to a barber's shop near the docks. Here he had his beard shaved off, his ragged moustache trimmed into the most aristocratic shape, and his long straggling grey hair cut and arranged according to his own directions. If he had been the vainest of men, bent on no higher object in life than the embellishment of his person, he could not have been more particular or more difficult to please. When the barber had completed his work, Joseph Wilmot washed his face, readjusted the hair upon his ample forehead, and looked at himself in a little shaving-glass that hung against the wall. So far as the man's head and face went, the transformation was perfect. He was no longer a vagabond. He was a respectable, handsome-looking gentleman, advanced in middle age, not altogether unaristocratic-looking. The very expression of his face was altered. The defiant sneer was changed into a haughty smile. The sullen scowl was now a thoughtful frown. Whether this change was natural to him, and merely brought about by the alteration of his hair and beard, or whether it was an assumption of his own, was only known to the man himself. He put on his hat, still slouching the brim over his eyes, paid the barber, and went away. He walked straight to the docks, and made inquiries about the steamer Electra. She was not expected to arrive until the next day, at the earliest. Having satisfied himself upon this point, Joseph Wilmot went back to the outfitter's to choose his new clothes. This business occupied him for a long time, for in this he was as difficult to please as he had been in the matter of his beard and hair. No punctilious old bachelor, the best and brightest hours of whose life had been devoted to the cares of the toilet, could have shown himself more fastidious than this vagabond, who had been out at elbows for 10 years past, and who had worn a felon's dress for 13 years at a stretch in Norfolk Island. But he evinced no bad taste in the selection of a costume. He chose no gaudy colours or flashily cut vestments. On the contrary, the garb he assumed was in perfect keeping with the style of his hair and moustache. It was the dress of a middle-aged gentleman, fashionable but scrupulously simple, quiet alike in colour and in cut. When his toilet was complete, from his 21-shilling hat to the polished boots upon his well-shaped feet, he left the shady little parlour in which he had changed his clothes, and came into the shop with a glove dangling loosely in one ungloved hand, and a cane in the other. The tradesman and his shop boys stared aghast. "If that turnout had cost you £50, sir, instead of £18 12 and 11 pence, it would be worth all the money to you, for you look like a dook," cried the tailor with enthusiasm. "I'm glad to hear it," Mr. Wilmot said, carelessly. He stood before the cheval glass, and twirled his moustaches as he spoke, looking at himself thoughtfully, with a smile upon his face. Then he took change from the tailor, counted it, and dropped the gold and silver into his waistcoat pocket. The man's manner was as much altered as his person. He had entered the shop at 8 o'clock that morning a blackguard as well as a vagabond. He left it now a gentleman, subdued in voice, easy and rather listless in gait, haughty and self-possessed in tone. "Oh, by the by," he said, pausing upon the threshold of the door, "I'll thank you to bundle all those old things of mine together into a sheet of brown paper. Tie them up tightly. I'll call for them after dark to-night." Having said this, very carelessly and indifferently Mr. Wilmot left the shop. But though he was now as well dressed and as gentlemanly looking as any man in Southampton, he turned into the first by-street, and hurried away from the town to a lonely walk beside the water. He walked along the shore until he came to a village near the river, and about a couple of miles from Southampton. There he entered a low-roofed little public house, very quiet and unfrequented, ordered some brandy and cold water of a girl who was seated at work behind the bar, and then went into the parlour, a low-ceilinged, wainscoted room, whose walls were adorned here and there with auctioneers' announcements of coming sales of live and dead stock, farmhouses, and farming implements, interspersed with railway timetables. Mr. Joseph Wilmot had this room all to himself. He seated himself by the open window, took up a country newspaper, and tried to read. But that attempt was a most dismal failure. In the first place, there was very little in the paper to read, and in the second, Joseph Wilmot would have been unable to chain his attention to the page upon which his eyes were fixed, though all the wisdom of the world had been concentrated upon that one sheet of printed paper. No, he could not read. He could only think. He could only think of this strange chance which had come to him after 35 weary years. He could only think of his probable meeting with Henry Dunbar. He entered the village public-house at a little after 1, and he stayed there throughout the rest of the day, drinking brandy and water, not immoderately. He was very careful and watchful of himself in that matter, taking a snack of bread and cold meat for his dinner, and thinking of Henry Dunbar. In that he never varied, let him do what he would. In the railway carriage, at the Basingstoke Inn, at the station, through the long sleepless night at the public-house by the water, in the tailor's shop, even when he was most occupied by the choice of his clothes, he had still thought of Henry Dunbar. From the time of his meeting the old clerk at the Waterloo terminus, he had never ceased to think of Henry Dunbar. He never once thought of his brother, not so much even as to wonder whether the stroke had been fatal, whether the old man was yet dead. He never thought of his daughter, or the anguish his prolonged absence might cause her to suffer. He had put away the past as if it had never been, and concentrated all the force of his mind upon the one idea which possessed him like some strong demon. Sometimes a sudden terror seized him. What if Henry Dunbar should have died upon the passage home? What if the Electra should bring nothing but a sealed leaden coffin, and a corpse embalmed in spirit? No, he could not imagine that. Fate, darkly brooding over these two men throughout half a long lifetime, had held them asunder for 35 years, to fling them mysteriously together now. It seemed as if the old clerk's philosophy was not so very unsound after all. Sooner or later, the day of retribution comes. When it grew dusk, Joseph Wilmot left the little inn, and walked back to Southampton. It was quite dark when he entered the High Street, and the tailor's shop was closing. "I thought you'd forgotten the parcel, sir," the man said. "I've had it ready for you ever so long. Can I send it anywhere for you?" "No, thank you. I'll take it myself." With the brown paper parcel, which was a very bulky one, under his arm, Joseph Wilmot left the barber's shop, and walked down to an open pier or quay abutting the river. On his way along the river shore, between the village public-house and the town of Southampton, he had filled his pockets with stones. He knelt down now by the edge of the pier, and tied all these stones together in the old cotton pocket handkerchief. When he had done this, carefully, compactly, and quickly, like a man accustomed to do all sorts of strange things, he tied the handkerchief full of stones to the whipcord that bound the brown paper parcel, and dropped both packages into the water. The spot which he had chosen for this purpose was at the extreme end of the pier, where the water was deepest. He had done all this cautiously, taking care to make sure every now and then that he was unobserved. And when the parcel had sunk, he watched the widening circle upon the surface of the water till it died away. So much for James Wentworth and the clothes he wore, he said to himself as he walked away. He slept that night at the village inn where he had spent most of the day, and the next morning walked into Southampton. It was a little after 9 o'clock when he entered the docks, and the Electra was visible to the naked eye, streaming through the blue water under a cloudless summer sky. End of Chapter 5. Recording by Lynn Thompson.
Chapter 6 of Henry Dunbar. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Henry Dunbar by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 6. Clement Austin's Diary. Today I close a volume of the rough, careless, imperfect record which I have kept of my life. As I run my fingers through the pages of the limp, morocco-covered volume, I almost wonder at my wasted labor. The random notes jotted down now and then, sometimes with long intervals between their dates, make such a mass of worthless literature. This diary-keeping is a very foolish habit, after all. Why do I keep this record of a most commonplace existence? For my own edification and improvement? Scarcely, since I very rarely read these uninteresting entries, and I very much doubt if posterity will care to know that I went to the office at 10 o'clock on Wednesday morning, that I couldn't get a seat in the omnibus and was compelled to take a hansom which cost me 2 shillings, that I dined tete-a-tete with my mother, and finished the 3rd volume of Carlyle's French Revolution in the course of the evening. Is there any use in such a journal as mine? Will the celebrated New Zealander that is to be discover the volumes amidst the ruins of Clapham? And shall I be quoted as the Pepys of the 19th century? But then I am by no means as racy as that worldly-minded little government clerk, or perhaps it may be that the time in which I live wants the spice and seasoning of that golden age of rascality in which my Lady Castlemaine's white petticoats were to be seen flaunting in the wind by any frivolous-minded lounger who chose to take notes about those garments. After all, it is a silly, old fogyish habit, this of diary-keeping, and I think the renowned Pepys himself was only a bachelor spoiled. Just now, however, I have something more than cab drives, lost omnibuses, and the perusal of a favorite book to jot down, inasmuch as my mother and myself have lately had all our accustomed habits, in a manner disorganized by the advent of a lady. She is a very young lady, being, in point of fact, still at a remote distance from an epoch to which she appears to look forward as a grand and enviable period of existence. She has not yet entered what she calls her teens, and 2 years must elapse before she can enter them, as she is only 11 years old. She is the only daughter of my only sister, Marian Lester, and has been newly imported from Sydney, where my sister Marian and her husband have been settled for the last 12 years. Miss Elizabeth Lester became a member of our family upon the 1st of July, and has since that time continued to make herself quite at home with my mother and myself. She is a rather pretty little girl with very auburn plaits hanging in loops at the back of her head. Will the New Zealander and his countrymen care to know the mysteries of juvenile coiffures in the 19th century? She is a very good little girl, and my mother adores her. As for myself, I am only gradually growing resigned to the fact that I am 33 years of age, and the uncle of a bouncing niece, who plays variations upon it, non piu mesta. And non piu mesta brings me to another strange figure in the narrow circle of my acquaintance, a figure that had no place in the volume which I have just closed, but which, in the 6 weeks' interval between my last record and that which I begin today, has become almost as familiar as the oldest friends of my youth. Non piu mesta, I hear my niece strumming the notes I know so well in the parlor below my room as I write these lines, and the sound of the melody brings before me the image of a sweet pale face and dove-like brown eyes. I never fully realized the number and extent of feminine requirements until a hack cab deposited my niece and her deal traveling cases at our hall door. Miss Elizabeth Lester seemed to want everything that it was possible for the human mind to imagine or desire. She had grown during the homeward voyage. Her frocks were too short, her boots were too small, her bonnets tumbled off her head and hung forlornly at the back of her neck. She wanted parasols and hairbrushes, frilled and furbelowed mysteries of muslin and lace, copybooks, pen holders and pomatum, a backboard and a pair of gloves, drawing pencils, dumbbells, geological specimens for the illustration of her studies, and 100 other items whose very names are as a strange language to my masculine comprehension. And last of all, she wanted a musical governess. The little girl was supposed to be very tolerably advanced in her study of the piano, and my sister was anxious that she should continue that study under the superintendence of a duly qualified instructress, whose terms should be moderate. My sister Marian underlined this last condition. The buying and making of the new frocks and muslin furbelows seemed almost to absorb my mother's mind, and she was fain to delegate to me the duty of finding a musical governess for Miss Lester. I began my task in the simplest possible way by consulting the daily newspapers, where I found so many advertisements emanating from ladies who declared themselves proficients in the art of music, that I was confused and embarrassed by the wealth of my resources. But I took the ladies singly and called upon them in the pleasant summer evenings after office hours, sometimes with my mother, sometimes alone. It may be that the seal of old bachelorhood is already set upon me, and that I am that odious and hypersensitive creature commonly called a fidget, but somehow I could not find a governess whom I really felt inclined to choose for my little Lizzie. Some of the ladies were elderly and stern, others were young and frivolous, some of them were uncertain as to the distribution of the letter H. One young lady declared that she was fonder of music than anything in the world. Some were a great deal too enthusiastic, and were prepared to adore my little niece at a moment's notice. Many, who seemed otherwise eligible, demanded a higher rate of remuneration than we were prepared to give. So somehow or other the business languished, and after the researches of a week, we found ourselves no nearer a decision than when first I looked at the advertisements in the Times supplements. Had our resources been reduced, we should most likely have been much easier to please. But my mother said that as there were so many people to be had, we should do well to deliberate before we came to any decision. So it happened that, when I went out for a walk one evening at the end of the second week in July, Miss Lester was still without a governess. She was still without a governess, but I was tired of catechizing the fair advertisers as to their qualifications, and went out on this particular evening for a solitary ramble amongst the quiet Surrey suburbs, in any lonely lanes or scraps of common land where the speculating builder had not yet set his hateful foot. It was a lovely evening, and I, who am so much a cockney as to believe that a London sunset is one of the grandest spectacles in the universe, set my face towards the yellow light in the west, and walked across Wandsworth Common, where fair wreaths of purple mist were rising from the hollows, and a deserted donkey was breaking the twilight stillness with plaintive braying. Wandsworth Common was as lonely this evening as a patch of sand in the centre of Africa, and being something of a day-dreamer, I liked the place because of its stillness and solitude. Something of a dreamer, and yet I had so little to dream about. My thoughts were pleasant as I walked across the common in the sunset. And yet, looking back now, I wonder what I thought of, and what image there was in my mind that could make my fancies pleasant to me. I know what I thought of as I went home in the dim light of the newly risen moon, the pale crescent that glimmered high in a cloudless heaven. I went into the little town of Wandsworth, the queer, old-fashioned high street, the dear old street, which seems to me like a town in a Dutch picture, where all the tints are of a sombre brown, yet in which there is, nevertheless, so much light and warmth. The lights were beginning to twinkle here and there in the windows, and upon this July evening there seemed to be flowers blooming in every casement. I loitered idly through the street, staring at the shop windows, in utter absence of mind, while I thought, what could I have thought of that evening, and how was it that I did not think the world blank and empty? While I was looking idly in at one of those shop windows, it was a fancy shop and stationer's, a kind of bazaar in its humble way, my eye was attracted by the word music, and on a little card hung in the window I read that a lady would be happy to give lessons on the pianoforte at the residences of her pupils or at her own residence on very moderate terms. The word very was underscored. I thought it had a pitiful look somehow, that underscoring of the adverb, and seemed almost an appeal for employments. The inscription on the card was in a woman's hand, and a very pretty hand, elegant but not illegible, firm and yet feminine. I was in a very idle frame of mind, ready to be driven by any chance wind, and I thought I might just as well turn my evening walk to some account by calling upon the proprietress of the card. She was not likely to suit my ideas of perfection, any more than the other ladies I had seen, but I should at least be able to return home with the consciousness of having made another effort to find an instructress for my niece. The address on the card was No. 3, Godolphin Cottages. I asked the first person I met to direct me to Godolphin Cottages, and was told to take the second turning on my right. The second turning on my right took me into a kind of lane or by-road, where there were some old-fashioned, semi-detached cottages, sheltered by a row of sycamores and shut in by wooden palings. I opened the low gate before the third cottage and went into the garden, a primly kept little garden, with a grass plat and miniature gravel walks, and with a grotto of shells and moss and craggy blocks of stone in a corner. Under a laburnum tree there was a green rustic bench, and here I found a young lady sitting reading by the dying light. She started at the sound of my footsteps on the crisp gravel, and rose, blushing like one of the cabbage roses that grew near her. The blush was all the more becoming to her, inasmuch as she was naturally very pale. I saw this almost immediately, for the bright color faded out of her face while I was speaking to her. "I have come to inquire for a lady who teaches music," I said. "I saw a card just now in the High Street, and as I am searching for an instructress for my little niece, I took the opportunity of calling. But I fear I have chosen an inconvenient time for my visit." I scarcely know why I made this apology, since I had omitted to apologize to the other ladies on whom I had ventured to intrude at abnormal hours. I fear that I was weak enough to feel bewildered by the pensive loveliness of the face at which I looked, and that my confidence ebbed away under the influence of those grave hazel eyes. The face is so beautiful, as beautiful now that I have learned the trick of every feature, though even now I cannot learn all the varying changes of expression which make it ever new to me, as it was that evening when it beamed on me for the first time. Shall I describe her, the woman whom I have only known 4 weeks, and who seems to fill all the universe when I think of her? And when do I not think of her? Shall I describe her for the New Zealander, when the best description must fall so far below the bright reality, and when the very act of reducing her beauty into hard commonplace words seems in some manner a sacrilege against the sanctity of that beauty? Yes, I will describe her, not for the sake of the New Zealander, who may have new and extraordinary ideas as to female loveliness, and may require a blue nose or pea-green tresses in the lady he elects as the only type of beautiful womanhood. I will describe her because it is sweet to me to dwell upon her image, and to translate that dear image, no matter how poorly, into words. Were I a painter, I should be like Claude Melnotte, and paint no face but hers. Were I a poet, I should cover reams of paper with wild rhapsodies about her beauty. Being only a cashier in a bank, I can do nothing but enshrine her in the commonplace pages of my diary. I have said that she is pale. Hers is that ivory pallor which sometimes accompanies hazel eyes and hazel brown hair. Her eyes are of that rare hazel, that soft golden brown, so rarely seen, so beautiful wherever they are seen. These eyes are unvarying in their color. It is only the expression of them that varies with every emotion. But in repose they have a mournful earnestness in their look, a pensive gravity that seems to tell of a life in which there has been much shadow. The hair, parted above the most beautiful brow I ever looked upon, is of exactly the same color as the eyes, and has a natural ripple in it. For the rest of the features I must refer my New Zealander to the pictures of the old Italian masters, of which I trust he may retain a handsome collection. For only on the canvases of Signori Raffaello Sanzio d'Urbino, Titian, and the pupils who emulated them, will he find that exquisite harmony, that purity of form and tender softness of outline, which I beheld that summer evening in the features of Margaret Wentworth. Margaret Wentworth, that is her name. She told it to me presently, when I had explained to her, in some awkward, vague manner, who I was and how it was I wanted to engage her services. Throughout that interview I think I must have been intoxicated by her presence, as by some subtle and mysterious influence, stronger than the fumes of opium or the juice of lotus flowers. I only know that after 10 minutes' conversation, during which she was perfectly self-possessed, I opened the little garden gates again, very much embarrassed by the latch on one hand and my hat on the other, and went back out of that little paradise of 20 feet square into the dusty lane. I went home in triumph to my mother, and told her that I had succeeded at last in engaging a lady who was in every way suitable, and that she was coming the following morning at 11 o'clock to give her first lesson. But I was somewhat embarrassed when my mother asked if I had heard the lady play, if I had inquired her terms, if I had asked for references as to respectability, capability, and so forth. I was fain to confess, with much confusion, that I had not done any one of these things, and then my mother asked me why, in that case, did I consider the lady suitable, which question increased my embarrassment by tenfold. I could not say that I had engaged her because her eyes were hazel and her hair of the same color, nor could I declare that I had judged of her proficiency as a teacher of the piano by the exquisite line of her penciled eyebrows. So in this dilemma I had recourse to a piece of Jesuitry, of which I was not a little proud. I told my dear mother that Miss Wentworth's head was, from a phrenological point of view, magnificent, and that the organs of time and tune were developed to an unusual degree. I was almost ashamed of myself when my mother rewarded this falsehood by a kiss, declaring that I was a dear clever boy, and such a judge of character, and that she would rather confide in a stranger, upon the strength of my instinct, than upon any inferior person's experience. After this I could only trust to the chance of Miss Wentworth's proficiency, and when I went home from the city upon the following afternoon, my mind was far less occupied with the business events of the day than with abstruse speculations as to the probabilities with regard to that young lady's skill upon the pianoforte. It was with an air of supreme carelessness that I asked my mother whether she had been pleased with Miss Wentworth. "Pleased with her!" cried the good soul. "Why, she plays magnificently, Clement. Such a touch, such brilliancy! In my young days it was only concert players who played like that, but nowadays girls of 18 and 20 sit down and dash away at the keys like a professor. I think you'll be charmed with her, Clem." I'm afraid I blushed as my mother said this. Had I not been charmed with her already? "When you hear her play, for she has expression as well as brilliancy. She is passionately fond of music, I know, not because she went into any ridiculous sentimental raptures about it, as some girls do, but because her eyes lighted up when she told me what a happiness her piano had been to her ever since she was a child." She gave a little sigh after saying that, and I fancied, poor girl, that she had perhaps known very little other happiness. "And her terms, mother?" I said. "Oh, you dear commercial Clem, always thinking of terms," cried my mother. Heaven bless her innocent heart! I had asked that sordid question only to hide the unreasoning gladness of my heart. What was it to me that this hazel-eyed girl was engaged to teach my little niece non più mesta? What was it to me that my breast should be all of a sudden filled with a tumult of glad emotions, and thus shrink from any encounter with my mother's honest eyes. "Well, Clem, the terms are almost ridiculously moderate," my mother said present. "There's only one thing that's at all inconvenient, that is to say, not to me, but I'm afraid you'll think it an objection." I eagerly asked the nature of this objection. Was there some cold chill of disappointment in store for me after all? "Well, you see, Clem," said my mother, with some little hesitation, "Miss Wentworth is engaged almost all through the day, as her pupils live at long distances from one another, and she has to waste a good deal of time in going backwards and forwards. So the only time she can possibly give Lizzie is either very early in the morning or rather late in the evening. Now, I should prefer the evening, as I should like to hear the dear child's lessons. But the question is, would you object to the noise of the piano while you are at home?" Would I object? Would I object to the music of the spheres? In spite of the grand capabilities for falsehood and hypocrisy which had been developed in my nature since the previous evening, it was as much as I could do to answer my mother's question deliberately, to the effect that I didn't think I should mind the music lessons much. "You'll be out generally, you know, Clem," my mother said. "Yes," I replied, "of course, if I found the music in any way a nuisance." Coming home from the city the next day, I felt like a schoolboy who turns his back upon all the hardships of his life on some sunny summer holiday. The rattling hansom seemed a fairy car that was bearing me in triumph through a region of brightness and splendor. The sunlit suburban roads were enchanted glades, and I think I should have been scarcely surprised to see Aladdin's jewelled fruit hanging on the trees in the villa gardens, or the gigantic wings of Sinbad's roc overshadowing the hills of Sydenham. A wonderful transformation had changed the earth to fairyland, and it was in vain that I fought against the subtle influence in the air around me. Oh, was I in love? Was I really in love at last with a young lady whose face I had only looked upon 48 hours before? Was I, who had flirted with the Miss Balderbys, and half lost my heart to Lucy Sedgwick, the surgeon's sister, and corresponded for nearly a year with Clara Carpenter, with the sanction of both our houses and everything en règle, only to be jilted ignominiously for the sake of an evangelical curate? Was I, who had railed at the foolish passion (I have one of Miss Carpenter's long tresses in the desk on which I am writing, sealed in a sheet of letter paper, with Swift's savage inscription, "Only a woman's hair," on the cover), was I caught at last by a pair of hazel eyes and a Raphaelesque profile? Were the wings that had fluttered in so many flames burnt and maimed by the first breath of this new fire? I was ashamed of my silly fancy in one moment, and proud of my love in the next. I was 10 years younger all of a sudden, and my heart was all aglow with chivalrous devotion for this beautiful stranger. I reasoned with myself, and ridiculed my madness, and yet yielded like the veriest craven to the sweet intoxication. I gave the driver of the hansom 5 shillings. Had I not a right to pay him a trifle extra for driving me through fairyland? What had we for dinner that day? I have a vague idea that I ate cherry tart and roast veal, fried soles, boiled custard, and anchovy sauce, all mixed together. I know that the meal seemed to endure for the abnormal period of half a dozen hours or so, and yet it was only 7 o'clock when we adjourned to the drawing-room, and Miss Wentworth was not due until 7:30. My niece was all in a flutter of expectation, and ran out of the drawing-room window every now and then to see if the new governess was coming. She need not have had that trouble, poor child, had I been inclined to give her information, since, from the chair in which I had seated myself to read the evening papers, I could see the road along which Miss Wentworth must come. My eyes wandered very often from the page before me, and fixed themselves upon this dusty suburban road, and presently I saw a parasol, rather a shabby one, and then a slender figure coming quickly towards our gate, and then the face, which I am weak enough to think the most beautiful face in Christendom. Since then Miss Wentworth has come 3 times a week, and somehow or other I have never found myself in any way bored by non più mesta, or even the major and minor scales, which, as interpreted by a juvenile performer, are not especially enthralling to the ear of the ordinary listener. I read my books or papers, or stroll upon the lawn while the lesson is going on, and every now and then I hear Margaret's— I really must write of her as Margaret, it is such a nuisance to write Miss Wentworth— pretty voice explaining the importance of a steady position of the wrist, or the dexterous turning over or under of a thumb, or something equally interesting. And then when the lesson is concluded, my mother rouses herself from her after-dinner nap and asks Margaret to take a cup of tea, and even insists on her accepting that feminine hospitality. And then we sit talking in the tender summer dusk, or in the subdued light of a shaded lamp on the piano. We talk of books, and it is wonderful to me to find how Margaret's tastes and opinions coincide with mine. Miss Carpenter was stupid about books, and used to call Carlyle nonsensical, and never really enjoyed Dickens half as much as she pretended. I have lent Margaret some of my books, and a little shower of withered rose leaves dropped from the pages of Wilhelm Meister after she had returned to me the volume. I have put them in an envelope and sealed it. I may as well burn Miss Carpenter's hair, by the way. Though it is only a month since the evening on which I saw the card in the window at Wandsworth, Margaret and I seem to be old friends. After a year, Miss Carpenter and I were as far as ever, farther than ever, perhaps, from understanding each other, but with Margaret I need no words to tell me that I am understood. A look, a smile, a movement of the graceful head is a more eloquent answer than the most elaborate of Miss Carpenter's rhapsodies. She was one of those girls whom her friends call gushing, and she called Byron a love, and Shelley an angel. But if you tried her with a stanza that hasn't been done to death in Gems of Verse, or Strings of Poetic Pearls, or drawing-room table lyrics, she couldn't tell whether you were quoting Byron or Ben Jonson. But with Margaret, sweet name! If it were not that I live in perpetual terror of the day when the dilettante New Zealander will edit this manuscript, I think I should write that lovely name over and over again for a page or so. If the New Zealander should exercise his editorial discretion and delete my raptures, it wouldn't matter, but I might furnish him with a text for an elaborate disquisition on the manners and customs of English lovers. Let me be reasonable about my dear love, if I can. My dear love, do I dare to call her that already, when, for anything I know to the contrary, there may be another evangelical curate in the background? We seem to be old friends, and yet I know so little of her. She shuns all allusion to her home or her past history. Now and then she has spoken of her father, always tenderly, but always with a sigh, and I fancy that a deepening shadow steals over her face when she mentions that name. Friendly as we are, I can never induce her to let me see her home, though my mother has suggested that I should do so. She is accustomed to go about by herself, she says, after dark as well as in the daytime. She seems as fearless as a modern Una, and that would indeed be a savage beast which could molest such a pure and lovely creature. End of Chapter 6. Recording by Dan Soul, Natick, Massachusetts.
Chapter 7 of Henry Dunbar. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Henry Dunbar by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 7. After 35 years. Joseph Wilmot waited patiently enough, in all outward seeming, for the arrival of the steamer. Everybody was respectful to him now, paying deference to his altered guise, and he went where he liked without question or hindrance. There were several people waiting for passengers who were expected to arrive by the Electra, and the coming of the steamer was hailed by a feeble cheer from the bystanders grouped around the landing place. The passengers began to come on shore at about 11 o'clock. There were a good many children and English nursemaids, 3 or 4 military-looking men dressed in loose garments of grey and nankeen colour, several ladies, all more or less sunburnt, a couple of ayahs, 3 men-servants, and an aristocratic-looking man of about 55, dressed, unlike the rest of the travellers, in fine broadcloth, with a black satin cravat, a gold pin, a carefully brushed hat, and varnished boots. His clothes, in fact, were very much of the same fashion as those which Joseph Wilmot had chosen for himself. This man was Henry Dunbar, tall and broad-chested, with grey hair and moustache, and with a haughty smile upon his handsome face. Joseph Wilmot stood amongst the little crowd, motionless as a statue, watching his old betrayer. "Not much changed," he murmured. "Very little changed. Proud and selfish and cruel then, proud and selfish and cruel now. He has grown older and stouter and greyer, but he is the same man he was 35 years ago. I can see it all in his face." He advanced as Henry Dunbar landed, and approached the Anglo-Indian. "Mr. Dunbar, I believe," he said, removing his hat. "Yes, I am Mr. Dunbar." "I have been sent from the office in St. Gundolph Lane, sir," returned Joseph. "I have a letter for you from Mr. Balderby. I came to meet you and be of service to you." Henry Dunbar looked at him doubtfully. "You are not one of the clerks in St. Gundolph Lane," he said. "No, Mr. Dunbar." "I thought as much. You don't look like a clerk. But who are you, then?" "I will tell you presently, sir. I am a substitute for another person who has taken ill upon the road, but there is no time to speak of that now. I came to be of use to you. Shall I see after your luggage?" "Yes, I shall be glad if you will do so." "You have a servant with you, Mr. Dunbar?" "No, my valet has taken ill at Malta, and I left him behind." "Indeed!" exclaimed Joseph Wilmot. "That was a misfortune." A sudden flash of light sparkled in his eyes as he spoke. "Yes, it was a devilish provoking. You'll find the luggage packed and directed to Portland Place. Be so good as to see that it is sent off immediately by his speediest route. There's a portmanteau in my cabin and my travelling desk. I require those with me. All the rest can go on." "I will see to it, sir." "Thank you. You are very good. At what hotel are you staying?" "I have not been to any hotel yet. I only arrived this morning. The Electra was not expected until tomorrow." "I will go on to the Dolphin, then," returned Mr. Dunbar, "and I shall be glad if you will follow me directly you have attended to the luggage. I want to get to London tonight, if possible." Henry Dunbar walked away, holding his head high in the air and swinging his cane as he went. He was one of those men who most confidently believed in their own merits. The sin he had committed in his youth sat very lightly upon his conscience. If he thought about that old story at all, it was only to remember that he had been very badly used by his father and his Uncle Hugh. And the poor wretch who had helped him, the clever, bright-faced, high-spirited lad who had acted as his tool and accomplice, was as completely forgotten as if he had never existed. Mr. Dunbar was ushered into a great sunny sitting-room at the Dolphin, a vast desert of Brussels carpet with little islands of chairs and tables scattered here and there. He ordered a bottle of soda-water, sank into an easy-chair, and took up the Times newspaper. But presently he threw it down impatiently, and took his watch from his waistcoat pocket. Attached to the watch there was a locket of chased yellow gold. Henry Dunbar opened this locket, which contained the miniature of a beautiful girl, with fair hair rippling as bright as burnished gold, and limpid blue eyes. "My poor little Laura," he murmured. "I wonder whether she will be glad to see me. She was a mere baby when she left India. It isn't likely she'll remember me, but I hope she may be glad of my coming back. I hope she may be glad." He put the locket again in its place, and took a letter from his breast pocket. It was directed in a woman's hand, and the envelope was surrounded by a deep border of black. "If there's any faith to be put in this, she will be glad to have me home at last," Henry Dunbar said, as he drew the letter out of its envelope. He read one passage softly to himself. "If anything can console me for the loss of my dear grandfather, it is the thought that you will have come back at last, and that I shall see you once more. You can never know, dearest father, what a bitter sorrow this cruel separation has been to me. It has seemed so hard that we who are so rich should have been parted as we have been, while poor children have their fathers with them. Money seems such a small thing when it cannot bring us the presence of those who we love. And I do love you, dear papa, truly and devotedly, though I cannot even remember your face, and have not so much as a picture of you to recall you to my recollection." The letter was a very long one, and Henry Dunbar was still reading it when Joseph Wilmot came into the room. The Anglo-Indian crushed the letter into his pocket and looked up languidly. "Have you seen to all that?" he asked. "Yes, Mr. Dunbar, the luggage has been sent off." Joseph Wilmot had not yet removed his hat. He had rather an undecided manner, and walked once or twice up and down the room, stopping now and then walking on again in an unsettled way, like a man who has some purpose in his mind, yet is oppressed by a feverish irresolution as to the performance of that purpose. But Mr. Dunbar took no notice of this. He sat with the newspaper in his hand, and did not deign to lift his eyes to his companion after that first brief question. He was accustomed to be waited upon, and to look upon the people who served him as beings of an inferior class, and he had no idea of troubling himself about this gentlemanly-looking clerk from St. Gundolph Lane. Joseph Wilmot stopped suddenly on the other side of the table, near which Mr. Dunbar sat, and, laying his hand upon it, said quietly, "You asked me just now who I was, Mr. Dunbar." The banker looked up at him with haughty indifference. "Did I? Oh, yeah, I remember, and you told me you came from the office. That is quite enough." "Pardon me, Mr. Dunbar, it is not quite enough. You are mistaken. I did not say I came from the office in St. Gundolph Lane. I told you, on the contrary, that I came here as a substitute for another person who was ordered to meet you." "Indeed, that is pretty much the same thing. You seem a very agreeable fellow, and will, no doubt, be quite as useful as the original person could have been. It was very civil of Mr. Balderby to send someone to meet me. Very civil indeed." The Anglo-Indian's head sank back upon the morocco cushion of the easy-chair, and he looked languidly up at his companion with half-closed eyes. Joseph Wilmot removed his hat. "I don't think you've looked at me very closely, have you, Mr. Dunbar?" he said. "Have I looked at you closely?" exclaimed the banker. "My good fellow, what do you mean?" "Look me full in the face, Mr. Dunbar, and tell me if you see anything there that reminds you of the past." Henry Dunbar started. He opened his eyes widely enough this time, and started at the handsome face before him. It was as handsome as his own, and almost as aristocratic-looking, for nature has odd caprice now and then, and had made very little distinction between the banker, who was worth $500,000, and the runaway convict, who was not worth 6 pence. "Have I met you before?" he said. "In India?" "No, Mr. Dunbar, not in India. You know that as well as I do. Carry your mind farther back. Carry it back to the time before you went to India." "What then?" "Do you remember losing a heap of money on the Derby, and being in so desperate a frame of mind that you took the holster pistols down from their place above the chimney-piece in your barrack sitting-room, and threatened to blow your brains out? Do you remember, in your despair, appealing to a lad who served you, and who loved you perhaps better than a brother would have loved you, though he was your inferior by birth and station, and the son of a poor, hard-working woman? Do you remember entreating this boy, who had a knack of counterfeiting other people's signatures, but who had never used his talent for any guilty purpose until that hour, so help me heaven, to aid you in a scheme by which your creditors were to be kept quiet till you could get the money to pay them? Do you remember all this? Yes, I see that you do. The answer is written on your face, and you remember me. Joseph Wilmot." He struck his hand upon his breast, and stood with his eyes fixed upon the other's face. They had a strange expression in them, those eyes, a sort of hungry, eager look, as if the very sight of his old foe was a kind of food that went some way towards satisfying this man's vengeful fury. "I do remember you," Henry Dunbar said slowly. He had turned deadly pale, and cold drops of sweat had broken out upon his forehead. He wiped them away with his perfumed cambric handkerchief as he spoke. "You do remember me," the other man repeated, with no change in the expression of his face. "I do, and believe me, I am heartily sorry for the past. I dare say you fancy I acted cruelly towards you on that wretched day in St. Gundolph Lane, but I really could scarcely act otherwise. I was so harassed and tormented by my own position that I could not be expected to get myself deeper into the mire by interceding for you. However, now that I am my own master, I can make it up to you. Rely upon it, my good fellow. I'll atone for the past." "Atone for the past!" cried Joseph Wilmot. "Can you make me an honest man or a respectful member of society? Can you remove the stamp of the felon from me, and win for me the position I might have held in this hard world but for you? Can you give me back the 35 blighted years of my life, and take the blight from them? Can you heal my mother's broken heart, broken long ago by my disgrace? Can you give me back the dead, or can you give me pleasant memories or peaceful thoughts, or the hope of God's forgiveness? No, no, you can give me none of these." Mr. Henry Dunbar was essentially a man of the world. He was not a passionate man. He was a very gentlemanly creature, very seldom demonstrative in his manner, and he wished to take life pleasantly. He was utterly selfish and heartless, but as he was very rich, people readily overlooked such small failings as selfishness and want of heart, and were loud in praise of the graces of his manner and the elegance of his person. "My dear Wilmot," he said, in no ways startled by the vehemence of his companion, "all that is so much sentimental talk. Of course I can't give you back the past. The past was your own, and you might have fashioned it as you pleased. If you went wrong, you have no right to throw the blame of your wrongdoing upon me. Pray don't talk about broken hearts and blighted lives, and all that sort of thing. I'm a man of the world, and I can appreciate the exact value of that kind of twaddle. I am sorry for the scrape I got you into, and am ready to do anything reasonable to atone for that old business. I can't give you back the past, but I can give you that for which most men are ready to barter past, present, and future. I can give you money." "How much?" asked Joseph Wilmot, with a half-suppressed fierceness in his manner. Murmured the Anglo-Indian, pulling his grey moustache with a reflective air. "Let me see. What would satisfy you now, my good fellow?" "I'll leave that for you to decide." "Very well, then. I suppose you'd be quite contented if I were to buy you a small annuity that would keep you straight with the world for the rest of your life. Say, £50 a year." £50 a year, Joseph Wilmot repeated. He had quite conquered that fierceness of expression by this time, and spoke very quietly. £50 a year. £1 a week? Yes. I'll accept your offer, Mr. Dunbar. £1 a week. That will enable me to live as labouring men live in some hovel or other, and will ensure me bread every day. I have a daughter, a very beautiful girl about the same age as your daughter, and, of course, she'll share my income with me, and will have as much cause to bless your generosity as I shall have." "It's a bargain, then?" asked the East Indian languidly. "Oh, yes, it's a bargain. You have estates in Warwickshire, in Yorkshire, a house in Portland Place, and 500,000 of money, but, of course, all those things are necessary to you. I shall have, thanks to your generosity, and as an atonement for all the shame and misery, the want and peril and disgrace which I have suffered for 35 years, £1 a week secured to me for the rest of my life. 1,000 thanks, Mr. Dunbar. You are your own self still, I find, the same master I loved when I was a boy, and I accept your generous offer." He laughed as he was finished speaking, loudly, but not heartily, rather strangely perhaps, but Mr. Dunbar did not trouble himself to notice any such insignificant fact as the merriment of his old valet. "Now we have done with all these heroics," he said, "perhaps you'll be good enough to order luncheon for me." End of Chapter 7. This has been a recording by Victoria. Chapter 8 of Henry Dunbar. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Henry Dunbar by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 8. The First Stage on the Journey Home. Joseph Wilmot obeyed his old master, and ordered a very excellent luncheon, which was served in the best style of the Dolphin, and a sojourn at the Dolphin is almost a recompense for the pains and penalties of the voyage home from India. Mr. Dunbar, from the sublime height of his own grandeur, stooped to be very friendly with his old valet, and insisted upon Joseph's sitting down with him at the well-spread table. But although the Anglo-Indian did ample justice to the luncheon, and washed down a spatchcock and a lobster salad with several glasses of iced Moselle, the reprobate ate and drank very little, and sat for the best part of the time crumbling his bread in a strange, absent manner, and watching his companion's face. He spoke only when his old master addressed him, and then in a constrained, half-mechanical way, which might have excited the wonder of any one less supremely indifferent than Henry Dunbar to the feelings of his fellow-creatures. The Anglo-Indian finished his luncheon, left the table, and walked to the window, but Joseph Wilmot still sat with a full glass before him. The sparkling bubbles had vanished from the clear amber wine, But although Moselle, at half a guinea a bottle, could scarcely have been a very common beverage to the ex-convict, he seemed to have no appreciation of the vintage. He sat with his head bent, and his elbow on his knee, brooding. Henry Dunbar amused himself for about 10 minutes looking out at the busy street, the busiest, airiest, lightest, prettiest High Street in all England, perhaps, and then turned away from the window and looked at his old valet. He had been accustomed, 35 years ago, to be familiar with the man, and to make a confidant and companion of him, and he fell into the same manner now naturally, as if the 35 years had never been, as if Joseph Wilmot had never been wronged by him. He fell into that old way, and treated his companion with that haughty affability which a monarch may be supposed to exhibit towards his prime favourite. "Drink your wine, Wilmot," he exclaimed. "Don't sit meditating there as if you were a great speculator brooding over the stagnation of the money market. I want bright looks, man, to welcome me back to my native country. I've seen dark faces enough out yonder, and I want to see smiling and pleasanter faces here. You look as black as if you had committed a murder, or were plotting one." The outcast smiled. "I've so much reason to look cheerful, haven't I?" he said, in the same tone he used when he had declared his acceptance of the banker's bounty. "I've such a pleasant life before me, and such agreeable recollections to look back upon. A man's memory seems to me like a book of pictures that he must be continually looking at, whether he will or not. And if the pictures are horrible, if he shudders as he looks at them, if the sight of them is worse than the pain of death to him, he must look nevertheless. I read a story the other day, at least my girl was reading it to me, poor child. She tries to soften me with these things sometimes. And the man who wrote the story said it was well for the most miserable of us to pray, 'Lord, keep my memory green.' But what if the memory is a record of crime, Mr. Dunbar? Can we pray that those memories may be kept green? Wouldn't it be better to pray that our brains and hearts may wither, leaving us no power to look back upon the past? If I could have forgotten the wrong you did me 35 years ago, I might have been a different man, but I couldn't forget it. Every day and every hour I have remembered it. My memory is as fresh today as it was 34 years ago, when my wrongs were only a 12-month-old. Joseph Wilmot had said all this almost as if he yielded to an uncontrollable impulse, and spoke because he must, rather than from the desire to upbraid Henry Dunbar. He had not looked at the Anglo-Indian, he had not changed his attitude, he had spoken with his head still bent, and his eyes fixed upon the ground. Mr. Dunbar had gone back to the window, and had resumed his contemplation of the street, but he turned round with a gesture of angry impatience as Joseph Wilmot finished speaking. "Now listen to me, Wilmot," he said. "If the firm in St. Gundolph Lane sent you down here to annoy and insult me directly I set foot upon British ground, they have chosen a very nice way of testifying their respect for their chief, and they have made a mistake which they shall repent having made, sooner or later. If you came here upon your own account, with a view to terrify me or extort money from me, you have made a mistake. If you think to make a fool of me by any maudlin sentimentality, you make a still greater mistake. I give you fair warning. If you expect any advantage from me, you must make yourself agreeable to me. I am a rich man, and I know how to recompense those who please me, but I will not be bored or tormented by any man alive, least of all by you. If you choose to make yourself useful, you can stay. If you don't choose to do so, the sooner you leave this room the better for yourself, if you wish to escape the humiliation of being turned out by the waiter." At the end of this speech, Joseph Wilmot looked up for the first time. He was very pale, and there were strange hard lines about his compressed lips, and a new light in his eyes. "I am a poor, weak fool," he said quietly. "Very weak and very foolish, when I think there can be anything in that old story to touch your heart, Mr. Dunbar. I will not offend you again, believe me. I have not led a very sober life of late years. I've had a touch of delirium tremens, and my nerves are not as strong as they used to be. But I'll not annoy you again. I am quite ready to make myself useful in any way you may require. Get me a timetable, then, and let's see about the trains. I don't want to stay in Southampton all day." Joseph Wilmot rang and ordered the timetable. Henry Dunbar studied it. "There is no express before 10 o'clock at night," he said, "and I don't care about travelling by a slow train. What am I to do with myself in the interim?" He was silent for a few moments, turning over the leaves of Bradshaw's Guide and thinking. "How far is it from here to Winchester?" he asked presently. 10 miles or thereabouts, I believe," Joseph answered. 10 miles? Very well then, Wilmot. I'll tell you what I'll do. I've a friend in the neighbourhood of Winchester, an old college companion, A man who has a fine estate in Hampshire, and a house near St. Cross. If you'll order a carriage and pair to be got ready immediately, we'll drive over to Winchester. I'll go and see my old friend Michael Marston. We'll dine at the George, and go up to London by the express, which leaves Winchester at 10:15. Go and order the carriage, and lose no time about it. That's a good fellow." Half an hour after this, the two men left Southampton in an open carriage, with the banker's portmanteau, dressing-case, and dispatch-box, and Joseph Wilmot's carpet-bag. It was 3 o'clock when the carriage drove away from the entrance of the Dolphin Hotel. It wanted 5 minutes to 4 when Mr. Dunbar and his companion entered the handsome hall of the George. Throughout the drive, the banker had been in very excellent spirits, smoking cheroots and admiring the lovely English landscape, the spreading pastures, the glimpses of woodland, the hills beyond the grey cathedral city, purple in the distance. He had talked a good deal, making himself very familiar with his humble friend. But he had not talked so much or so loudly as Joseph Wilmot. All gloomy memories seemed to have melted away from this man's mind. His former moody silence had been succeeded by a manner that was almost unnaturally gay. A close observer would have detected that his laugh was a little forced, his loudest merriment wanting in geniality. But Mr. Henry Dunbar was not a close observer. People in Calcutta, who courted and admired the rich banker, had been wont to praise the aristocratic ease of his manner, which was not often disturbed by any vulgar demonstration of his own emotions, and very rarely ruffled by any sympathy with the joys, or pity for the sorrows, of his fellow creatures. His companion's ready wit and knowledge of the world, the very worst part of the world, unhappily, amused the languid Anglo-Indian, and by the time the travellers reached Winchester they were on excellent terms with each other. Joseph Wilmot was thoroughly at home with his patron, and as the two men were dressed in the same fashion, and had pretty much the same nonchalance of manner, it would have been very difficult for a stranger to have discovered which was the servant and which the master. One of them ordered dinner for 8 o'clock, the best dinner the house could provide. The luggage was taken up to a private room, and the two men walked away from the hotel arm in arm. They walked under the shadow of the low stone colonnade, and then turned aside by the market-place, and made their way into the precincts of the cathedral. There are quaint old courtyards, and shadowy quadrangles hereabouts. There are pleasant gardens, where the flowers seem to grow brighter in the sanctified shade than other flowers that flaunt in the unhallowed sunshine. There are low old-fashioned houses, with Tudor windows and ponderous porches, grey gables crowned with yellow stone moss, high garden walls, queer nooks and corners, deep window seats and painted oriels, great oaken beams supporting low dark ceilings, heavy clusters of chimneys half borne down by the weight of the ivy that clings about them, and over all the shadow of the great cathedral broods, like a sheltering wing, preserving the cool quiet of these cosy sanctuaries. Beyond this holy shelter, fair pastures stretch away to the feet of the grassy hills, and a winding stream of water wanders in and out, now hiding in dim groves of spreading elms, now creeping from the darkness, with a murmuring voice and stealthy gliding motion to change its very nature, and become the noisiest brook that ever babbled over sunlit pebbles on its way to the blue sea. In one of the grey stone quadrangles, close under the cathedral wall, the two men, still arm in arm, stopped to make an inquiry about Mr. Michael Marston of the Ferns, St. Cross. "Alas, Ben Bolt, it is a fine thing to sail away to foreign shores and prosper there, but it is not so pleasant to come home and hear that Alice is dead and buried, that of all your old companions there is only one left to greet you, and that even the brook, which rippled through your boyish dreams as you lay asleep under the rushes on its brink, has dried up forever." Mr. Michael Marston had been dead more than 10 years. His widow, an elderly lady, was still living at the Ferns. This was the information which the two men obtained from a verger whom they found prowling about the quadrangle. Very little was said. One of the men asked the necessary questions, but neither of them expressed either regret or surprise. They walked away silently, still arm in arm, towards the shady groves and spreading pastures beyond cathedral precincts. The verger, who was elderly and slow, called after them in a feeble voice as they went away. "Maybe you'd like to see the cathedral, gentlemen? It's well worth seeing." But he received no answer. The two men were out of hearing or did not care to reply to him. "We'll take a stroll towards St. Cross and get an appetite for dinner," Mr. Dunbar said, as he and his companion walked along a pathway, under the shadow of a moss-grown wall, across a patch of meadowland, and away into the holy quiet of a grove. A serene stillness reigned beneath the shelter of the spreading branches. The winding streamlet rippled along amidst wildflowers and trembling rushes. The ground beneath the feet of these two idle wanderers was a soft bed of moss and rarely trodden grass. It was a lonely place, this grove, for it lay between the meadows and the high road. Feeble old pensioners from St. Cross came here sometimes, but not often. Enthusiastic disciples of old Isaac Walton now and then invaded the holy quiet of the place, but not often. The loveliest spots on earth are those where man seldom comes. This spot was most lovely because of its solitude. Only the gentle waving of the leaves, the long melodious note of a lonely bird, and the low whisper of the streamlet broke the silence. The two men went into the grove arm in arm. One of them was talking, the other listening and smoking a cigar as he listened. They went into the long arcade beneath the overarching trees, and the sombre shadows closed about them and hid them from the world. End of Chapter 8. This has been a recording by Victoria. Chapter 9 of Henry Dunbar. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Henry Dunbar by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 9. How Henry Dunbar Waited Dinner. The old verger was still pottering about the grey quadrangle, sunning himself in such glimpses of the glorious light as found their way into that shadowy place, when one of the two gentlemen who had spoken to him returned. He was smoking a cigar and swinging his gold-headed cane lightly as he came along. "You may as well show me the cathedral," he said to the verger. "I shouldn't like to leave Winchester without having seen it, that is to say, without having seen it again. I was here 40 years ago, when I was a boy, but I have been in India 35 years and have seen nothing but pagan temples." "And very beautiful them pagan places be, sir, bain't they?" the old man asked, as he unlocked a low door leading into one of the side aisles of the cathedral. "Oh, yes, very magnificent, of course. But as I was not a soldier and had no opportunity of handling any of the magnificence in the way of diamonds and so forth, I didn't particularly care about them." They were in the shadowy aisle by this time, and Mr. Dunbar was looking about him with his hat in his hand. "You didn't go on to the Ferns, then, sir?" said the verger. "No, I sent my servant on to inquire if the old lady is at home. If I find that she is, I shall sleep in Winchester tonight and drive over tomorrow morning to see her. Her husband was a very old friend of mine." "How far is it from here to the Ferns?" "A matter of 2 miles, sir." Mr. Dunbar looked at his watch. "Then my man ought to be back in an hour's time," he said. "I told him to come on to me here. I left him half-way between here and St. Cross." "Is that other gentleman your servant, sir?" asked the verger, with unmitigated surprise. "Yes, that gentleman, as you call him, is, or rather was, my confidential servant. He is a clever fellow, and I make a companion of him. Now, if you please, we will see the chapels." Mr. Dunbar evidently desired to put a stop to the garrulous inclinations of the verger. He walked through the aisle with a careless, easy step, and with his head erect, looking about him as he went along, but presently, while the verger was busy unlocking the door of one of the chapels, Mr. Dunbar suddenly reeled like a drunken man, and then dropped heavily upon an oaken bench near the chapel door. The verger turned to look at him, and found him wiping the perspiration from his forehead with his perfumed silk handkerchief. "Don't be alarmed," he said, smiling at the man's scared face. "My Indian habits have unfitted me for any exertion. The walk in the broiling afternoon sun has knocked me up, or perhaps the wine I drank at Southampton may have had something to do with it," he added with a laugh. The verger ventured to laugh too, and the laughter of the two men echoed harshly through the solemn place. For more than an hour Mr. Dunbar amused himself by inspecting the cathedral. He was very eager to see everything, and to know the meaning of everything. He peered into every nook and corner, going from monument to monument, with the patient, talkative old verger at his heels, asking questions about everything he saw, trying to decipher half-obliterated inscriptions upon long-forgotten tombs, sounding the praises of William of Wykeham, admiring the splendid shrines and the sanctified relics of the past with the delight of a scholar and an antiquarian. The old verger thought that he had never had so pleasant a task as that of exhibiting his beloved cathedral to this delightful gentleman just returned from India, and ready to admire everything belonging to his native land. The verger was still better pleased when Mr. Dunbar gave him half a sovereign as a reward for his afternoon's trouble. "Thank you, sir, and kindly, to be sure," the old man cackled gratefully. "It's very seldom as I get gold for my trouble, sir. I've shown this cathedral to a duke, sir, but the duke didn't treat me as liberal as this here, sir." Mr. Dunbar smiled. "Perhaps not," he said. "The Duke mightn't have been as rich as I am in spite of his dukedom." "No, to be sure, sir," the old man answered, looking admiringly at the banker, and sighing plaintively. "It's well to be rich, sir, it is indeed, and when one has 12 grandchildren and a bedridden wife, one finds it hard, sir. One do, indeed." Perhaps the verger had faint hopes of another half-sovereign from this very rich gentleman. But Mr. Dunbar seated himself upon a bench near the low doorway by which he had entered the cathedral, and looked at his watch. The verger looked at the watch too. It was 100-guinea chronometer, a masterpiece of Benson's workmanship, and Mr. Dunbar's arms were emblazoned upon the back. There was a locket attached to the massive gold chain, the locket which contained Laura Dunbar's miniature. 7 o'clock! exclaimed the banker. "My servant ought to have been here by this time." "So he ought, sir," said the verger, who was ready to agree with anything Mr. Dunbar might say. "If he had only go to the Ferns, sir, he might have been back by this time easy." "I'll smoke a cheroot while I wait for him," the banker said, passing out into the quadrangle. "He's sure to come to this door to look for me. I gave him particular orders to do so." Henry Dunbar finished his cheroot, and another, and the cathedral clock chimed 3/4 after 7, but Joseph Wilmot had not come back from the Ferns. The verger waited upon his patron's pleasure, and lingered in attendance upon him, though he would have fain gone back home to his tea, which in the common course he would have taken at 5 o'clock. "Really, this is too bad!" cried the banker, as the clock chimed 3/4. "Wilmot knows that I dine at 8, and expect him to dine with me. I think I have a right to a little more consideration from him. I shall go back to the George. Perhaps you'll be good enough to wait here and tell him to follow me." Mr. Dunbar went away, still muttering, and the verger gave up all thoughts of his tea, and waited conscientiously. He waited till the cathedral clock struck 9, and the stars were bright in the dark blue heavens above him. But he waited in vain. Joseph Wilmot had not come back from the Ferns. The banker returned to the George. A small round table was set in a pleasant room on the first floor. A bright array of glass and silver glittered under the light of 5 wax candles in a silver candelabrum, and the waiter was beginning to be nervous about the fish. "You may countermand the dinner," Mr. Dunbar said, with evident vexation. "I shall not dine till Mr. Wilmot, who is my old confidential servant, my friend, I may say, returns." "Has he gone far, sir?" "To the Ferns, about a mile beyond St. Cross. I shall wait dinner for him. Put a couple of candles on that writing-table, and bring me my desk." The waiter obeyed. He placed a pair of tall wax candles upon the table, and then brought the desk, or rather dispatch-box, which had cost £40 and was provided with every possible convenience for a business man, and every elegant luxury that the most extravagant traveller could desire. It was like everything else about this man. It bore upon it the stamp of almost limitless wealth. Mr. Dunbar took a bunch of keys from his pocket, and unlocked the dispatch-box. He was some little time doing this, as he had a difficulty in finding the right key. He looked up, and smiled at the waiter, who was still hovering about, anxious to be useful. "I must have taken too much Moselle at luncheon today," he said, laughing. "Or at least my enemies might say so if they were to see me puzzled to find the key of my own desk." He had opened the box by this time, and was examining one of the numerous packets of papers which were arranged in a very methodical order, carefully tied together, and neatly endorsed. "Am I to put off the dinner, then, sir?" asked the waiter. "Certainly. I shall wait for my friend, however long he may be. I'm not particularly hungry, for I took a very substantial luncheon at Southampton. I'll ring the bell if I change my mind." The waiter departed with a sigh, and Henry Dunbar was left alone with the contents of the open dispatch-box, spread out on the table before him under the light of the tall wax candles. For nearly 2 hours he sat in the same attitude, examining the papers one after the other, and resorting them. Mr. Dunbar must have been possessed of the very spirit of order and precision, for, although the papers had been neatly arranged before, he resorted every one of them, tying up the packets afresh, reading letter after letter, and making pencil memoranda in the pocket-book as he did so. He betrayed none of the impatience which is natural to a man who is kept waiting by another. He was so completely absorbed by his occupation that he, perhaps, had forgotten all about the missing man. But at 9 o'clock he closed and locked the dispatch-box, jumped up from his seat, and rang the bell. "I'm beginning to feel alarmed about my friend," he said. "Will you ask the landlord to come to me?" Mr. Dunbar went to the window and looked out while the waiter was gone upon this errand. The High Street was very quiet. A lamp glittered here and there, and the pavements were white in the moonlight. The footsteps of a passer-by sounded in the quiet street, almost as it might have sounded in the solemn cathedral aisle. The landlord came to wait upon his guest. "Can I be of any service to you, sir?" he asked, respectfully. "You can be of very great service to me if you can find my friend. I am really getting alarmed about him." Mr. Dunbar went on to say how he had parted with the missing man in the grove, on the way to St. Cross, with the understanding that Wilmot was to go on to the Ferns and rejoin his old master in the cathedral. He explained who Joseph Wilmot was, and in what relation he stood towards him. "I don't suppose there is any real cause for anxiety," the banker said, in conclusion. "Wilmot owned to me that he had not been leading a sober life of late years. He may have dropped into some roadside public-house, and be sitting boozing amongst a lot of country fellows at this moment. It's really too bad of him." The landlord shook his head. "It is, indeed, sir. But I hope you won't wait dinner any longer, sir." "No, no, you can send up the dinner. I'm afraid I shall scarcely do justice to your cook's achievements, for I took a very substantial luncheon at Southampton." The landlord brought in the silver soup tureen with his own hands and uncorked a bottle of still hock, which Mr. Dunbar had selected from the wine list. There was something in the banker's manner that declared him to be a person of no small importance, and the proprietor of the George wished to do him honour. Mr. Dunbar had spoken the truth as to his appetite for dinner. He took a few spoonfuls of soup, he ate 2 or 3 mouthfuls of fish, and then pushed away his plate. "It's no use," he said, rising suddenly and walking to the window. "I am really uneasy about this fellow's absence." He walked up and down the room 2 or 3 times, and then walked back to the open window. The August night was hot and still. The shadows of the queer old gabled roofs were sharply defined upon the moonlit pavement. The quaint cross, the low stone colonnade, the solemn towers of the cathedral gave an ancient aspect to the quiet city. The cathedral clock chimed the half-hour after 9 while Mr. Dunbar stood at the open window looking out into the street. "I shall sleep here tonight," he said presently, without turning to look at the landlord, who was standing behind him. "I shall not leave Winchester without this fellow Wilmot. It really is too bad of him to treat me in this manner. It is really very much too bad of him, taking into consideration the position in which he stands towards me." The banker spoke with the offended tone of a proud and selfish man who feels that he has been outraged by his inferior. The landlord of the George murmured a few stereotyped phrases expressive of his sympathy with the wrongs of Henry Dunbar, and his entire reprobation of the missing man's conduct. "No, I shall not go to London tonight," Mr. Dunbar said. "Though my daughter, my only child, whom I have not seen for 16 years, is waiting for me at my town house. I shall not leave Winchester without Joseph Wilmot." "I'm sure it's very good of you, sir," the landlord murmured. "It's very kind of you to think so much of this person." He had hesitated a little before the last word, for although Mr. Dunbar spoke of Joseph Wilmot as his inferior and dependent, the landlord of the George remembered that the missing man had looked quite as much a gentleman as his companion. The landlord still lingered in attendance upon Mr. Dunbar. The dishes upon the table were still hidden under the glistening silver covers. Surely such an unsatisfactory dinner had never been before served at the George Hotel. "I am getting seriously uncomfortable about this man," Mr. Dunbar exclaimed at last. "Can you send a messenger to the Ferns to ask if he has been seen there?" "Certainly, sir. One of the lads in the stable shall get a horse ready, and ride over there directly. Will you write a note to Mrs. Marston, sir?" "A note?" "No. Mrs. Marston was a stranger to me. My old friend Michael Marston did not marry until after I left England. A message will do just as well. The lad has only to ask if any messenger from Mr. Dunbar has called at the Ferns, and if so, at what time he is there, and what hour he left. That's all I want to know. Which way will the boy go, through the meadows or by the high road?" "By the high road, sir. There's only a footpath across the meadows. The shortest way to the Ferns is by the pathway through the grove, between there and St. Cross. But you can only walk that way, for there's gates and stiles and such like." "Yes, I know. It was there I parted from my servant, this man Wilmot." "It's a pretty spot, sir, but very lonely at night. Lonely enough in the day, for the matter of that." "Yes, it seems so. Send your messenger off at once, there's a good fellow. Joseph Wilmot may be sitting drinking in the servants' hall at the Ferns." The landlord went away to do his guest's bidding. Mr. Dunbar flung himself into a low easy-chair and took up a newspaper. But he did not read a line upon the page before him. He was in that unsettled frame of mind which is common to the least nervous persons when they are kept waiting, kept in suspense by some unaccountable event. The absence of Joseph Wilmot became every moment more unaccountable, and his old master made no attempt to conceal his uneasiness. The newspaper dropped out of his hand, and he sat with his face turned towards the door, listening. He sat thus for more than an hour, and at the end of that time the landlord came to him. "Well?" exclaimed Henry Dunbar. "The lad has come back, sir. No messenger from you or for anyone else has called at the Ferns this afternoon." Mr. Dunbar started suddenly to his feet and stared at the landlord. He paused for a few moments, watching the man's face with a thoughtful countenance. Then he said, slowly and deliberately, "I am afraid that something has happened." The landlord fidgeted with his ponderous watch-chain and shrugged his shoulders with a dubious gesture. "Well, it is strange, sir, to say the least of it. But you don't think that—" He looked at Henry Dunbar as if scarcely knowing how to finish his sentence. "I don't know what to think," exclaimed the banker. "Remember, I am almost as much a stranger in this country as if I had never set foot on British soil before today. This man may have played me a trick and gone off for some purpose of his own, though I don't know what purpose. He could have best served his own interests by staying with me. On the other hand, something may have happened to him. And yet, what can have happened to him?" The landlord suggested that the missing man might have fallen down in a fit, or might have loitered somewhere or other until after dark, and then lost his way and wandered into a mill stream. There were many a deep bit of water between Winchester Cathedral and the Ferns, the landlord said. "Let a search be made at daybreak tomorrow morning," exclaimed Mr. Dunbar. "I don't care what it costs me, but I am determined this business shall be cleared up before I leave Winchester. Let every inch of ground between this and the Ferns be searched at daybreak tomorrow morning. Let—" He did not finish the sentence, for there was a sudden clamour of voices and trampling and hubbub in the hall below. The landlord opened the door and went out upon the broad landing-place, followed by Mr. Dunbar. The hall below was crowded by the servants of the place, and by eager strangers who had pressed in from outside, and the two men standing at the top of the stairs heard a hoarse murmur, which seemed all in one voice, though it was, in reality, a blending of many voices, and which grew louder and louder until it swelled into the awful word, "Murder!" Henry Dunbar heard it and understood it, for his handsome face grew of a bluish-white, like snow in the moonlight, and he leaned his hand upon the oaken balustrade. The landlord passed his guest and ran down the stairs. It was no time for ceremony. He came back again in less than 5 minutes, looking almost as pale as Mr. Dunbar. "I'm afraid your friend, your servant, is found, sir," he said. "You don't mean that he is—" "I'm afraid it is so, sir. It seems that 2 Irish reapers, coming from Farmer Matfield's 5 mile beyond St. Cross, stumbled against a man lying in a little streamlet under the trees." "Under the trees? Where?" "In the very place where you parted from this Mr. Wilmot, sir." "Good God! Well?" "The man was dead, sir, quite dead. They carried him to the Forester's Arms, sir, as that was the nearest place to where they found him, and there's been a doctor sent for, and a deal of fuss. But the doctor, Mr. Cricklewood, a very respectable gentleman, sir, says that the man had been lying in the water for hours and hours, and that the murder had been done hours and hours ago." "The murder!" cried Henry Dunbar. "But he may not have been murdered. His death may have been accidental. He wandered into the water, perhaps." "Oh, no, sir, it's not that. He wasn't drowned, for the water where he was found wasn't 3 foot deep. He had been strangled, sir. Strangled with a running noose of rope, strangled from behind, sir, for the slip knot was pulled tight at the back of his neck. Mr. Cricklewood, the surgeon's in the hall below if you'd like to see him, and he knows all about it. It seems, from what the 2 Irishmen say, that the body was dragged into the water by the rope. There's a track of where it had been dragged along the grass. I'm sure, sir, I'm very sorry such an awful thing should have happened to the person who attended you here." Mr. Dunbar had need of sympathy. His white face was turned towards the landlord's, fixed in a blank stare. He had not seemed to listen to the man's account of the crime that had been committed, and yet he had evidently heard everything, for he said presently, in slow, thick accents, "Strangled, and the body dragged down to the water. Who could have done it?" "Ah, that's the question indeed, sir. It must all have been done for the sake of a bit of money, I suppose, for there was an empty pocket-book found by the water's edge. There are always tramps and such like about the country at this time of year, and some of them will commit almost any crime for the sake of a few pounds. I remember, as long as 40 years ago and more, when I was a bit of a boy in pinafores, there was a gentleman murdered on the Twyford road, and they did say—" But Mr. Dunbar was in no humour to listen to the landlord's reminiscences. He interrupted the man's story with a long-drawn sigh. "Is there anything I can do? What am I to do?" he said. "Is there anything I can do?" Nothing, sir, until tomorrow. The inquest will be held tomorrow, I suppose. Yes, to be sure, there'll be an inquest. An inquest? Oh, yes, sir, of course there will, answered the landlord. Remember that I am a stranger to English habits. I don't know what steps ought to be taken in a case as this. Should there not be an attempt made to find the murderer? Yes, sir, I've no doubt the constables are on the lookout already. There'll be every effort made, depend upon it. But I'm really afraid this is a case in which the murderer will escape from justice. Why so? Because, you see, sir, the man has had plenty of time to get off, and unless he's a fool, he must be very far away from here by this time. And then, what is there to trace him by? That's to say, unless you could identify the money, or watch, or chain, or what not, which the murdered man had about him? Mr. Dunbar shook his head. I don't even know whether he wore a watch and chain, he said. I only met him this morning. I have no idea what money he may have had about him. Would you like to see the doctor, sir, Mr. Cricklewood? Yes, no. You have told me all that there is to tell, I suppose? Yes, sir. I shall go to bed. I'm thoroughly upset by all this. Stay. Is it a settled thing that this man who has been found murdered is the person who accompanied me to this house today? Oh, yes, sir. There's no doubt about that. One of our people went down to the Forester's Arms out of curiosity, as you may say, and he recognized the murdered man directly as the very gentleman that came into this house with you, sir, at 4 o'clock today. Mr. Dunbar retired to the apartment that had been prepared for him. It was a spacious and handsome chamber, in the best room in the hotel, and one of the waiters attended upon the rich man. As you've been accustomed to have your valet about you, you'll find it awkward, sir, the landlord said, so I'll send Henry to wait upon you. This Henry, who was a smart, active young fellow, unpacked Mr. Dunbar's portmanteau, unlocked his dressing-case, and spread the gold-topped crystal bottles and shaving apparatuses upon the dressing-table. Mr. Dunbar sat in an easy-chair before the looking-glass, staring thoughtfully at the reflection of his own face, pale in the light of the tall wax candles. He got up early the next morning, and before breakfasting he dispatched a telegraphic message to the banking-house in St. Gundolph Lane. It was from Henry Madison Dunbar to William Balderby, and it consisted of these words: Pray come to me directly at the George, Winchester. A very awful event has happened, and I am in great trouble and perplexity. Bring a lawyer with you. Let my daughter know that I shall not come to London for some days. All this time the body of the murdered man lay on a long table in a darkened chamber at the Forester's Arms. The rigid outline of the corpse was plainly visible under the linen sheet that shrouded it, but the door of the dread chamber was locked, and no one was to enter until the coming of the coroner. Meanwhile, the Forester's Arms did more business than had been done there in the same space of time within the memory of man. People went in and out, all through the long morning. Little groups clustered together in the bar, discoursing in solemn undertones, and other groups straggled on the scene as if every living creature in Winchester was talking of the murder that had been done in the grove near St. Cross. Henry Dunbar sat in his own room, waiting for an answer to the telegraphic message. End of Chapter 9.
Chapter 10 of Henry Dunbar. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. Henry Dunbar by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 10. Laura Dunbar. While these things had been happening between London and Southampton, Laura Dunbar, the banker's daughter, had been anxiously waiting the coming of her father. She resembled her mother, Lady Louisa Dunbar, the youngest daughter of the Earl of Grantwick, a very beautiful and aristocratic woman. She had met Mr. Dunbar in India after the death of her first husband, a young captain in a cavalry regiment, who had been killed in an encounter with the Sikhs a year after his marriage, leaving his young widow with an infant daughter, a helpless baby of 6 weeks old. The poor high-born Lady Louisa MacMahon was left most desolate and miserable after the death of her first husband. She was very poor, and she knew that her relations in England were very little better off than herself. She was almost as helpless as her 6 weeks old baby. She was heartbroken by the loss of the handsome young Irishman, whom she had fondly loved, and ill and broken down by her sorrows, she lingered in Calcutta, subsisting upon her pension, and too weak to undertake the perils of the voyage home. It was at this time that poor widowed Lady Louisa met Henry Dunbar, the rich banker. She came in contact with him on account of some money arrangements of her dead husband's, who had always banked with Dunbar and Dunbar, and Henry, then getting on for 40 years of age, had fallen desperately in love with the beautiful young widow. There is no need for me to dwell upon the history of this courtship. Lady Louisa married the rich man 18 months after her first husband's death. Little Dorothea McMahon was sent to England with a native nurse, and placed under the care of her maternal relatives, and Henry Dunbar's beautiful wife became queen of the best society in the City of Palaces, by the right of her own rank and her husband's wealth. Henry Dunbar loved her desperately, as even a selfish man can sometimes love for once in his life. But Lady Louisa never truly returned the millionaire's affection. She was haunted by the memory of her first and purest love. She was tortured by remorseful thoughts about the fatherless child who had been so ruthlessly banished from her. Henry Dunbar was a jealous man, and he grudged the love which his wife bore to his dead rival's child. It was by his contrivance the girl had been sent from India. Lady Louisa Dunbar held her place in Calcutta society for 2 years, but in the very hour when her social position was most brilliant, her beauty in the full splendour of its prime, she died so suddenly that the fashionables of Calcutta were discussing the promised splendour of a ball for which Lady Louisa had issued her invitations, when the tidings of her death spread like wildfire through the city. Henry Dunbar was a widower. He might have married again, had he pleased to do so. The proudest beauty in Calcutta would have been glad to welcome the wife of the sole heir to that dingy banking-house in St. Gundolph Lane. There was a good deal of excitement upon this subject in the matrimonial market for 2 or 3 years after Lady Louisa's death. A good many young ladies were expressly imported from England by anxious papas and mammas, with a view to the capture of the wealthy widower. But though Griselda's yellow hair fell down to her waist in glossy rippling curls that shone like molten gold, though Amanda's black eyes glittered like the stars in a midnight sky, though the dashing Georgina was more graceful than Diana, the gentle Lavinia more beautiful than Venus, Mr. Dunbar went among them without pleasure, and left them without regret. The charms of all these ladies, concentrated in the person of one perfect woman, would have no witchery for the banker. His heart was dead. He had given all the truth, all the passion of which his nature was capable, to the one woman who had possessed the power to charm him. To seek to win love from him was about as hopeless as it would have been to ask alms of a man whose purse was empty. The bright young English beauties found this out by and by, and devoted themselves to other speculations in the matrimonial market. Henry Dunbar sent his little girl, his only child, to England. He parted with her, not because of his indifference, but rather by reason of his idolatry. It was the only unselfish act of his life, this parting with his child, and yet even in this there was selfishness. It would be sweet to me to keep her here, he thought, but then, if the climate should kill her, if I should lose her as I lost her mother, I will send her away from me now, that she may be my blessing by and by, when I return to England after my father's death. Henry Dunbar had sworn when he left the office in St. Gundolph Lane, after the discovery of the forgery, that he would never look upon his father's face again, and he kept his oath. This was the father to whose coming Laura Dunbar looked forward with eager anxiety, with a heart overflowing with tender womanly love. She was a very beautiful girl, so beautiful that her presence was like the sunlight, and made the meanest place splendid. There was a queenliness in her beauty, which she inherited from her mother's high-born race, but though her beauty was queen-like, it was not imperious. There was no conscious pride in her aspect, no cold hauteur in her ever-changing face. She was such a woman as might have sat by the side of an English king to plead for all trembling petitioners kneeling on the steps of the throne. She would have been only in her fitting place beneath the shadow of a regal canopy, for in soul as well as in aspect she was worthy to be a queen. She was like some tall white lily, unconsciously beautiful, unconsciously grand, and the meanest natures kindled with a faint glow of poetry when they came in contact with her. She had been spoiled by an adoring nurse, a devoted governess, masters who had fallen madly in love with their pupil, and servants who were ready to worship their young mistress. Yes, according to the common acceptation of the term, she had been spoiled. She had been allowed to have her own way in everything, to go hither and thither, free as the butterflies in her carefully tended garden, to scatter her money right and left, to be imposed upon and cheated by every wandering vagabond who found his way to her gates, to ride and hunt and drive, to do as she liked, in short. And I am fain to say that the consequence of all this foolish and reprehensible indulgence had been to make the young heiress of Maudsley Abbey the most fascinating woman in all Warwickshire. She was a little capricious, just a trifle wayward, I will confess, but then that trifling waywardness gave just the spice that was wanting to this grand young lily. The white lilies are never more beautiful than when they wave capriciously in the summer wind, and if Laura Dunbar was a little passionate when you tried to thwart her, and if her great blue eyes at such times had a trick of lighting up with sudden fire in them, like a burst of lurid sunlight through a summer storm cloud, there were plenty of gentlemen in Warwickshire ready to swear that the sight of those lightning flashes of womanly anger was well worth the penalty of incurring Miss Dunbar's displeasure. She was only 18, and had not yet come out, but she had seen a great deal of society, for it had been the delight of her grandfather to have her perpetually with him. She travelled from Maudsley Abbey to Portland Place in the company of her nurse, a certain Elizabeth Madden, who had been Lady Louisa's own maid before her marriage with Captain MacMahon, and who was devotedly attached to the motherless girl. But Mrs. Madden was not Laura Dunbar's only companion upon this occasion. She was accompanied by her half-sister, Dora MacMahon, who of late years had almost lived at the Abbey, much to the delight of Laura. Nor was the little party without an escort, for Arthur Lovell, the son of the principal solicitor in the town of Shorncliffe, near Maudsley Abbey, attended Miss Dunbar to London. This young man had been a very great favourite with Percival Dunbar, and had been a constant visitor at the Abbey. Before the old man died, he told Arthur Lovell to act in everything as Laura's friend and legal adviser, and the young lawyer was very enthusiastic in behalf of his beautiful client. Why should I seek to make more a mystery of this gentleman's feelings? He loved her. He loved this girl who, by reason of her father's wealth, was as far removed from him as if she had been a duchess. He paid a terrible penalty for every happy hour, every delicious day of simple and innocent enjoyment that he had spent at Maudsley Abbey, for he loved Laura Dunbar, and he feared that his love was hopeless. It was hopeless in the present, at any rate, for although he was handsome, clever, high-spirited, and honourable, a gentleman in the noblest sense of that word, he was no fit husband for the daughter of Henry Dunbar. He was an only son, and he was heir to a very comfortable little fortune, but he knew that the millionaire would have laughed him to scorn had he dared to make proposals for Laura's hand. But was his love hopeless in the future? That was the question which he perpetually asked himself. He was proud and ambitious. He knew that he was clever. He could not help knowing this, though he was entirely without conceit. A government appointment in India had been offered to him through the intervention of a nobleman, a friend of his father's. This appointment would afford the chance of a noble career to a man who knew how to seize the golden opportunity, which mediocrity neglects, but which genius makes the stepping-stone to greatness. The nobleman who made the offer to Arthur Lovell had written to say that there was no necessity for an immediate decision. If Arthur accepted the appointment, he would not be obliged to leave England until the end of a 12-month, as the vacancy would not occur before that time. In the meanwhile, Lord Herriston wrote to the solicitor, "Your son can think the matter over, my dear Lovell, and make his decision with all due deliberation." Arthur Lovell had already made that decision. "I will go to India," he said, "for if ever I am to win Laura Dunbar, I must succeed in life. But before I go, I will tell her that I love her. If she returns my love, my struggles will be sweet to me, for they will be made for her sake. If she does not—" He did not finish the sentence even in his own mind. He could not bear to think that it was possible he might hear his death knell from the lips he worshipped. He had gladly seized upon the opportunity afforded by this visit to the town house. "I will speak to her before her father returns," he thought. "She will speak the truth to me now fearlessly, for it is her nature to be fearless and candid as a child. But his coming may change her. She is fond of him and will be ruled by him. Heaven grant he may rule her wisely and gently." On the 17th of August, Laura and Mrs. Madden arrived in Portland Place. Arthur Lovell parted with his beautiful client at the railway station, and drove off to the hotel at which he was in the habit of staying. He called upon Miss Dunbar on the 18th, but found that she was out shopping with Mrs. Madden. He called again on the morning of the 19th, that bright sunny August morning on which the body of the murdered man lay in the darkened chamber at Winchester. It was only 10 o'clock when the young lawyer made his appearance in the pleasant morning room occupied by Laura Dunbar whenever she stayed in Portland Place. The breakfast equipage was still upon the table in the centre of the room. Mrs. Madden, who was companion, housekeeper, and confidential maid to her charming young mistress, was officiating at the breakfast table. Dora Macmahon was sitting near her, with an open book by the side of her breakfast cup, and Miss Laura Dunbar was lounging in a low easy chair, near a broad window that opened into a conservatory filled with exotics, that made the air heavy with their almost overpowering perfume. She rose as Arthur Lovell came into the room, and she looked more like a lily than ever in her long loose morning dress of soft semi-diaphanous muslin. Her thick auburn hair was twisted into a diadem that crowned her broad white forehead, and added a couple of inches to her height. She held out her little ringed hand, and the jewels on her white fingers scintillated in the sunlight. "I am so glad to see you, Mr. Lovell," she said. "Dora and I have been miserable, haven't we, Dora? London is as dull as a desert. I went for a drive yesterday, and the Ladies' Mile is as lonely as the Great Sahara. There are plenty of theatres open, and there was a concert at one of the opera houses last night, but that disagreeable Elizabeth wouldn't allow me to go to any one of those entertainments. Grandpapa would have taken me. Dear Grandpapa went everywhere with me." Mrs. Madden shook her head solemnly. "Your grandpa would have gone after you to the remotest end of the world, Miss Laura, if you'd so much as held your finger up to beckon him. Your grandpa spiled you, Miss Laura. A pretty thing it would have been if your pa had come all the way from India to find his only daughter gallivanting at a theatre." Miss Dunbar looked at her old nurse with an arch smile. She was very lovely when she smiled. She was very lovely when she frowned. She was most beautiful, always, Arthur Lovell thought. "But I shouldn't have been gallivanting, you dear old Madden," she cried, with a joyous silver laugh that was like the ripple of a cascade under a sunny sky. "I should only have been sitting quietly in a private box, with my rapid, precious, aggravating, darling old nurse to keep watch and ward over me. Besides, how could papa be angry with me upon the first day of his coming home?" Mrs. Madden shook her head again, even more solemnly than before. "I don't know about that, Miss Laura. You mustn't expect to find Mr. Dunbar like your grandpa." A sudden cloud fell upon the girl's lovely face. "Why, Elizabeth," she said, "you don't mean that papa will be unkind to me?" "I don't know your pa, Miss Laura. I never set eyes upon Mr. Dunbar in my life. But the Indian servant that brought you over, when you was but a bit of a baby, said that your pa was proud and passionate, and that even your poor ma, which he loved her better than any living creature upon this earth, was almost afraid of him." The smile had quite vanished from Laura Dunbar's face by this time, and the blue eyes filled suddenly with tears. "Oh, what shall I do if my father is unkind to me?" she said piteously. "I have so looked forward to his coming home. I have counted the very days. And if he is unkind to me, if he does not love me—" She covered her face with her hands and turned away her head. "Laura!" exclaimed Arthur Lovell, addressing her for the first time by her Christian name, "how could any one help loving you? How—" He stopped, half ashamed of his passionate enthusiasm. In those few words he had revealed the secret of his heart, but Laura Dunbar was too innocent to understand the meaning of those eager words. Mrs. Madden understood them perfectly, and she smiled approvingly at the young man. Arthur Lovell was a great favourite with Laura Dunbar's nurse. She knew that he adored her young mistress, and she looked upon him as a model of all that is noble and chivalrous. She began to fidget with her silver tea canisters, and then looked significantly at Dora Macmahon, but Miss Macmahon did not understand that significant glance. Her dark eyes, and she had very beautiful eyes, with a grave, half-pensive softness in their sombre depths, were fixed upon the two young faces in the sunny window, the girl's face clouded with a look of sorrowful perplexity, the young man's face eloquent with tender meaning. Dora Macmahon's colour went and came as she looked at that earnest countenance, and the fingers which were absently turning the leaves of her book were faintly tremulous. "Your new bonnet's come home this morning, Miss Dora," Elizabeth Madden said, rather sharply. "Perhaps you'd like to come upstairs and have a look at it." "My new bonnet?" murmured Dora, vaguely. "La, yes, miss, the new bonnet you bought in Regent Street only yesterday afternoon. I never did see such a forgetful wool-gathering young lady in all my life as you are this blessed morning, Miss Dora." The absent-minded young lady rose suddenly, bewildered by Mrs. Madden's animated desire for an inspection of the bonnet, but she very willingly left the room with Laura's old nurse, who was accustomed to have her mandates obeyed even by the wayward heiress of Maudesley Abbey, and Laura was left alone with the young lawyer. Miss Dunbar had seated herself once more in the low easy-chair by the window. She sat with her elbow resting on the cushioned arm of the chair, and her head supported by her hand. Her eyes were fixed, and looked straight before her, with a thoughtful gaze that was strange to her, for her nature was as joyous as that of a bird, whose music fills all the wide heaven with one rejoicing psalm. Arthur Lovell drew his chair nearer to the thoughtful girl. "Laura," he said, "why are you so silent? I never saw you so serious before, except after your grandfather's death." "I am thinking of my father," she answered, in a low, tremulous voice, which was broken by her tears. "I am thinking that perhaps he will not love me." "Not love you, Laura? Who could help loving you? Oh, if I dared, if I could venture! I must speak, Laura Dunbar. My whole life hangs upon the issue, and I will speak. I am not a poor man, Laura, but you are so divided from the rest of the world by your father's wealth, that I have feared to speak. I have feared to tell you that which you might have discovered for yourself, had you not been as innocent as your own pet doves in the dovecot at Maudesley." The girl looked at him with wondering eyes that were still wet with unshed tears. "I love you, Laura, I love you. The world would call me beneath you in station now, but I am a man, and I have a man's ambition, a strong man's iron will. Everything is possible to him who has sworn to conquer, and for your sake, Laura, for your love, I should overcome obstacles that to another man might be invincible. I am going to India, Laura. I am going to carve my way to fame and fortune, for fame and fortune are slaves that come to the brave man's bidding. They are only masters when the coward calls them. Remember, my beloved one, this wealth that now stands between you and me may not always be yours. Your father is not an old man. He may marry again, and have a son to inherit his wealth. Would to heaven, Laura, that it might be so. But be that as it may, I despair of nothing if I dare hope for your love. Oh, Laura, dearest, one word to tell me that I may hope. Remember how happy we have been together, little children playing with flowers and butterflies in the gardens at Maudesley, boy and girl rambling hand in hand beside the wandering Avon, man and woman standing in mournful silence by your grandfather's deathbed. The past is a bond of union betwixt us, Laura. Look back at those happy days, and give me one word, my darling, one word to tell me that you love me." Laura Dunbar looked up at him with a sweet smile, and laid her soft white hand on his. "I do love you, Arthur," she said, "as dearly as I should have loved my brother had I ever known a brother's love." The young man bowed his head in silence. When he looked up, Laura Dunbar saw that he was very pale. "You only love me as a brother, Laura?" "How else should I love you?" she asked innocently. Arthur Lovell looked at her with a mournful smile, a tender smile that was exquisitely beautiful, for it was the look of a man who was prepared to resign his own happiness for the sake of her he loves. "Enough, Laura," he said quietly. "I have received my sentence. You do not love me, dearest. You have yet to suffer life's great fever." She clasped her hands and looked at him beseechingly. "You are not angry with me, Arthur?" she said. "Angry with you, my sweet one. And you will still love me?" "Yes, Laura, with all a brother's devotion. And if ever you have need of my services, you shall find what it is to have a faithful friend who holds his life at small value beside your happiness." He said no more, for there was the sound of carriage wheels below the window, and then a loud double knock at the hall door. Laura started to her feet, and her bright face grew pale. "My father has come!" she exclaimed. But it was not her father. It was Mr. Balderby, who had just come from St. Gundolph Lane, where he had received Henry Dunbar's telegraphic despatch. Every vestige of colour faded out of Laura's face as she recognized the junior partner of the banking house. "Something has happened to my father," she cried. "No, no, Miss Dunbar," exclaimed Mr. Balderby, anxious to reassure her. "Your father has arrived in England safely, and is well, as I believe. He is staying at Winchester, and he has telegraphed to me to go to him there immediately." "Something has happened, then?" "Yes, but not to Mr. Dunbar individually, so far as I can make out by the telegraphic message. I was to come to you here, Miss Dunbar, to tell you not to expect your papa for some few days, and then I am to go on to Winchester, taking a lawyer with me." "A lawyer!" exclaimed Laura. "Yes, I am going to Lincoln's Inn immediately, to Messrs. Walford and Walford, our own solicitors." "Let Mr. Lovell go with you," cried Mr. Dunbar. "He always acted as poor grandpapa's solicitor. Let him go with you." "Yes, Mr. Balderby," exclaimed the young man, "I beg you to allow me to accompany you. I shall be very glad to be of service to Mr. Dunbar." Mr. Balderby hesitated for a few moments. "Well, I really don't see why you shouldn't go if you wish to do so," he said presently. "Mr. Dunbar says he wants a lawyer. He doesn't name any particular lawyer. We shall save time by your going, for we shall be able to catch the 11 o'clock express." He looked at his watch. "There's not a moment to lose. Good morning, Miss Dunbar. We'll take care of your papa, and bring him to you in triumph. Come, Lovell." Arthur Lovell shook hands with Laura, murmured a few words in her ear, and hurried away with Mr. Balderby. She had spoken the death knell of his dearest hopes. He had seen his sentence in her innocent face, but he loved her still. There was something in her virginal candour, her bright young loveliness, that touched the noblest chords of his heart. He loved her with a chivalrous devotion which, after all, is as natural to the breast of a young Englishman in these modern days, miscalled degenerate, as when the spotless knight King Arthur loved and wooed his queen. End of Chapter 10. Recording by Lynn Thompson. Chapter 11 of Henry Dunbar. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. Henry Dunbar by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 11. The Inquest. The coroner's inquest, which had been appointed to take place at noon that day, was postponed until 3 o'clock in the afternoon, in compliance with the earnest request of Henry Dunbar. Whenever was the earnest request of a millionaire refused? The coroner, who was a fussy little man, very readily acceded to Mr. Dunbar's entreaties. "I am a stranger in England," the Anglo-Indian said. "I was never in my life present at an inquest. The murdered man was connected with me. He was last seen in my company. It is vitally necessary that I should have a legal adviser to watch the proceedings on my behalf. Who knows what dark suspicions may arise, affecting my name and honour?" The banker made this remark in the presence of 4 or 5 of the jurymen, the coroner, and Mr. Cricklewood, the surgeon, who had been called in to examine the body of the man supposed to have been murdered. Every one of those gentlemen protested loudly and indignantly against the idea of the bare possibility that any suspicion, or the shadow of a suspicion, should attach to such a man as Mr. Dunbar. They knew nothing of him, of course, except that he was Henry Dunbar, chief of the rich banking house of Dunbar, Dunbar, and Balderby, and that he was a millionaire. Was it likely that a millionaire would commit a murder? When had a millionaire ever been known to commit a murder? Never, of course. The Anglo-Indian sat in his private sitting-room at the George Hotel, writing and examining his papers, perpetually writing, perpetually sorting and resorting those packets of letters in the dispatch-box, while he waited for the coming of Mr. Balderby. The postponement of the coroner's inquest was a very good thing for the landlord of the Foresters' Arms. People went in and out, and loitered about the premises, and lounged in the bar, drinking and talking all the morning, and the theme of every conversation was the murder that had been done in the Grove on the way to St. Cross. Mr. Balderby and Arthur Lovell arrived at the George a few minutes before 2 o'clock. They were shown at once into the apartment in which Henry Dunbar sat waiting for them. Arthur Lovell had been thinking of Laura and Laura's father throughout the journey from London. He had wondered, as he got nearer and nearer to Winchester, what would be his first impression respecting Mr. Dunbar. That first impression was not a good one. No, it was not a good one. Mr. Dunbar was a handsome man, a very handsome man, tall and aristocratic-looking, with a certain haughty pace in his manner that harmonized well with his good looks. But, in spite of all this, the impression which he made upon the mind of Arthur Lovell was not an agreeable one. The young lawyer had heard the story of the forgery vaguely hinted at by those who were familiar with the history of the Dunbar family, and he had heard that the early life of Henry Dunbar had been that of a selfish spendthrift. Perhaps this may have had some influence upon his feelings in this his first meeting with the father of the woman he loved. Henry Dunbar told the story of the murder. The two men were inexpressibly shocked by the story. "But where is Sampson Wilmot?" exclaimed Mr. Balderby. "It was he whom I sent to meet you, knowing that he was the only person in the office who remembered you, or whom you remembered." "Sampson was taken ill upon the way, according to his brother's story," Mr. Dunbar answered. "Joseph left the poor old man somewhere upon the road." "He did not say where?" "No, and strange to say, I forgot to ask him the question. The poor fellow amused me by old memories of the past on the road between Southampton and this place, and we therefore talked very little of the present." "Sampson must be very ill," exclaimed Mr. Balderby, "or he would certainly have returned to St. Gundolph Lane to tell me what had taken place." Mr. Dunbar smiled. "If he was too ill to go on to Southampton, he would, of course, be too ill to return to London," he said, with supreme indifference. Mr. Balderby, who was a good-hearted man, was distressed at the idea of Sampson Wilmot's desolation, an old man stricken with sudden illness and abandoned to strangers. Arthur Lovell was silent. He sat a little way apart from the two others, watching Henry Dunbar. At 3 o'clock the inquest commenced. The witnesses summoned were two Irishmen, Patrick Hennessy and Philip Murtock, who had found the body in the stream near St. Cross. Mr. Cricklewood, the surgeon, the verger who had seen and spoken to the two men, and who had afterwards shown the cathedral to Mr. Dunbar, the landlord of the George, and the waiter who had served the travellers and had taken Mr. Dunbar's orders for the dinner, and Henry Dunbar himself. There were a great many people in the room, for by this time the tidings of the murder had spread far and wide. There were influential people present, amongst others Sir Arden Westhorpe, one of the county magistrates resident at Winchester. Arthur Lovell, Mr. Balderby, and the Anglo-Indian sat in a little group apart from the rest. The jurymen were ranged upon either side of a long mahogany table. The coroner sat at the top. But before the examination of the witnesses was commenced, the jurymen were conducted into that dismal chamber where the dead man lay upon one of those long taproom tables. Arthur Lovell went with them, and Mr. Cricklewood, the surgeon, proceeded to examine the corpse, so as to enable him to give evidence respecting the cause of death. The face of the dead man was distorted and blackened by the agony of strangulation. The coroner and the jurymen looked at that dead face with wondering, awe-stricken glances. Sometimes a cruel stab that goes straight home to the heart will leave the face of the murdered as calm as the face of a sleeping child, but in this case it was not so. The horrible stamp of assassination was branded upon that rigid brow. Horror, surprise, and the dread agony of sudden death were all blended in the expression of the face. The jurymen talked a little to one another in scarcely audible whispers, asked a few questions of the surgeon, and then walked softly from the darkened room. The facts of the case were very simple, and speedily elicited. But whatever the truth of that awful story might be, there was nothing that threw any light upon the mystery. Arthur Lovell, watching the case in the interests of Mr. Dunbar, asked several questions of the witnesses. Mr. Dunbar was himself the first person examined. He gave a very simple and intelligible account of all that had taken place from the moment of his landing at Southampton. "I found the deceased waiting to receive me when I landed," he said. "He told me that he came as a substitute for another person. I did not know him at first. That is to say, I did not recognize him as the valet who had been in my service prior to my leaving England 35 years ago. But he made himself known to me afterwards, and he told me that he had met his brother in London on the 16th of this month, and had travelled with him part of the way to Southampton. He also told me that, on the way to Southampton, his brother, Sampson Wilmot, a much older man than the deceased, was taken ill, and that the two men then parted company." Mr. Dunbar had said all this with perfect self-possession, and with great deliberation. He was so very self-possessed, so very deliberate, that it seemed almost as if he had been reciting something which he had learned by heart. Arthur Lovell, watching him very intently, saw this, and wondered at it. It is very usual for a witness, even the most indifferent witness, giving evidence about some trifling matter, to be confused, to falter, to hesitate, and contradict himself, embarrassed by the strangeness of his position. But Henry Dunbar was in no wise discomposed by the awful nature of the event which had happened. He was pale, but his firmly set lips, his erect carriage, the determined glance of his eyes, bore witness to the strength of his nerves and the power of his intellect. "The man must be made of iron," Arthur Lovell thought to himself. "He is either a very great man, or a very wicked one. I almost fear to ask myself which." "Where did the deceased, Joseph Wilmot, say he left his brother Sampson, Mr. Dunbar?" asked the coroner. "I do not remember." The coroner scratched his chin thoughtfully. "This is rather awkward," he said. "The evidence of this man Sampson might throw some light upon this most mysterious event." Mr. Dunbar then told the rest of his story. He spoke of the luncheon at Southampton, the journey from Southampton to Winchester, the afternoon stroll down to the meadows near St. Cross. "Can you tell us the exact spot at which you parted with the deceased?" asked the coroner. "No," Mr. Dunbar answered. "You must bear in mind that I am a stranger in England. I have not been in this neighbourhood since I was a boy. My old schoolfellow, Michael Marston, married and settled at the Ferns during my absence in India. I found at Southampton that I should have a few hours on my hands before I could travel express for London, and I came to this place on purpose to see my old friend. I was very much disappointed to find that he was dead, but I thought that I would call upon his widow, from whom I should no doubt hear the story of my poor friend's last moments. I went with Joseph Wilmot through the cathedral yard and down towards St. Cross. The verger saw us, and spoke to us as we went by." The verger, who was standing amongst the other witnesses, waiting to be examined, here exclaimed, "Ay, that I did, sir. I remember it well." "At what time did you leave the George?" "At a little after 4 o'clock." "Where did you go then?" "I went," answered Mr. Dunbar boldly, "into the grove with the deceased arm in arm. We walked together about a quarter of a mile under the trees, and I had intended to go on to the Ferns to call upon Michael Marston's widow, but my habits of late years have been sedentary, and the heat of the day and the walk together were too much for me. I sent Joseph Wilmot on to the Ferns, with a message for Mrs. Marston, asking at what hour she could conveniently receive me to-day, and I returned to the cathedral. Joseph Wilmot was to deliver his message at the Ferns, and rejoin me in the cathedral. He was to return to the cathedral? Yes. But why should he not have returned to the George Hotel? Why should you wait for him at the cathedral? Arthur Lovell listened with a strange expression upon his face. If Henry Dunbar was pale, Henry Dunbar's legal adviser was still more so. The jurymen stared aghast at the coroner, as if they had been awe-stricken by his impertinence towards the chief partner of the great banking house of Dunbar, Dunbar, and Balderby. How dared he, a man with an income of £500 a year at the most, how dared he discredit or question any assertion made by Henry Dunbar? The Anglo-Indian smiled, a little contemptuously. He stood in a careless attitude, playing with the golden trinkets at his watch-chain, with the hot August sunshine streaming upon his face from a bare, unshaded window opposite him. But he did not attempt to escape that almost blinding glare. He stood facing the sunlight, facing the gaze of the coroner and the jurymen, the scrutinizing glance of Arthur Lovell. Unabashed and nonchalant, as if he had been standing in a ballroom, the hero of the hour, the admired of all who looked upon him, Mr. Dunbar stood before the coroner and jury, and told the broken history of his old servant's death. Yes, Mr. Lovell thought again, as he watched the rich man's face, his nerves must be made of iron. End of chapter 11. Recording by Lynn Thompson. Chapter 12 of Henry Dunbar. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. Henry Dunbar by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 12. Arrested. The coroner repeated his question. Why did you tell the deceased to join you at the cathedral, Mr. Dunbar? Merely because it suited my humour at the time to do so, answered the Anglo-Indian coolly. We had been very friendly together, and I had a fancy for going over the cathedral. I thought that Wilmot might return from the Ferns in time to go over some portion of the edifice with me. He was a very intelligent fellow, and I liked his society. But the journey to the Ferns and back would have occupied some time. Perhaps so, answered Mr. Dunbar. I did not know the distance to the Ferns, and I did not make any calculation as to time. I merely said to the deceased, I shall go back and look at the cathedral, and I will wait for you there. I said this, and I told him to be as quick as he could. That was all that passed between you? It was. I then returned to the cathedral. And you waited there for the deceased? I did. I waited until close upon the hour at which I had ordered dinner at the George. There was a pause, during which the coroner looked very thoughtful. I am compelled to ask you one more question, Mr. Dunbar, he said, presently, hesitating a little as he spoke. I am ready to answer any questions you may wish to ask, Mr. Dunbar replied, very quietly. Were you upon friendly terms with the deceased? I have just told you so. We were on excellent terms. I found him an agreeable companion. His manners were those of a gentleman. I don't know how he had picked up his education, but he certainly had contrived to educate himself somehow or other. I understand you were friendly together at the time of his death, but prior to that time. Mr. Dunbar smiled. I have been in India 35 years, he said. Precisely. But before your departure for India, had you any misunderstanding, any serious quarrel with the deceased? Mr. Dunbar's face flushed suddenly, and his brows contracted, as if even his self-possession were not proof against the unpleasant memories of the past. No, he said, with determination, I never quarrelled with him. There has been no cause of quarrel between you? I don't understand your question. I have told you that I never quarrelled with him. Perhaps not, but there might have been some hidden animosity, some smothered feeling, stronger than any openly expressed anger, hidden in your breast. Was there any such feeling? Not on my part. Were there any such feelings on the part of the deceased? Mr. Dunbar looked furtively at William Balderby. The junior partner's eyelids dropped under that stolen glance. It was clear that he knew the story of the forged bills. Had the coroner for Winchester been a clever man, he would have followed that glance of Mr. Dunbar's, and would have understood that the junior partner knew something about the antecedents of the dead man. But the coroner was not a very close observer, and Mr. Dunbar's eager glance escaped him altogether. "Yes," answered the Anglo-Indian, "Joseph Wilmot had a grudge against me before I sailed for Calcutta, but we settled all that at Southampton, and I promised to allow him an annuity." "You promised him an annuity?" "Yes, not a very large one, only £50 a year, but he was quite satisfied with that promise." "He had some claim upon you, then?" "No, he had no claim whatever upon me," replied Mr. Dunbar, haughtily. Of course it could be scarcely pleasant for a millionaire to be cross-questioned in this manner by an impertinent Hampshire coroner. The jurymen sympathized with the banker. The coroner looked rather puzzled. "If the deceased had no claim upon you, why did you promise him an annuity?" he asked, after a pause. "I made that promise for the sake of auld lang syne," answered Mr. Dunbar. "Joseph Wilmot was a favourite servant of mine 35 years ago. We were young men together. I believe that he had, at one time, a very sincere affection for me. I know that I always liked him." "How long were you in the grove with the deceased?" "Not more than 10 minutes." "And you cannot describe the spot where you left him?" "Not very easily. I could point it out, perhaps, if I were taken there." "What time elapsed between your leaving the cathedral yard with the deceased and your returning to it without him?" "Perhaps half an hour." "Not longer?" "No, I do not imagine that it can have been longer." "Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. That will do for the present," said the coroner. The banker returned to his seat. Arthur Lovell, still watching him, saw that his strong white hand trembled a little as his fingers trifled with those glittering toys hanging to his watch-chain. The verger was the next person examined. He described how he had been loitering in the yard of the cathedral as the two men passed across it. He told how they had gone by arm in arm, laughing and talking together. "Which of them was talking as they passed you?" asked the coroner. "Mr. Dunbar." "Could you hear what he was saying?" "No, sir. I could hear his voice, but I couldn't hear the words." "What time elapsed between Mr. Dunbar and the deceased leaving the cathedral yard, and Mr. Dunbar returning alone?" The verger scratched his head and looked doubtfully at Henry Dunbar. That gentleman was looking straight before him, and seemed quite unconscious of the verger's glance. "I can't quite say exactly how long it was, sir," the old man answered, after a pause. "Why can't you say exactly?" "Because, you see, sir, I didn't keep no particular count of the time, and I shouldn't like to tell a falsehood." "You must not tell a falsehood. We want the truth, and nothing but the truth." "I know, sir; but you see I am an old man, and my memory is not as good as it used to be. I think Mr. Dunbar was away an hour." Arthur Lovell gave an involuntary start. Every one of the jurymen looked suddenly at Mr. Dunbar. But the Anglo-Indian did not flinch. He was looking at the verger now with a quiet, steady gaze, which seemed that of a man who had nothing to fear, and who was serene and undisturbed by reason of his innocence. "We don't want to know what you think," the coroner said. "You must tell us only what you are certain of." "Then I'm not certain, sir." "You are not certain that Mr. Dunbar was absent for an hour?" "Not quite certain, sir." "But very nearly certain. Is that so?" "Yes, sir, I'm very nearly certain. You see, sir, when the two gentlemen went through the yard, the cathedral clock was chiming the 4:15. I remember that. And when Mr. Dunbar came back, I was just going away to my tea, and I seldom go to my tea until it's gone 5. But supposing it to have struck 5 when Mr. Dunbar returned, That would only make it 3/4 of an hour after the time at which he went through the yard, supposing him to have gone through, as you say, at 4:15. The verger scratched his head again. "I'd been loitering about yesterday afternoon, sir," he said, "and I was a bit late thinking of my tea." "And you believe, therefore, that Mr. Dunbar was absent for an hour?" "Yes, sir, an hour, or more." "An hour, or more?" "Yes, sir." "He was absent more than an hour? Do you mean to say that?" "It might have been more, sir. I didn't keep no particular count of the time." Arthur Lovell had taken out his pocket-book, and was making notes of the verger's evidence. The old man went on to describe his having shown Mr. Dunbar all over the cathedral. He made no mention of that sudden faintness which had seized upon the Anglo-Indian at the door of one of the chapels, but he described the rich man's manner as having been affable in the extreme. He told how Henry Dunbar had loitered at the door of the cathedral, and afterwards lingered in the quadrangle, waiting for the coming of his servant. He told all this, with many encomiums upon the rich man's pleasant manner. The next, and perhaps the most important witnesses, were the two labourers, Philip Murtock and Patrick Hennessy, who had found the body of the murdered man. Patrick Hennessy was sent out of the room while Murtock gave his evidence, but the evidence of the two men tallied in every particular. They were Irishmen, reapers, and were returning from a harvest supper at a farm 5 miles from St. Cross upon the previous evening. One of them had knelt down upon the edge of the stream to get a drink of water in the crown of his felt hat, and had been horrified by seeing the face of the dead man looking up at him in the moonlight, through the shallow water that barely covered it. The two men had dragged the body out of the streamlet, and Philip Murtock had watched beside it while Patrick Hennessy had gone to seek assistance. The dead man's clothes had been stripped from him, with the exception of his trousers and boots, and the other part of his body was bare. There was a revolting brutality in this fact. It seemed that the murderer had stripped his victim for the sake of the clothes which he had worn. There could be little doubt, therefore, that the murder had been committed for the greed of gain, and not from any motive of revenge. Arthur Lovell breathed more freely. Until this moment his mind had been racked in agonizing doubts. Dark suspicions had been working in his breast. He had been tortured by the idea that the Anglo-Indian had murdered his old servant in order to remove out of his way the chief witness of the crime of his youth. But if this had been so, the murderer would never have lingered upon the scene of his crime in order to strip the clothes from his victim's body. No, the deed had doubtless been done by some savage wretch, some lost and ignorant creature, hardened by a long life of crime, and preying like a wild beast upon his fellow-men. Such murders are done in the world. Blood has been shed for the sake of some prize so small, so paltry, that it has been difficult for men to believe that one human being could destroy another for such an object. Heaven have pity upon the wretch so lost as to be separated from his fellow-creatures by reason of the vileness of his nature. Heaven strengthen the hands of those who seek to spread Christian enlightenment and education through the land, for it is only those blessings that will thin the crowded prison-wards, and rob the gallows of its victims. The robbery of the dead man's clothes, and such property as he might have had about him at the time of his death, gave a new aspect to the murder in the eyes of Arthur Lovell. The case was clear and plain now, and the young man's duty was no longer loathsome to him, for he no longer suspected Henry Dunbar. The constabulary had already been busy. The spot upon which the murder had been committed, and the neighbourhood of that spot, had been diligently searched, but no vestige of the dead man's garments had been found. The medical man's evidence was very brief. He stated that when he arrived at the Foresters' Arms he found the deceased quite dead, and that he appeared to have been dead some hours; that from the bruises and marks on the throat and neck, some contusions on the back of the head, and other appearances on the body, which witness minutely described, he said there were indications of a struggle having taken place between deceased and some other person or persons; that the man had been thrown or had fallen down violently, and that death had ultimately been caused by strangling and suffocation. The coroner questioned the surgeon very closely as to how long he thought the murdered man had been dead. The medical man declined to give any positive statement on this point. He could only say that when he was called in the body was cold, and that the deceased might have been dead 3 hours, or he might have been dead 5 hours. It was impossible to form an opinion with regard to the exact time at which death had taken place. The evidence of the waiter and the landlord of the George only went to show that the two men had arrived at the hotel together, that they had appeared in very high spirits, and on excellent terms with each other, that Mr. Dunbar had shown very great concern and anxiety about the absence of his companion, and had declined to eat his dinner until 9 o'clock. This closed the evidence, and the jury retired. They were absent about a quarter of an hour, and then returned a verdict of wilful murder against some person or persons unknown. Henry Dunbar, Arthur Lovell, and Mr. Balderby went back to the hotel. It was past 6 o'clock when the coroner's inquest was concluded, and the three men sat down to dinner together at 7. That dinner party was not a pleasant one. There was a feeling of oppression upon the minds of the three men. The awful event of the previous day cast its dreadful shadow upon them. They could not talk freely of this subject, for it was too ghastly a theme for discussion, and to talk of any other seemed almost impossible. Arthur Lovell had observed with surprise that Henry Dunbar had not once spoken of his daughter, and yet this was scarcely strange. The utterance of that name might have jarred upon the father's feelings at such a time as this. "You will write to Miss Dunbar to-night, will you not, sir?" the young man said, at last. "I fear that she will have been very anxious about you all this day. She was alarmed by your message to Mr. Balderby." "I shall not write," said the banker, "for I hope to see my daughter to-night." "You will leave Winchester this evening, then?" "Yes, by the 10:15 express. I should have travelled by that train yesterday evening, but for this terrible event." Arthur Lovell looked rather astonished at this. "You are surprised," said Mr. Dunbar. "I thought perhaps you might stay until—" "Until what?" asked the Anglo-Indian. "Everything is finished, is it not? The inquest was concluded to-day. I shall leave full directions for the burial of this poor fellow, and an ample sum for his funeral expenses. I spoke to the coroner upon that subject this afternoon. What more can I do?" "Nothing, certainly," answered Arthur Lovell, with rather a hesitating manner. "But I thought, under the peculiar circumstances, it might be better that you should remain upon the spot, if possible, until some steps shall have been taken for the finding of the murderer." He did not like to give utterance to the thought that was in his mind, for he was thinking that some people would perhaps suspect Mr. Dunbar himself, and that it might be well for him to remain upon the scene of the murder until that suspicion should be done away with by the arrest of the real murderer. The banker shook his head. "I very much doubt the discovery of the guilty man," he said. "What is there to hinder his escape?" "Everything," answered Arthur Lovell warmly. "First, the stupidity of guilt, the blind, besotted folly which so often betrays the murderer. It is not the commission of a crime only that is horrible. Think of the hideous state of the criminal's mind after the deed is done. And it is at that time, immediately after the crime has been perpetrated, when the breast of the murderer is like a raging hell. It is at that time that he is called upon to be most circumspect, to keep guard upon his every look, his smallest word, his most trivial action. For he knows that every look and action is watched, that every word is greedily listened to by men who are eager to bring his guilt home to him, by hungry men wrestling for his conviction as a result that will bring them a golden reward, by practised men who have studied the philosophy of crime, and who, by reason of their peculiar skill, are able to read dark meanings in words and looks that to other people are like a strange language. He knows that the scent of blood is in the air, and that the bloodhounds are at their loathsome work. He knows this, and at such a time he is called upon to face the world with a bold front, and so to fashion his words and looks that he shall deceive the secret watchers. He is never alone. The servant who waits upon him, or the railway guard who shows him to his seat in the first-class carriage, the porter who carries his luggage, or the sailor who looks at him scrutinizingly as he breathes the fresh sea air upon the deck of that ship which is to carry him to a secure hiding-place, any one of these may be a disguised detective, and at any moment the bolt may fall. He may feel the light hand upon his shoulder, and know that he is a doomed man. Who can wonder, then, that a criminal is generally a coward, and that he betrays himself by some blind folly of his own? The young man had been carried away by his subject, and had spoken with a strange energy. Mr. Dunbar laughed aloud at the lawyer's enthusiasm. "You should have been a barrister, Mr. Lovell," he said. "That would have been a capital opening for your speech as counsel for the Crown. I can see the wretched criminal shivering in the dock, cowering under that burst of forensic eloquence." Henry Dunbar laughed heartily as he finished speaking, and then threw himself back in his easy-chair, and passed his handkerchief across his handsome forehead, as it was his habit to do occasionally. "In this case I think the criminal will be most likely arrested," Arthur Lovell continued, still dwelling upon the subject of the murder. "He will be traced by those clothes. He will endeavour to sell them, of course, and as he is most likely some wretchedly ignorant boor, he will probably try to sell them within a few miles of the scene of the crime." "I hope he will be found," said Mr. Balderby, filling his glass with claret as he spoke. "I never heard any good of this man Wilmot, and indeed I believe he went to the bad altogether after you left England, Mr. Dunbar." "Indeed!" "Yes," answered the junior partner, looking rather nervously at his chief. "He committed forgery, I believe, fabricated forged bank–notes, or something of that kind, and was transported for life, I heard." "But I suppose he got a remission of his sentence, or something of that kind, and returned to England." "I had no idea of this," said Mr. Dunbar. "He did not tell you, then?" "Oh no, it was scarcely likely that he should tell me." Very little more was said upon the subject just then. At 9 o'clock Mr. Dunbar left the room to see to the packing of his things, and a little before 10 the three gentlemen drove away from the George Hotel, on their way to the station. They reached the station at 5 minutes past 10. The train was not due until a quarter past. Mr. Balderby went to the office to procure the 3 tickets. Henry Dunbar and Arthur Lovell walked arm in arm up and down the platform. As the bell for the up train was ringing, a man came suddenly upon the platform and looked about him. He recognized the banker, walked straight up to him, and, taking off his hat, addressed Mr. Dunbar respectfully. "I am sorry to detain you, sir," he said, "but I have a warrant to prevent you leaving Winchester." "What do you mean?" "I hold a warrant for your apprehension, sir." "From whom?" "From Sir Arden Westhorpe, our chief county magistrate, and I am to take you before him immediately, sir." "Upon what charge?" cried Arthur Lovell. "Upon suspicion of having been concerned in the murder of Joseph Wilmot." The millionaire drew himself up haughtily, and looked at the constable with a proud smile. "This is too absurd," he said, "but I am quite ready to go with you. Be good enough to telegraph to my daughter, Mr. Lovell," he added, turning to the young man. "Tell her that circumstances over which I have no control will detain me in Winchester for a week. Take care not to alarm her." Everybody about the station had collected on the platform, and made a circle about Mr. Dunbar. They stood a little aloof from him, looking at him with respectful interest, altogether different from the eager clamorous curiosity with which they would have regarded any ordinary man suspected of the same crime. He was suspected, but he could not be guilty. Why should a millionaire commit a murder? The motives that might influence other men could have no weight with him. The bystanders repeated this to one another, as they followed Mr. Dunbar and his custodian from the station, loudly indignant against the minions of the law. Mr. Dunbar, the constable, and Mr. Balderby drove straight to the magistrate's house. The junior partner offered any amount of bail for his chief, but the Anglo-Indian motioned him to silence, with a haughty gesture. "I thank you, Mr. Balderby," he said proudly, "but I will not accept my liberty on sufferance. Sir Arden Westhorpe has chosen to arrest me, and I shall abide the issue of that arrest." It was in vain that the junior partner protested against this. Henry Dunbar was inflexible. "I hope, and I venture to believe, that you are as innocent as I am myself of this horrible crime, Mr. Dunbar," the baronet said, kindly, "and I sympathise with you in this very terrible position. But upon the information laid before me, I consider it my duty to detain you until the matter shall have been further investigated. You were the last person seen with the deceased." "And for that reason it is supposed that I strangled my old servant for the sake of his clothes," cried Mr. Dunbar, bitterly. "I am a stranger in England, but if that is your English law, I am not sorry that the best part of my life has been passed in India. However, I am perfectly willing to submit to any examination that may be considered necessary to the furtherance of justice." So, upon the second night of his arrival in England, Henry Dunbar, chief of the wealthy house of Dunbar, Dunbar, and Balderby, slept in a Winchester gaol. End of chapter 12.
Chapter 13 of Henry Dunbar. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Henry Dunbar by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 13. The prisoner is remanded. Mr. Dunbar was brought before Sir Arden Westhorpe at 10 o'clock on the morning after his arrest. The witnesses who had given evidence at the inquest were again summoned, and, with the exception of the verger and Mr. Dunbar, who was now a prisoner, gave the same evidence, or evidence to the same effect. Arthur Lovell again watched the proceedings in the interest of Laura's father, and cross-examined some of the witnesses. But very little new evidence was elicited. The empty pocket-book, which had been found a few paces from the body, was produced. The rope by which the murdered man had been strangled was also produced and examined. It was a common rope, rather slender, and about 1.5 yards in length. It was made into a running noose that had been drawn tightly round the neck of the victim. Had the victim been a strong man, he might perhaps have resisted the attack, and might have prevented his assailant tightening the fatal knot. But the surgeon bore witness that the dead man, though tall and stalwart-looking, had not been strong. It was a strange murder, a bloodless murder, a deed that must have been done by a man of unfaltering resolution and iron nerve. For it must have been the work of a moment, in which the victim's first cry of surprise was stifled ere it was half uttered. The chief witness upon this day was the verger, and it was in consequence of certain remarks dropped by him that Henry Dunbar had been arrested. Upon the afternoon of the inquest, this official had found himself a person of considerable importance. He was surrounded by eager gossips, greedy to hear anything he might have to tell upon the subject of the murder, and amongst those who listened to his talk was one of the constables, a sharp, clear-headed fellow, who was on the watch for any hint that might point to the secret of Joseph Wilmot's death. The verger, in describing the events of the previous afternoon, spoke of that one fact which he had omitted to refer to before the coroner. He spoke of the sudden faintness which had come over Mr. Dunbar. "Poor gentleman," he said, "I don't think I ever see the like of anything as come over him so sudden. He walked along the aisle with his head up, dashing and military-like, but all in a minute he reeled as if he'd been dead drunk, and he would have fell if there hadn't been a bench handy. Down he dropped upon that bench like a stone, and when I turned round to look at him, the drops of perspiration was rolling down his forehead like beads. I never see such a face in my life, as ghastly like as if he'd seen a ghost. But he was laughing and smiling the next minute, and it was only the heat of the weather, he says. It's odd as a gentleman that's just come home from India should complain of the heat on such a day as yesterday," said one of the bystanders. This was the substance of the evidence that the verger gave before Sir Arden Westhorpe. This, with the evidence of a boy who had met the deceased and Henry Dunbar close to the spot where the body was found, was the only evidence against the rich man. To the mind of Sir Arden Westhorpe, the agitation displayed by Henry Dunbar in the cathedral was a very strong point, yet what more possible than that the Anglo-Indian should have been seized with a momentary giddiness? He was not a young man, and though his broad chest, square shoulders, and long muscular arm betokened strength, that natural vigour might have been impaired by the effects of a warm climate. There were new witnesses upon this day, people who testified to having been in the neighbourhood of the grove, and in the grove itself, upon that fatal afternoon and evening. Other labourers besides the two Irishmen had passed beneath the shadow of the trees in the moonlight. Idle pedestrians had strolled through the grove in the still twilight. Not one of these had seen Joseph Wilmot, nor had there been heard any cry of anguish or wild shrieks of terror. One man deposed to having met a rough-looking fellow, half gipsy, half hawker, in the grove between 7 and 8 o'clock. Arthur Lovell questioned this person as to the appearance and manner of the man he had met. But the witness declared that there was nothing peculiar in the man's manner. He had not seemed confused, or excited, or hurried, or frightened. He was a coarse-featured, sunburnt, ruffian-looking fellow, and that was all. Mr. Balderby was examined, and swore to the splendid position which Henry Dunbar occupied as chief of the house in St. Gundolph Lane, and then the examination was adjourned, and the prisoner remanded, although Arthur Lovell contended that there was no evidence to justify his detention. Mr. Dunbar still protested against any offer of bail. He again declared that he would rather remain in prison than accept his liberty on sufferance, and go out into the world a suspected man. "I will never leave Winchester Gaol," he said, "until I leave it with my character cleared in the eyes of every living creature." He had been treated with the greatest respect by the prison officials, and had been provided with comfortable apartments. Arthur Lovell and Mr. Balderby were admitted to him whenever he chose to receive them. Meanwhile every voice in Winchester was loud in indignation against those who had caused the detention of the millionaire. Here was an English gentleman, a man whose wealth was something fabulous, newly returned from India, eager to embrace his only child, and before he had done more than set his foot upon his native soil, he was seized upon by obstinate and pig-headed officials, and thrown into a prison. Arthur Lovell worked nobly in the service of Laura's father. He did not particularly like the man, though he wished to like him, but he believed him to be innocent of the dreadful crime imputed to him, and he was determined to make that innocence clear to the eyes of other people. For this purpose he urged on the police upon the track of the strange man, the rough-looking hawker who had been seen in the grove on the day of the murder. He himself left Winchester upon another errand. He went away with the determination of discovering the sick man, Sampson Wilmot. The old clerk's evidence might be most important in such a case as this, as he would perhaps be able to throw much light upon the antecedents and associations of the dead man. The young lawyer travelled along the line, stopping at every station. At Basingstoke he was informed that an old man travelling with his brother had been taken ill, and that he had since died. An inquest had been held upon his remains some days before, and he had been buried by the parish. It was upon the 21st of August that Arthur Lovell visited Basingstoke. The people at the village inn told him that the old man had died at 2 o'clock upon the morning of the 17th, only a few hours after his brother's desertion of him. He had never spoken after the final stroke of paralysis. There was nothing to be learned here, therefore. Death had closed the lips of this witness. But even if Sampson Wilmot had lived to speak, what could he have told? The dead man's antecedents could have thrown little light upon the way in which he had met his death. It was a common murder, after all, a murder that had been done for the sake of the victim's little property, a silver watch, perhaps, a few sovereigns, a coat, waistcoat, and shirt. The only evidence that tended in the least to implicate Henry Dunbar was the fact that he had been the last person seen in company with the dead man, and the discrepancy between his assertion and that of the verger respecting the time during which he had been absent from the cathedral yard. No magistrate in his senses would commit the Anglo-Indian for trial upon such evidence as this. End of chapter 13.
Chapter 14 of Henry Dunbar. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nick Whitley. Henry Dunbar, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 14, Margaret's Journey. While these things were taking place at Winchester, Margaret waited for the coming of her father. She waited until her heart grew sick. But still she did not despair of his return. He had promised to come back to her by 10 o'clock upon the evening of the 16th. But he was not a man who always kept his promises. He had often left her in the same manner, and had stayed away for days and weeks together. There was nothing extraordinary, therefore, in his absence. And if the girl's heart grew sick, it was not with the fear that her father would not return to her, but with the thought of what dishonest work he might be engaged in during his absence. She knew now that he led a dishonest life. His own lips had told her the cruel truth. She would no longer be able to defend him when people spoke against him. Henceforth she must only plead for him. The poor girl had been proud of her father, reprobate though he was. She had been proud of his gentlemanly bearing, his cleverness, his air of superiority over other men of his station, and the thought of his acknowledged guilt stung her to the heart. She pitied him, and she tried to make excuses for him in her own mind. With every thought of the penniless reprobate there was intermingled the memory of the wrong that had been done him by Henry Dunbar. If my father has been guilty, that man is answerable for his guilt, she thought perpetually. Meanwhile she waited, heaven only knows how anxiously, for her father's coming. A week passed, and another week began, and still he did not come. But she was not alarmed for his personal safety. She was only anxious about him, and she expected his return every day, every hour. But he did not come. And all this time, with her mind racked by anxious thoughts, the girl went about the weary duties of her daily life. Her thoughts might wander away into vague speculations about her father's absence, while she sat by her pupil's side, but her eyes never wandered from the fingers it was her duty to watch. Her life had been a hard one, and she was better able to hide her sorrows and anxieties than any one to whom such a burden had been a novelty. So very few people suspected that there was anything amiss with the grave young music mistress. One person did see the vague change in her manner, but that person was Clement Austin, who had already grown skilled in reading the varying expressions of her face, and who saw now that she was changed. She listened to him when he talked to her of the books or the music she loved, but her face never lighted up now with a bright look of pleasure, and he heard her sigh now and then as she gave her lesson. He asked her once if there was anything in which his services or his mother's could be of any assistance to her, but she thanked him for the kindness of his offer, and told him, no, there was nothing in which he could help her. But I am sure there is something on your mind. Pray do not think me intrusive or impertinent for saying so, but I am sure of it. Margaret only shook her head. I am mistaken, then? Said Clement interrogatively. You are indeed. I have no special trouble. I am only a little uneasy about my father, who has been away from home for the last week or two. But there is nothing strange in that. He is often away. Only I am apt to be foolishly anxious about him. He will scold me when he comes home and hears that I have been so. Upon the evening of the 27th of August, Margaret gave her accustomed lesson, and lingered a little, as usual, after the lesson, talking to Mrs. Austin, who had taken a wonderful fancy to her granddaughter's music mistress, and to Clement, who somehow or other had discontinued his summer evening walks of late, more especially on those occasions on which his niece took her music lesson. They talked of all manner of things, and it was scarcely strange that amongst other topics they should come by and by to the Winchester murder. "By the by, Miss Wentworth," exclaimed Mrs. Austin, breaking in upon Clement's disquisition on his favourite Carlyle's hero worship, "I suppose you've heard about this dreadful murder that is making such a sensation?" "A dreadful murder? No, Mrs. Austin. I rarely hear anything of that kind, for the person with whom I lodge is old and deaf. She troubles herself very little about what is going on in the world, and I never read the newspapers myself." "Indeed," said Mrs. Austin. "Well, my dear, you really surprise me. I thought this dreadful business had made such a sensation on account of the great Mr. Dunbar being mixed up in it." "Mr. Dunbar?" cried Margaret, looking at the speaker with dilated eyes. "Yes, my dear, Mr. Dunbar, the rich banker. I have been very much interested in the matter, because my son is employed in Mr. Dunbar's bank. It seems that an old servant, a confidential valet of Mr. Dunbar's, has been murdered at Winchester, and at first Mr. Dunbar himself was suspected of the crime, though, of course, that was utterly ridiculous. What motive could he possibly have had for murdering his old servant? However, he has been suspected, and some stupid country magistrate actually had him arrested. There was an examination about a week ago, which was adjourned until to-day. We shan't know the result of it till to-morrow." Margaret sat listening to these words with a face that was as white as the face of the dead. Clement Austin saw the sudden change that had come over her countenance. "Mother," he said, "you should not talk of these things before Miss Wentworth. You have made her look quite ill. Remember, she may not be so strong-minded as you are." "No, no," gasped Margaret in a choking voice. I wish to hear of this. Tell me, Mrs. Austin, what was the name of the murdered man?" "Joseph Wilmot." "Joseph Wilmot," repeated Margaret slowly. She had always known her father by the name of James Wentworth, but what more likely than that Wilmot was his real name? She had good reason to suspect that Wentworth was a false one. "I'll lend you a newspaper," Mrs. Austin said good-naturedly, "if you really want to learn the particulars of this murder." "I do, if you please." Mrs. Austin took a weekly paper from amongst some others that were scattered upon a side-table. She folded up this paper and handed it to Margaret. "Give Miss Wentworth a glass of wine, mother," exclaimed Clement Austin. "I'm sure all this talk about the murder has upset her." "No, no, indeed," Margaret answered. "I would rather not take anything. I want to get home quickly. Good evening, Mrs. Austin." She tried to say something more, but her voice failed her. She had been in the habit of shaking hands with Mrs. Austin and Clement when she left them, and the cashier had always accompanied her to the gate, and had sometimes lingered with her there in the dusk, prolonging some conversation that had been begun in the drawing-room. But to-night she hurried from the room before the widow could remonstrate with her. Clement followed her into the hall. "Miss Wentworth," he said, "I know that something has agitated you. Pray return to the drawing-room and stop with us until you are more composed." "No, no, no, no." "Let me see you home, then." "Oh, no, no," she cried, as the young man barred her passage to the door. "For pity's sake, don't detain me, Mr. Austin. Don't detain me or follow me." She passed by him and hurried out of the house. He followed her to the gate and watched her disappear in the twilight, and then went back to the drawing-room, sighing heavily as he went. "I have no right to follow her against her own wish," he said to himself. "She has given me no right to interfere with her, or to think of her, for the matter of that." He threw himself into a chair and took up a newspaper, but he did not read half a dozen lines. He sat with his eyes fixed upon the page before him, thinking of Margaret Wentworth. "Poor girl," he said to himself presently. "Poor lonely girl! She is too pure and beautiful for the hard struggles of this world. Margaret Wentworth walked rapidly along the road that led her back to Wandsworth. She held the folded newspaper clutched tightly against her breast. It was her death warrant, perhaps. She never paused or slackened her pace until she reached the lane leading down to the water. She opened the gate of the simple cottage garden. There was no need of bolts or locks for the fortification of Godolphin cottages, and went up to her own little sitting-room, the room in which her father had told her the secret of his life, the room in which she had sworn to remember the Henry Dunbar. All was dark and quiet in the house. The mistress of it was elderly and old-fashioned in her ways, and Margaret was accustomed to wait upon herself when she came home after nightfall. She struck a lucifer, lighted her candle, and sat down with the newspaper in her hand. She unfolded it and examined the pages. She was not long finding what she wanted. The Winchester murder, latest particulars. Margaret Wentworth read that horrible story. She read the newspaper record of the cruel deed that had been done, twice, slowly and deliberately. Her eyes were tearless, and there was a desperate courage at her heart, that miserable, agonized heart which seemed like a block of ice in her breast. "I swore to remember the name of Henry Dunbar," she said in a low, sombre voice. "I have good reason to remember it now." From the first she had no doubt in her mind. From the very first she had but one idea, and that idea was a conviction. Her father had been murdered by his old master. The man, Joseph Wilmot, was her father. The murderer was Henry Dunbar. The newspaper record told how the murdered man had, according to his own account, met his brother at the Waterloo station upon the afternoon of the 16th of August. That was the very afternoon upon which James Wentworth had left his daughter to go to London by rail. He had met his old master, the man who had so bitterly injured him, the cold-hearted scoundrel who had so cruelly betrayed him. He had been violent, perhaps, and had threatened Henry Dunbar. And then the rich man, treacherous and cold-hearted in his age as in his youth, had beguiled his old valet by a pretended friendship, had lured him into a lonely place, and had there murdered him, in order that all the wicked secrets of the past might be buried with his victim. As to the robbery of the clothes, the rifling of the pocket-book, that, of course, was only a part of Henry Dunbar's deep-laid scheme. The girl folded the paper and put it on her breast. It was a strange document to lie against that virginal bosom, and the breast beneath it ached with a sick, cold pain that was like the pain of death. Margaret took up her candle and went into a neatly kept little room at the back of the house, the room in which her father had always slept when he stayed in that house. There was an old box, a battered and dilapidated hair-trunk, with a worn rope knotted about it. The girl knelt down before the box and put her candle on a chair beside it. Then, with her slender fingers, she tried to unfasten the knots that secured the cord. This task was not an easy one, and her fingers ached before she had done. But she succeeded at last, and lifted the lid of the trunk. There were worn and shabby garments, tumbled and dusty, that had been thrown pell-mell into the box. There were broken meerschaum pipes, old newspapers, pale with age, and with passages here and there marked by thick strokes in faded ink. A faint effluvium that arose from the mass of dilapidated rubbish, the weeds which the great ocean Time casts up upon the shore of the present, testified to the neighbourhood of mice, and scattered about the bottom of the box, amongst loose shreds of tobacco, broken lumps of petrified Cavendish, and scraps of paper, there were a few letters. Margaret gathered together these letters and examined them. 3 of them, very old, faded, and flabby, were directed to Joseph Wilmot, care of the governor of Norfolk Island, in a prim, clerk-like hand. It was an ominous address. Margaret Wentworth bowed her head upon her knees and sobbed aloud. He had been very wicked, and had need of a long life of penitence, she thought, but he has been murdered by Henry Dunbar. There was no shadow of doubt now in her mind. She had in her own hand the conclusive proof of the identity between Joseph Wilmot and her father, and to her this seemed quite enough to prove that Henry Dunbar was the murderer of his old servant. He had injured the man, and it was in the man's power to do him injury. He had resolved, therefore, to get rid of this old accomplice, this dangerous witness of the past. This was how Margaret reasoned. That the crime committed in the quiet grove near St. Cross was an everyday deed, done for the most pitiful and sordid motives that can tempt a man to shed his brother's blood, never for a moment entered into her thoughts. Other people might think this in their ignorance of the story of the past. At daybreak the next morning she left the house, after giving a very brief explanation of her departure to the old woman with whom she lodged. She took the first train to Winchester, and reached the station 2 hours before noon. She had her whole stock of money with her, but nothing else. Her own wants, her own necessities, had no place in her thoughts. Her errand was a fearful one, for she went to tell so much as she knew of the story of the past, and to bear witness against Henry Dunbar. The railway official to whom she addressed herself at the Winchester station treated her with civility and good nature. The pale beauty of her pensive face won her friends wherever she went. It is very hard upon pug-nosed merit and red-headed virtue that a Grecian profile or raven tresses should be such an excellent letter of introduction. But unhappily human nature is weak, and while beauty appeals straight to the eye of the frivolous, merit requires to be appreciated by the wise. "If there is anything I can do for you, miss," the railway official said politely, "I shall be very happy, I'm sure." "I want to know about the murder," the girl answered in a low, tremulous voice. "The murder that was committed—" "Yes, miss, to be sure. Everybody in Winchester is talking about it. A most mysterious event. But," cried the official, brightening suddenly, "you ain't a witness, miss, are you? You don't know anything about it, eh?" He was quite excited at the bare idea that this pretty girl had something to say about the murder, and that he might have the privilege of introducing her to his fellow citizens. To know anybody who knew anything about Joseph Wilmot's murder was to occupy a post of some distinction in Winchester just now. "Yes," Margaret said, "I want to give evidence against Henry Dunbar." The railway official started and stared aghast. "Evidence against Mr. Dunbar, miss?" he said. "Why, Mr. Henry Dunbar was dismissed from custody only yesterday afternoon, and is going up to town by the express this night, and everybody in Winchester is full of the shameful way in which he has been treated. Why, as far as that goes, there was no more ground for suspecting Mr. Dunbar, not that has come out yet, at any rate, than there is for suspecting me." And the porter snapped his fingers contemptuously. "But if you know anything against Mr. Dunbar, why, of course that alters the case, and it's your bounden duty, miss, to go before the magistrate directly minute and make your statement." The porter could hardly refrain from smacking his lips with an air of relish as he said this. Distinction had come to him unsought. "Wait a minute, miss," he said. "I'll go and ask leave to take you round to the magistrates. You'll never find your way by yourself. The next up isn't till 12:7. I can be spared." The porter ran away, presented himself to a higher official, told his story, and obtained a brief leave of absence. Then he returned to Margaret. "Now, miss," he said, "if you'll come along of me, I'll take you to Sir Arden Westhorpe's house. Sir Arden is the gentleman that has taken so much trouble with this case." On the way through the back streets of the quiet city, the porter would fain have extracted from Margaret all that she had to tell, but the girl would reveal nothing. She only said that she wanted to bear witness against Henry Dunbar. The porter, upon the other hand, was very communicative. He told his companion what had happened at the adjourned examination. "There was a great deal of applause in the court when Mr. Dunbar was told he might consider himself free," said the porter, "but Sir Arden checked it. There was no need for clapping of hands, he said, or for anything but sorrow that such a wicked deed had been done, and that the cruel wretch as did it should escape. A young man as was in the court told me that them was Sir Arden's exact words." They had reached Sir Arden's house by this time. It was a very handsome house, though it stood in a back street, and a grave manservant in a linen jacket admitted Margaret into the oak-panelled hall. She might have had some difficulty, perhaps, in seeing Sir Arden, had not the railway porter immediately declared her business. But the name of the murdered man was a passport, and she was ushered at once into a low room, which was lined with bookshelves, and opened into an old-fashioned garden. Here Sir Arden Westhorpe, the magistrate, sat at a table writing. He was an elderly man, with grey hair and whiskers, and with rather a stern expression of countenance. But he was a good and a just man, and though Henry Dunbar had been the emperor of half Europe instead of an Anglo-Indian banker, Sir Arden would have committed him for trial had he seen just cause for so doing. Margaret was in no wise abashed by the presence of the magistrate. She had but one thought in her mind, the thought of her father's wrongs, and she could have spoken freely in the presence of a king. "I hope I am not too late, sir," she said. "I hear that Mr. Dunbar has been discharged from custody. I hope I am not too late to bear witness against him." The magistrate looked up with an expression of surprise. "That will depend upon circumstances," he said. "That is to say, upon the nature of the statement which you may have to make." The magistrate summoned his clerk from an adjoining room, and then took down the girl's information. But he shook his head doubtfully when Margaret had told him all she had to tell. That which to the impulsive girl seemed proof positive of Henry Dunbar's guilt was very little when written down in a business-like manner by Sir Arden Westhorpe's clerk. "You know your unhappy father to have been injured by Mr. Dunbar, and you think he may have been in the possession of secrets of a damaging nature to that gentleman, but you do not know what those secrets were. My poor girl, I cannot possibly move in this business upon such evidence as this. The police are at work. This matter will not be allowed to pass off without the closest investigation, believe me. I shall take care to have your statement placed in the hands of the detective officer who is entrusted with the conduct of this affair. We must wait. We must wait. I cannot bring myself to believe that Henry Dunbar has been guilty of this fearful crime. He is rich enough to have bribed your father to keep silence, if he had any reason to fear what he might say. Money is a very powerful agent, and can buy almost anything. It is rarely that a man with almost unlimited wealth at his command finds himself compelled to commit an act of violence." The magistrate read aloud Margaret Wilmot's deposition, and the girl signed it in the presence of the clerk. She signed it with her father's real name, the name that she had never written before that day. Then, having given the magistrate the address of her Wandsworth lodging, she bade him good morning, and went out into the unfamiliar street. Nothing that Sir Arden Westhorpe had said had in any way weakened her rooted conviction of Henry Dunbar's guilt. She still believed that he was the murderer of her father. She walked for some distance, without knowing where she went, Then suddenly she stopped. Her face flushed, her eyes grew bright, and an ominous smile lit up her countenance. "I will go to Henry Dunbar," she said to herself. "Since the law will not help me, I will go to my father's murderer. Surely he will tremble when he knows that his victim left a daughter who will rest neither night nor day until she sees justice done." Sir Arden had mentioned the hotel at which Henry Dunbar was staying, so Margaret asked the first passer-by to direct her to the George. She found a waiter lounging in the doorway of the hotel. "I want to see Mr. Dunbar," she said. The man looked at her with considerable surprise. "I don't think it's likely Mr. Dunbar will see you, miss," he said, "but I'll take your name up if you wish it." "I shall be much obliged if you will do so." "Certainly, miss. If you'll please to sit down in the hall, I'll go to Mr. Dunbar immediately. Your name is—" "My name is Margaret Wilmot." The waiter started as if he had been shot. "Wilmot!" he exclaimed. "Any relation to—" "I am the daughter of Joseph Wilmot," answered Margaret quietly. "You can tell Mr. Dunbar so, if you please." "Yes, miss, I will, miss. Bless my soul, you really might knock me down with a feather, miss. Mr. Dunbar can't possibly refuse to see you, I should think, miss." The waiter went upstairs, looking back at Margaret as he went. He seemed to think that the daughter of the murdered man ought to be in some way or other different from other young women. End of chapter 14. Recording by Nick Whitley. Purley, Greater London. Chapter 15 of Henry Dunbar. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nick Whitley. Henry Dunbar by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 15. Baffled. Mr. Dunbar was sitting in a luxurious easy chair with a newspaper lying across his knee. Mr. Balderby had returned to London upon the previous evening, but Arthur Lovell still remained with the Anglo-Indian. Henry Dunbar was a good deal the worse for the close confinement which he had suffered since his arrival in the cathedral city. Everybody who looked at him saw the change which the last 10 days had made in his appearance. He was very pale, there were dark purple rings about his eyes, the eyes themselves were unnaturally bright, and the mouth, that telltale feature over whose expression no man has perfect control, betrayed that the banker had suffered. Arthur Lovell had been indefatigable in the service of his client, not from any love toward the man, but always influenced more or less by the reflection that Henry Dunbar was Laura's father, and that to serve Henry Dunbar was in some manner to serve the woman he loved. Mr. Dunbar had only been discharged from custody upon the previous evening, after a long and wearisome examination and cross-examination of the witnesses who had given evidence at the coroner's inquest, and that additional testimony upon which the magistrate had issued his warrant. He had slept till late, and had only just finished breakfast, when the waiter entered with Margaret's message. "A young person wishes to see you, sir," he said, respectfully. "A young person!" exclaimed Mr. Dunbar impatiently. "I can't see anyone. What should any young person want with me?" "She wants to see you particularly, sir. She says her name is Wilmot, Margaret Wilmot, and that she is the daughter of—" The sickly pallor of Mr. Dunbar's face changed to an awful livid hue, and Arthur Lovell, looking at his client at this moment, saw the change. It was the first time he had seen any evidence of fear either in the face or manner of Henry Dunbar. "I will not see her!" exclaimed Mr. Dunbar. "I never heard Wilmot speak of any daughter. This woman is some impudent impostor who wants to extort money out of me. I will not see her. Let her be sent about her business." The waiter hesitated. "She is a very respectable-looking person, sir," he said. "She doesn't look anything like an impostor." "Perhaps not," answered Mr. Dunbar, haughtily; "but she is an impostor for all that. Joseph Wilmot had no daughter to my knowledge. Pray do not let me be disturbed about this business. I have suffered quite enough already on account of this man's death." He sank back in his chair, and took up his newspaper as he finished speaking. His face was completely hidden behind the newspaper. "Shall I go and speak to this girl?" asked Arthur Lovell. "On no account. The girl is an impostor. Let her be sent about her business." The waiter left the room. "Pardon me, Mr. Dunbar," said the young lawyer, "but if you will allow me to make a suggestion, as your legal adviser in this business, I would really recommend you to see this girl." "Why?" "Because the people in a place like this are notorious gossips and scandal-mongers. If you refuse to see this person, who at any rate calls herself Joseph Wilmot's daughter, they may say—" "They may say what?" asked Henry Dunbar. "They may say that it is because you have some special reason for not seeing her." "Indeed, Mr. Lovell! Then I am to put myself out of the way, after being fagged and harassed to death already about this business, and am to see every adventuress who chooses to trade upon the name of the murdered man, in order to stop the mouths of the good people of Winchester. I beg to tell you, my dear sir, that I am utterly indifferent to anything that may be said of me, and that I shall only study my own ease and comfort. If people choose to think that Henry Dunbar is the murderer of his old servant, they are welcome to their opinion. I shall not trouble myself to set them right." The waiter re-entered the room as Mr. Dunbar finished speaking. "The young person says that she must see you, sir," the man said. "She says that if you refuse to see her, she will wait at the door of this house till you leave it. My master has spoken to her, sir, but it's of no use. She's the most determined young woman I ever saw." Mr. Dunbar's face was still hidden by the newspaper. There was a little pause before he replied. "Lovell," he said at last, "perhaps you had better go and see this person. You can find out if she is really related to that unhappy man. Here is my purse. You can let her have any money you think proper. If she is the daughter of that wretched man, I should, of course, wish her to be well provided for. I will thank you to tell her that, Lovell. Tell her that I am willing to settle an annuity upon her, always on condition that she does not intrude herself upon me. But remember, whatever I give is contingent upon her own good conduct, and must not in any way be taken as a bribe. If she chooses to think and speak ill of me, she is free to do so. I have no fear of her, nor of any one else." Arthur Lovell took the millionaire's purse and went downstairs with the waiter. He found Margaret sitting in the hall. There was no impatience, no violence in her manner, but there was a steady, fixed, resolute look in her white face. The young lawyer felt that this girl would not be easily put off by any denial of Mr. Dunbar. He ushered Margaret into a private sitting-room leading out of the hall, and then closed the door behind him. The disappointed waiter lingered upon the door-mat, but the George is a well-built house, and that waiter lingered in vain. "You want to see Mr. Dunbar?" he said. "Yes, sir. He is very much fatigued by yesterday's business, and he declines to see you." "What is your motive for being so eager to see him?" "I will tell that to Mr. Dunbar himself." "You are really the daughter of Joseph Wilmot? Mr. Dunbar seems to doubt the fact of his having had a daughter." "Perhaps so. Mr. Dunbar may have been unaware of my existence until this moment. I did not know until last night what had happened." She stopped for a moment, half stifled by a hysterical sob which she could not repress, but she very quickly regained her self-control, and continued slowly and deliberately, looking earnestly in the young man's face with her clear brown eyes. "I did not know until last night that my father's name was Wilmot. He had called himself by a false name, but last night, after hearing of the murder—" The horrible word seemed to suffocate her, but she still went bravely on. I searched a box of my father's and found this." She took from her pocket the letter direct to Norfolk Island, and handed it to the lawyer. "Read it," she said. "You will see then how my father had been wronged by Henry Dunbar." Arthur Lovell unfolded the worn and faded letter. It had been written 25 years before by Sampson Wilmot. Margaret pointed to one passage on the second page. "Your bitterness against Henry Dunbar is very painful to me, my dear Joseph. Yet I cannot but feel that your hatred against my employer's son is only natural. I know that he was the first cause of your ruin, and that but for him your lot in life might have been very different. Try to forgive him. Try to forget him, even if you cannot forgive. Do not talk of revenge. The revelation of that secret which you hold respecting the forged bills would bring disgrace not only upon him, but upon his father and his uncle. They are both good and honourable men, and I think that shame would kill them. Remember this, and keep the secret of that painful story." Arthur Lovell's face grew terribly grave as he read these lines. He had heard the story of the forgery hinted at, but he had never heard its details. He had looked upon it as a cruel scandal, which had perhaps arisen out of some trifling error, some unpaid debt of honour, some foolish gambling transaction in the early youth of Henry Dunbar. But here, in the handwriting of the dead clerk, here was the evidence of that old story. Those few lines in Sampson Wilmot's letter suggested a motive. The young lawyer dropped into a chair and sat for some minutes, silently poring over the clerk's letter. He did not like Henry Dunbar. His generous young heart, which had yearned towards Laura's father, had sunk in his breast with a dull, chill feeling of disappointment at his first meeting with the rich man. Still, after carefully sifting the evidence of the coroner's inquest, he had come to the conclusion that Henry Dunbar was innocent of Joseph Wilmot's death. He had carefully weighed every scrap of evidence against the Anglo-Indian, and had deliberately arrived at this conclusion. But now he looked at everything in a new light. The clerk's letter suggested a motive, perhaps an adequate motive. The two men had gone down together into that silent grove. The servant had threatened his patron. They had quarrelled, and... No, the murder could scarcely have happened in this way. The assassin had been armed with the cruel rope, and had crept stealthily behind his victim. It was not a common murder. The rope and the slip-knot, the treacherous running noose, hinted darkly at Oriental experiences. Somewhat in this fashion might a murderous thug have assailed his unconscious victim. But then, on the other hand, there was one circumstance that always remained in Henry Dunbar's favour. That circumstance was the robbery of the dead man's clothes. The Anglo-Indian might very well have rifled the pocket-book, and left it empty upon the scene of the murder, in order to throw the officers of justice upon a wrong scent. That would have been only the work of a few moments. But was it probable, was it even possible, that the murderer would have lingered in broad daylight, with every chance against him, long enough to strip off the garments of his victim, in order still more effectively to hoodwink suspicion? Was it not a great deal more likely that Joseph Wilmot had spent the afternoon drinking in the tap-room of some roadside public-house, and had rambled back into the grove after dark, to meet his death at the hands of some everyday assassin bent only upon plunder? All these thoughts passed through Arthur Lovell's mind as he sat with Sampson's faded letter in his hands. Margaret Wilmot watched him with eager, scrutinizing eyes. She saw doubt, perplexity, horror, indecision, all struggling in his handsome face. But the lawyer felt that it was his duty to act, and to act in the interests of his client, whatever vaguely hideous doubts might arise in his own breast. Nothing but his conviction of Henry Dunbar's guilt could justify him in deserting his client. He was not convinced. He was only horror-stricken by the first whisper of doubt. "Mr. Dunbar declines to see you," he said to Margaret. and I do not really see what good could possibly arise out of an interview between you. In the meantime, if you are in any way distressed, and you must most likely need assistance at such a time as this, he is quite ready to help you, and he is also ready to give you permanent help if you require it." He opened Henry Dunbar's purse as he spoke, but the girl rose and looked at him with icy disdain in her fixed white face. "I would sooner crawl from door to door, begging my bread of the hardest strangers in this cruel world, I would sooner die from the lingering agonies of starvation, than I would accept help from Henry Dunbar. No power on earth will ever induce me to take a sixpence from that man's hand." "Why not?" "You know why not. I can see that knowledge in your face. Tell Mr. Dunbar that I will wait at the door of this house till he comes out to speak to me. I will wait until I drop down dead." Arthur Lovell went back to his client, and told him what the girl said. Mr. Dunbar was walking up and down the room with his head bent moodily upon his breast. "By heavens!" he cried angrily, "I will have this girl removed by the police if—" He stopped abruptly, and his head sank once more upon his breast. "I would most earnestly advise you to see her," pleaded Arthur Lovell. "If she goes away in her present frame of mind, she may spread a horrible scandal against you. Your refusing to see her will confirm the suspicions which—" "What!" cried Henry Dunbar. "Does she dare to suspect me?" "I fear so." "Has she said as much?" "Not in actual words, but her manner betrayed her suspicions. You must not wonder if this girl is unreasonable. Her father's miserable fate must have been a terrible blow to her." "Did you offer her money?" "I did."
"And she—"
"She refused it." Mr. Dunbar winced, as if the announcement of the girl's refusal had stung him to the quick.
"Since it must be so," he said, "I will see this importunate woman. But not to-day. To-day I must and will have rest. Tell her to come to me to-morrow morning at 10 o'clock. I will see her then."
Arthur Lovell carried this message to Margaret. The girl looked at him with an earnest, questioning glance. "You're not deceiving me?" she said. "No, indeed." "Mr. Dunbar said that?" "He did." "Then I will go away. But do not let Henry Dunbar try to deceive me, for I will follow him to the end of the world. I care very little where I go in my search for the man who murdered my father." She went slowly away. She went down into the cathedral yard, across which the murdered man had gone arm in arm with his companion. Some boys, loitering about at the entrance to the meadows, answered all her questions, and took her to the spot upon which the body had been found. It was a dull, misty day, and there was a low wind wailing amongst the wet branches of the old trees. The raindrops from the fading leaves fell into the streamlet, from whose shallow waters the dead man's face had looked up to the moonlit sky. Later in the afternoon, Margaret found her way to a cemetery outside the town, where, under a newly made mound of turf, the murdered man lay. A great many people had been to see this grave, and had been very much disappointed at finding it in no way different from other graves. Already the good citizens of Winchester had begun to hint that the grove near St. Cross was haunted, and there was a vague report to the effect that the dead man had been seen there, walking in the twilight. Punctual to the very striking of the clock, Margaret Wilmot presented herself at the George at the time appointed by Mr. Dunbar. She had passed a wretched night at a humble inn a little way out of the town, and had been dreaming all night of her meeting with Mr. Dunbar. In those troubled dreams she had met the rich man perpetually, now in one place, now in another, but always in the most unlikely places. Yet she had never seen his face. She had tried to see it, but by some strange devilry or other, peculiar to the incidents of a dream, it had been always hidden from her. The same waiter was lounging in the same attitude at the door of the hotel. He looked up with an expression of surprise as Margaret approached him. "You've not gone, then, miss?" he exclaimed. "Gone? No, I have waited to see Mr. Dunbar."
"Well, that's queer," said the waiter. "Did he tell you he'd see you?"
"Yes, he promised to see me at 10 o'clock this morning."
That's uncommon queer."
"Why so?" asked Margaret, eagerly.
"Because Mr. Dunbar and that young gent as was with him went away, bag and baggage, by last night's express."
Margaret Wilmot gave no utterance to either surprise or indignation. She walked quietly away, and went once more to the house of Sir Arden Westhorpe. She told him what had occurred, and her statement was written down and signed, as upon the previous day. "Mr. Dunbar murdered my father," she said, after this had been done, "and he's afraid to see me." The magistrate shook his head gravely.
"No, no, my dear," he said, "you must not say that. I cannot allow you to make such an assertion as that. Circumstantial evidence often points to an innocent person. If Mr. Dunbar had been in any way concerned in this matter, he would have made a point of seeing you in order to set your suspicions at rest. His declining to see you is only the act of a selfish man who has already suffered very great inconvenience from this business, and who dreads the scandal of some tragical scene."
End of chapter 15. Recording by Nick Whitley, Purley, Greater London.
Chapter 16 of Henry Dunbar. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. Henry Dunbar by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 16. Is it love or fear? Henry Dunbar and Arthur Lovell slept at the same hotel upon the night of their journey from Winchester to London, for the banker refused to disturb his daughter by presenting himself at the house in Portland Place after midnight. In this, at least, he showed himself a considerate father. Arthur Lovell had made every effort in his power to dissuade the banker from leaving Winchester upon that night, and thus breaking the promise that he had made to Margaret Wilmot. Henry Dunbar was resolute, and the young lawyer had no alternative. If his client chose to do a dishonourable thing, in spite of all that the young man could say against it, of course it was no business of his. For his own part, Arthur Lovell was only too glad to get back to London, for Laura Dunbar was there, and wherever she was, there was paradise, in the opinion of this foolish young man. Early upon the morning after their arrival in London, Henry Dunbar and the young lawyer breakfasted together in their sitting-room at the hotel. It was a bright morning, and even London looked pleasant in the sunshine. Henry Dunbar stood in the window, looking out into the street below, while the breakfast was being placed upon the table. The hotel was situated in a new street at the West End. "You find London very much altered, I dare say, Mr. Dunbar," said Arthur Lovell, as he unfolded the morning paper. "How do you mean, altered?" asked the banker, absently. "I mean that after so long an absence you must find great improvements. This street, for instance, it has not been built 6 years." "Oh yes, I remember. There were fields upon this spot when I went to India." They sat down to breakfast. Henry Dunbar was absent-minded, and ate very little. When he had drunk a cup of tea, he took out the locket containing Laura's miniature, and sat silently contemplating it. By and by he unfastened the locket from the chain, and handed it across the table to Arthur Lovell. "My daughter is very beautiful, if she is like that," said the banker. "Do you consider it a good likeness?" The young lawyer looked at the portrait with a tender smile. "Yes," he said thoughtfully, "it is very like her, only—" "Only what?" "The picture is not lovely enough." "Indeed! And yet it is very beautiful. Laura resembles her mother, who was a lovely woman." "But I have heard your father say that the lower part of Miss Dunbar's face, the mouth and chin, reminded him of yours. I must own, Mr. Dunbar, that I cannot see the likeness." "I dare say not," the banker answered, carelessly. "You must allow something for the passage of time, my dear Lovell, and the wear and tear of life in Calcutta. I dare say my mouth and chin are rather harder and sterner in their character than Laura's." There was nothing more said upon the subject of the likeness. By and by Mr. Dunbar got up, took his hat, and went towards the door. "You will come with me, Lovell," he said. "Oh no, Mr. Dunbar, I would not wish to intrude upon you at such a time. The first interview between a father and daughter, after a separation of so many years, is almost sacred in its character. Pshaw, Mr. Lovell, I did not think a solicitor's son would be weak enough to indulge in any silly sentimentality. I shall be very glad to see my daughter, and I understand from her letters that she will be pleased to see me. That is all. At the same time, as you know Laura much better than I do, you may as well come with me." Mr. Dunbar's looks belied the carelessness of his words. His face was deadly pale, and there was a singularly rigid expression about his mouth. Laura had received no notice of her father's coming. She was sitting at the same window by which she had sat when Arthur Lovell asked her to be his wife. She was sitting in the same low, luxurious easy-chair, with the hot-house flowers behind her, and a huge Newfoundland dog, a faithful attendant that she had brought from Maudsley Abbey, lying at her feet. The door of Miss Dunbar's morning-room was open, and upon the broad landing-place outside the apartment the banker stopped suddenly, and laid his hand upon the gilded balustrade. For a moment it seemed almost as if he would have fallen, but he leaned heavily on the bronze scroll-work of the banister, and bit his lower lip fiercely with the strong white teeth. Arthur Lovell was not displeased to perceive this agitation, for he had been wounded by the careless manner in which Henry Dunbar had spoken of his beautiful daughter. Now it was evident that the banker's indifference had only been assumed as a mask beneath which the strong man had tried to conceal the intensity of his feelings. The two men lingered upon the landing-place for a few minutes, while Mr. Dunbar looked about him, and endeavoured to control his agitation. Everything here was new to him, for neither the house in Portland Place nor Maudsley Abbey had been in the possession of the Dunbar family more than 20 years. The millionaire contemplated his possessions. Even upon that landing-place there was no lack of evidence of wealth. A Persian carpet covered the centre of the floor, and beyond its fringed margin a tessellated pavement of coloured marbles took new and brighter hues from the slanting rays of sunlight that streamed in through a wide stained-glass window upon the staircase. Great Dresden vases of exotics stood on pedestals of malachite and gold, and a trailing curtain of purple velvet hung half-way across the entrance to a long suite of drawing-rooms, a glistening vista of light and splendour. Mr. Dunbar pushed open the door, and stood upon the threshold of his daughter's chamber. Laura started to her feet. "Papa! Papa!" she cried. "I thought that you would come to-day." She ran to him and fell upon his breast, half weeping, half laughing. The Newfoundland dog crept up to Mr. Dunbar with his head down. He sniffed at the heels of the millionaire, and then looked slowly upward at the man's face with sombre, sulky-looking eyes, and began to growl ominously. "Take your dog away, Laura!" cried Mr. Dunbar, angrily. It happened thus that the very first words Henry Dunbar said to his daughter were uttered in a tone of anger. The girl drew herself away from him, and looked up almost piteously in her father's face. That face was as pale as death, but cold, stern, and impassible. Laura Dunbar shivered as she looked at it. She had been a spoiled child, a pampered, idolized beauty, and had never heard anything but words of love and tenderness. Her lips quivered, and the tears came to her eyes. "Come away, Pluto," she said to the dog. "Papa does not want us." She took the great flapping ears of the animal in her two hands, and led him out of the room. The dog went with his young mistress submissively enough, but he looked back at the last moment to growl at Mr. Dunbar. Laura left the Newfoundland on the landing-place, and went back to her father. She flung herself for the second time into the banker's arms. "Darling papa," she cried, impetuously, "my dog shall never growl at you again. Dear papa, tell me you are glad to come home to your poor girl. You would tell me so, if you knew how dearly I love you." She lifted up her lips and kissed Henry Dunbar's impassible face, but she recoiled from him for the second time with a shudder and a long-drawn shivering sigh. The lips of the millionaire were as cold as ice. "Papa," she cried, "how cold you are! I'm afraid that you are ill." He was ill. Arthur Lovell, who stood quietly watching the meeting between father and daughter, saw a change come over his client's face, and wheeled forward an armchair just in time for Henry Dunbar to fall into it as heavily as a log of wood. The banker had fainted. For the second time since the murder in the grove near St. Cross, he had betrayed violent and sudden emotion. This time the emotion was stronger than his will, and altogether overcame him. Arthur Lovell laid the insensible man flat upon his back on the carpet. Laura rushed to fetch water and aromatic vinegar from her dressing-room, and in 5 minutes Mr. Dunbar opened his eyes, and looked about him with a wild, half-terrified expression in his face. For a moment he glared fiercely at the anxious countenance of Laura, who knelt beside him. Then his whole frame was shaken by a convulsive trembling, and his teeth chattered violently. But this lasted only for a few moments. He overcame it, grinding his teeth and clenching his strong hands, and then staggered heavily to his feet. "I am subject to these fainting fits," he said, with a wan, sickly smile upon his white face, "and I dreaded this interview on that account. I knew that it would be too much for me." He seated himself upon the low sofa which Laura had pushed towards him, resting his elbows on his knees, and hiding his face in his hands. Miss Dunbar placed herself beside her father, and wound her arm about his neck. "Poor papa," she murmured softly, "I am so sorry our meeting has agitated you like this. And to think that I should have fancied you cold and unkind to me, at the very time when your silent emotion was an evidence of your love." Arthur Lovell had gone through the open window into the conservatory, but he could hear the girl talking to her father. His face was very grave, and the same shadow that had clouded it once during the course of the coroner's inquest rested upon it now. An evidence of his love! Heaven grant that this may be love, he thought to himself, but to me it seems a great deal more like fear. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of Henry Dunbar. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. Henry Dunbar by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 17. The Broken Picture. Arthur Lovell stopped at Portland Place for the rest of the day, and dined with the banker and his daughter in the evening. The dinner party was a very cheerful one, as far as Mr. Dunbar and his daughter were concerned, for Laura was in very high spirits on account of her father's return, and Dora Macmahon joined pleasantly in the conversation. The banker had welcomed his dead wife's elder daughter with a speech which, if a little studied in its tone, was at any rate very kind in its meaning. "I shall always be glad to see you with my poor motherless girl," he said, "and if you can make your home altogether with us, you shall never have cause to remember that you are less nearly allied to me than Laura herself." When he met Arthur and the two girls at the dinner-table, Henry Dunbar had quite recovered from the agitation of the morning, and talked gaily of the future. He alluded now and then to his Indian reminiscences, but did not dwell long upon this subject. His mind seemed full of plans for his future life. He would do this, that, and the other, at Maudesley Abbey, in Yorkshire, and in Portland Place. He had the air of a man who fully appreciates the power of wealth, and is prepared to enjoy all that wealth can give him. He drank a good deal of wine during the course of the dinner, and his spirits rose with every glass. But in spite of his host's gaiety, Arthur Lovell was ill at ease. Do what he would, he could not shake off the memory of the meeting between the father and daughter. Henry Dunbar's deadly pallor, that wild, scared look in his eyes, as they slowly reopened and glared upon Laura's anxious face, were ever present to the young lawyer's mind. Why was this man frightened of his beautiful child? For that it was fear and not love which had blanched Henry Dunbar's face, the lawyer felt positive. Why was this father frightened of his own daughter, unless Unless what? Only one horrible and ghastly suggestion presented itself to Arthur Lovell's mind. Henry Dunbar was the murderer of his old valet, and the consciousness of guilt had paralysed him at the first touch of his daughter's innocent lips. But oh, how terrible if this were true! How terrible to think that Laura Dunbar was henceforth to live in daily and hourly association with a traitor and an assassin! I have promised to love her for ever, though my love is hopeless, and to serve her faithfully, if ever she should need of my devotion, Arthur Lovell thought, as he sat silent at the dinner-table, while Henry Dunbar and his daughter talked together gaily. The lawyer watched his client now with intense anxiety, and it seemed to him that there was something feverish and unnatural in the banker's gaiety. Laura and her stepsister left the room soon after dinner, and the two men remained alone at the long, ponderous-looking dinner-table, on which the sparkling diamond-cut decanters and Sèvres dessert dishes looked like tiny vases of light and colour on a dreary waste of polished mahogany. "I shall go to Maudesley Abbey to-morrow," Henry Dunbar said. "I want rest and solitude after all this trouble and excitement, and Laura tells me that she infinitely prefers Maudesley to London. Do you think of returning to Warwickshire, Mr. Lovell?" "Oh yes, immediately. My father expected my return a week ago. I only came up to town to act as Miss Dunbar's escort." "Indeed, that was very kind of you. You have known my daughter for a long time, I understand by her letters." "Yes, we were children together. I was a great deal at the Abbey in old Mr. Dunbar's time." "And you will still be more often there in my time, I hope," Mr. Dunbar answered courteously. "I fancy I could venture to make a pretty correct guess at a certain secret of yours, my dear Lovell. Unless I am very much mistaken, you have a more than ordinary regard for my daughter." Arthur Lovell was silent. His heart beat violently, and he looked the banker unflinchingly in the face, but he did not speak. He only bent his head in answer to the rich man's questions. "I have guessed rightly, then," said Mr. Dunbar. "Yes, sir. I love Miss Dunbar as truly as ever a man loved the woman of his choice, but—" "But what? She is the daughter of a millionaire, and you fear her father's disapproval of your pretensions, eh?" "No, Mr. Dunbar. If your daughter loved me as truly as I love her, I would marry her in spite of you, in spite of the world, and carve my own way to fortune. But such a blessing as Laura Dunbar's love is not for me. I have spoken to her, and—" "She has rejected you?" "She has." "Pshaw! Girls of her age are as changeable as the winds of heaven. Do not despair, Mr. Lovell. And as far as my consent goes, you may have it to-morrow if you like. You are young, good-looking, clever, agreeable. What more, in the name of feminine frivolity, can a girl want? You will find no stupid prejudices in me, Mr. Lovell. I should like to see you married to my daughter, for I believe you love her very sincerely. You have my good will, I assure you. There is my hand upon it." He held out his hand as he spoke, and Arthur Lovell took it, a little reluctantly perhaps, but with as good a grace as he could. "I thank you, sir," he said, "for your good will, and—" He tried to say something more, but the words died away upon his lips. The horrible fear which had taken possession of his breast after the scene of the morning weighed upon him like the burden that seems to lie on the sleeper's breast throughout the strange agony of nightmare. Do what he would, he could not free himself from the weight of this dreadful doubt. Mr. Dunbar's words seemed to emanate from the kind and generous breast of a good man, but, on the other hand, might it not be possible that the banker wished to get rid of his daughter? He had betrayed fear in her presence that morning, and now he was eager to give her hand to the first suitor who presented himself, ineligible as that suitor was in a worldly point of view. Might it not be that the girl's innocent society was oppressive to her father, and that he wished therefore to shuffle her off under a new protector? "I shall be very busy this evening, Mr. Lovell," said Henry Dunbar presently, "for I must look over some papers I have amongst the luggage that was sent on here from Southampton. When you are tired of the dining-room, you will be able to find the two girls and amuse yourself in their society, I have no doubt." Mr. Dunbar rang the bell. It was answered by an elderly manservant out of livery. "What have you done with the baggage that was sent from Southampton?" asked the banker. "It has all been placed in old Mr. Dunbar's bedroom, sir," the man said. "Very well. Let lights be carried there, and let the portmanteaus and packing cases be unstrapped and opened." He handed a bunch of keys to the servant, and followed the man out of the room. In the hall he stopped suddenly, arrested by the sound of a woman's voice. The entrance hall of the house in Portland Place was divided into two compartments, separated from each other by folding doors, the upper panels of which were of ground glass. There was a porter's chair in the outer division of the hall, and a bronze lamp hung from the domed ceiling. The doors between the inner and outer hall were ajar, and the voice which Henry Dunbar heard was that of a woman speaking to the porter. "I am Joseph Wilmot's daughter," the woman said. "Mr. Dunbar promised that he would see me at Winchester. He broke his word, and left Winchester without seeing me. But he shall see me sooner or later, for I will follow him wherever he goes, until I look into his face and say that which I have to say to him." The girl did not speak loudly or violently. There was a quiet earnestness in her voice, an earnestness and steadiness of tone which expressed more determination than any noisy or passionate utterance could have done. "Good gracious me, young woman!" exclaimed the porter. "Do you think as I'm going to send such a rampaging kind of message as that to Mr. Dunbar? Why, it would be as much as my place is worth to do it. Go along about your business, miss, and don't you presume to come to such a house as this during gentlefolks' dinner hour another time. Why, I'd sooner take a message to one of the tigers in the Zoological Gardens at feeding time than I'd intrude upon such a gentleman as Mr. Dunbar when he's sitting over his claret." Mr. Dunbar stopped to listen to this conversation. Then he went back into the dining room, and beckoned to the servant who was waiting to precede him upstairs. "Bring me pen, ink, and paper," he said. The man wheeled a writing table towards the banker. Henry Dunbar sat down and wrote the following lines in a firm aristocratic handwriting that was so familiar to the chief clerks in the banking house: "The young person who calls herself Joseph Wilmot's daughter is informed that Mr. Dunbar declines to see her now, or at any future time. He is perfectly inflexible upon this point, and the young person will do well to abandon the system of annoyance which she is at present pursuing. Should she fail to do so, a statement of her conduct will be submitted to the police, and prompt measures taken to secure Mr. Dunbar's freedom from persecution. Herewith Mr. Dunbar forwards the young person a sum of money which will enable her to live for some time with ease and independence. Further remittances will be sent to her at short intervals, if she conducts herself with propriety, and refrains from attempting any annoyance against Mr. Dunbar. Portland Place, August 30th, 1850. The banker took out his cheque-book, wrote a cheque for £50, and folded it in the note which he had just written. Then he rang the bell, and gave the note to the elderly manservant who waited upon him. "Let that be taken to the young person in the hall," he said. Mr. Dunbar followed the servant to the dining-room door, and stood upon the threshold, listening. He heard the man speak to Margaret Wilmot as he delivered the letter, and then he heard the crackling of the envelope as the girl tore it open. There was a pause, during which the listener waited, with an anxious expression on his face. He had not to wait long. Margaret spoke presently in a clear, ringing voice that vibrated through the hall. "Tell your master," she said, "that I will die of starvation sooner than I would accept bread from his hand. You can tell him what I did with his generous gift." There was another brief pause, and then, in the hushed stillness of the house, Henry Dunbar heard a slight shower of torn paper flutter down upon the polished marble floor. Then he heard the great door of the house close upon Joseph Wilmot's daughter. The millionaire covered his face with his hands, and gave a long sigh, but he lifted his head presently, shrugged his shoulders with an impatient gesture, and went slowly up the lighted staircase. The suite of apartments that had been occupied by Percival Dunbar comprised the greater part of the second floor of the house in Portland Place. There was a spacious bedchamber, a comfortable study, a dressing-room, bathroom, and antechamber. The furniture was handsome, but of a ponderous style, and, in spite of their splendour, the rooms had a gloomy look. Everything about them was dark and heavy. The house was an old one, and the 5 windows fronting the street were long and narrow, with deep oaken seats in the recesses between the heavy shutters. The walls were covered with a dark green paper that looked like cloth. The footsteps of the occupant were muffled by the rich thickness of the sombre Turkey carpet. The voluminous curtains that sheltered the windows and shrouded the carved rosewood 4-post bed were of a dark green, which looked black in the dim light. The massive chairs and tables were of black oak, with cushions of green velvet. A few valuable cabinet pictures by the old masters, set in deep frames of ebony and gold, hung at wide distances upon the wall. There was the head of an ecclesiastic, cut from a large picture by Spagnoletti, a Venetian senator by Tintoretto, the Adoration of the Magi by Caravaggio. An ivory crucifix was the only object upon the high, old-fashioned chimney-piece. A pair of wax candles in antique silver candlesticks burned upon a writing-table near the fireplace, and made a spot of light in the gloomy bedchamber. All Henry Dunbar's luggage had been placed in this room. There were packing-cases and portmanteaus of almost every size and shape, and they had all been opened by a manservant, who was kneeling by the last when the banker entered the room. "You will sleep here to-night, sir, I presume?" the servant said interrogatively, as he prepared to quit the apartment. "Mrs. Parkin thought it best to prepare these rooms for your occupation." Henry Dunbar looked thoughtfully round the spacious chamber. "Is there no other place in which I can sleep?" he asked. "These rooms are horribly gloomy." "There is a spare room upon the floor above this, sir." "Very well, let the spare room be got ready for me. I have a good many arrangements to make, and shall be late. Will you require assistance, sir?" "No, let the room upstairs be prepared. Is it immediately above this?" "Yes, sir." "Good. I shall know how to find it then. No one need sit up for me. Let Miss Dunbar be told that I shall not see her again to-night, and that I shall start for Maudsley in the course of to-morrow. She can make her arrangements accordingly. You understand?" "Yes, sir." "Then you can go. Remember, I do not wish to be disturbed again to-night." "You want nothing more, sir?" "Nothing." The man retired. Henry Dunbar followed him to the door, listened to his receding footsteps in the corridor and upon the staircase, and then turned the key in the lock. He went back to the centre of the room, and kneeling down before one of the open portmanteaus, took out every article which it contained, slowly, removing the things one by one and throwing most of them into a heap on the floor. He went through this operation with the contents of all the boxes, throwing the clothes upon the floor and carrying the papers to the writing-table, where he piled them up in a great mass. This business occupied a very long time, and the hands of the antique clock upon a bracket in a corner of the room pointed to midnight when the banker seated himself at the table and began to arrange and sort his papers. This operation lasted for several hours. The candles were burnt down, and the flames flickered slowly out in the silver sockets. Mr. Dunbar went to one of the windows, drew back the green cloth curtain, unbarred the heavy shutters, and let the grey morning light into the room. But he still went on with his work, reading faded documents, tying up old papers, making notes upon the backs of letters, and other notes in his own memorandum book, very much as he had done at the Winchester Hotel. The broad sunlight streamed in upon the sombre colours of the Turkey carpet. The sound of wheels was in the street below, when the banker's work was finished. By that time he had arranged all the papers with unusual precision, and replaced them in one of the portmanteaus. But he left the clothes in a careless heap on the floor, just as they had fallen when he first threw them out of the boxes. Mr. Dunbar did one thing more before he left the room. Amongst the papers which he had arranged upon the writing-table there was a small square morocco case, containing a photograph done upon glass. He took this picture out of the case, dropped it upon the polished oaken floor beyond the margin of the carpet, and ground the glass into atoms with the heavy heel of his boot. But even then he was not content with his work of destruction, for he stamped upon the tiny fragments until there was nothing left of the picture but a handful of sparkling dust. He scattered this about with his foot, dropped the empty morocco case into his pocket, and went upstairs in the morning sunlight. It was past 6 o'clock, and Mr. Dunbar heard the voices of the women servants upon the back staircase as he went to his room. He threw himself, dressed as he was, upon the bed, and fell into a heavy slumber. At 3 o'clock the same day, Mr. Dunbar left London for Maudsley Abbey, accompanied by his daughter, Dora Macmahon, and Arthur Lovell. End of Chapter 17.
Chapter 18 of Henry Dunbar. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Henry Dunbar by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 18. 3 Who Suspect. No further discovery was made respecting the murder that had been committed in the grove between Winchester and St. Cross. The police made every effort to find the murderer, but without result. A large reward was offered by the government for the apprehension of the guilty man, and a still larger reward was offered by Mr. Dunbar, who declared that his own honour and good name were in a manner involved in the discovery of the real murderer. The one clue by which the police hoped to trace the footsteps of the assassin was the booty which his crime had secured to him, the contents of the pocket-book that had been rifled, and the clothes which had been stripped from the corpse of the victim. By means of the clue which these things might afford, the detective police hoped to reach the guilty man. But they hoped in vain. Every pawnbroker's shop in Winchester, and in every town within a certain radius of Winchester, was searched, but without effect. No clothes at all resembling those that had been seen upon the person of the dead man had been pledged within 40 miles of the cathedral city. The police grew hopeless at last. The reward was a large one, but the darkness of the mystery seemed impenetrable, and little by little people left off talking of the murder. By slow degrees the gossips resigned themselves to the idea that the secret of Joseph Wilmot's death was to remain a secret forever. 2 or 3 sensation leaders appeared in some of the morning papers, urging the bloodhounds of the law to do their work, and taunting the members of the detective force with supineness and stupidity. I dare say the social leader writers were rather hard up for subjects at this stagnant autumnal period, and were scarcely sorry for the mysterious death of the man in the grove. The public grumbled a little when there was no new paragraph in the papers about that dreadful Winchester murder, but the 9 days' period during which the English public cares to wonder elapsed, and nothing had been done. Other murders were committed as brutal in their nature as the murder in the grove, and the world, which rarely stops long enough to lament for the dead, began to think of other things. Joseph Wilmot was forgotten. A month passed very quietly at Maudsley Abbey. Henry Dunbar took his place in the county as a person of importance. Lights blazed in the splendid rooms, carriages drove in and out of the great gates in the park, and all the landed gentry within 20 miles of the Abbey came to pay their respects to the millionaire, who had newly returned from India. He did not particularly encourage people's visits, but he submitted himself to such festivities as his daughter declared to be necessary, and did the honours of his house with a certain haughty grandeur which was a little stiff and formal as compared to the easy, friendly grace of his high-bred visitors. People shrugged their shoulders and hinted that there was something of the roturier in Mr. Dunbar, but they freely acknowledged that he was a fine, handsome-looking fellow, and that his daughter was an angel, rendered still more angelic by the earthly advantage of 500,000 or so for her marriage portion. Meanwhile, Margaret Wilmot lived alone in her simple, countrified lodging, and thought sadly enough of the father whom she had lost. He had not been a good father, but she had loved him nevertheless. She had pitied him for his sorrows and the wrongs that had been done him. She had loved him for those feeble traces of a better nature that had been dimly visible in his character. He had not always been a cheat and a reprobate, the girl thought, as she sat pondering upon her father's fate. He never would have been dishonest but for Henry Dunbar. She remembered with bitter feelings the aspect of the rich man's house in Portland Place. She had caught a glimpse of its splendour upon the night after her return from Winchester. Through the narrow opening between the folding doors she had seen the pictures and the statues glimmering in the lamplight of the inner hall. She had seen in that brief moment a bright confusion of hothouse flowers and trailing satin curtains, gilded mouldings and frescoed panels, the first few shallow steps of a marble staircase, the filigree work of the bronze balustrade. Only for one moment had she peeped wonderingly into the splendid interior of Henry Dunbar's mansion, but the objects seen in that one brief glance had stamped themselves upon the girl's memory. He is rich, she thought, and they say that wealth can buy all the best things upon this earth. But after all, there are few real things that it can purchase. It can buy flattery and simulated love and sham devotion, but it cannot buy one genuine heart-throb, one thrill of true feeling. All the wealth of this world cannot buy peace for Henry Dunbar, or forgetfulness. So long as I live, he shall be made to remember. If his own guilty conscience can suffer him to forget, it shall be my task to recall the past. I promised my dead father that I would remember the name of Henry Dunbar. I have had good reason to remember it. Margaret Wilmot was not quite alone in her sorrow. There was one person who sympathized with her, with an earnest and pure desire to help her in her sorrow. This person was Clement Austin, the cashier in St. Gundolph's Lane, the man who had fallen head over heels in love with the pretty music mistress, but who felt half ashamed of his sudden and unreasoning affection. I have always ridiculed what people call love at sight, he thought. Surely I am not so silly as to have been bewitched by hazel eyes and a straight nose. Perhaps, after all, I only take an interest in this girl because she is so beautiful and so lonely, and because of the kind of mystery there seems to be about her life. Never for one moment had Clement Austin suspected that this mystery involved anything discreditable to Margaret herself. The girl's sad face seemed softly luminous with the tender light of pure and holy thoughts. The veriest churl could scarcely have associated vice or falsehood with such a lovely and harmonious image. Since her return from Winchester, since the failure of her second attempt to see Henry Dunbar, her life had pursued its wonted course, and she went so quietly about her daily duties that it was only by the settled sadness of her face, the subdued gravity of her manner, that people became aware of some heavy grief that had newly fallen upon her. Clement Austin had watched her far too closely not to understand her better than other people. He had noticed the change in her costume when she put on simple, inexpensive mourning for her dead father, and he ventured to express his regret for the loss which she had experienced. She told him, with a gentle, sorrowful accent in her voice, that she had lately lost someone who was very dear to her, and that the loss had been unexpected and was very bitter to bear. But she told him no more, and he was too well bred to intrude upon her grief by any further question. But though he refrained from saying more upon this occasion, the cashier brooded long and deeply upon the conduct of his niece's music mistress, and one chilly September evening, when Miss Wentworth was not expected at Clapham, he walked across Wandsworth Common, and went straight to the lane in which Godolphin cottages sheltered themselves under the shadow of the sycamores. Margaret had very few intervals of idleness, and there was a kind of melancholy relief to her in such an evening as this, on which she was free to think of her dead father, and the strange story of his death. She was standing at the low wooden gate opening into the little garden below the window of her room. in the deepening twilight of this September evening. It was late in the month. The leaves were falling from the trees and drifting with a rustling sound along the dusty roadway. The girl stood with her elbow resting upon the top of the gate, and a dark shawl covering her head and shoulders. She was tired and unhappy, and she stood in a melancholy attitude, looking with sad eyes towards the glimpse of the river at the bottom of the lane. So entirely was she absorbed by her own gloomy thoughts that she did not hear a footstep approaching from the other end of the lane. She did not look up until a man's voice said in subdued tones, "Good evening, Miss Wentworth. Are you not afraid of catching cold? I hope your shawl is thick, for the dews are falling, and here near the river there is a damp mist on these autumn nights." The speaker was Clement Austin. Margaret Wilmot looked up at him, and a pensive smile stole over her face. Yes, it was something to be spoken to so kindly in that deep, manly voice. The world had seemed so blank since her father's death. Such utter desolation had descended upon her since her miserable journey to Winchester and her useless visit to Portland Place. For since that time she had shrunk away from people, wrapped in her own sorrow, separated from the commonplace world by the exceptional nature of her misery. It was something to this poor girl to hear thoughtful and considerate words, and the unbidden tears clouded her eyes. As yet she had spoken openly of her trouble to no living creature, since that night upon which she had attempted to gain admission to Mr. Dunbar's house. She was still known in the neighbourhood as Margaret Wentworth. She had put on mourning, and she had told the few people about the place where she lived of her father's death, but she had told no one the manner of that death. She had shared her gloomy secret with neither friends nor counsellors, and had borne her dismal burden alone. It was for this reason that Clement Austin's friendly voice raised an unwonted emotion in her breast. The desolate girl remembered that night upon which she had first heard of the murder, and she remembered the sympathy that Mr. Austin had evinced on that occasion. "My mother has been quite anxious about you, Miss Wentworth," said Clement Austin. "She has noticed such a change in your manner for the last month or 5 weeks. Though you are as kind as ever to my little niece, who makes wonderful progress under your care, but my mother cannot be indifferent to your own feelings, and she and I have both perceived the change. I fear there is some great trouble on your mind, and I would give much, Miss Wentworth, you cannot guess how much, if I could be of help to you in any time of grief or trouble. You seem very much agitated by the news of that shocking murder at Winchester. I have been thinking it all over since, and I cannot help fancying that the change in your manner dated from that evening on which my mother told you that dreadful story. It struck me that you must, therefore, in some way or other, be interested in the fate of the murdered man. Even beyond this, it might be possible that if you knew this Joseph Wilmot, you might be able to throw some light upon his antecedents, and thus give a clue to the assassin. Little by little this idea has crept into my mind, and tonight I resolved to come to you and ask you the direct question as to whether you were in any way related to this unhappy man." At first Margaret Wilmot's only answer was a choking sob, but she grew calmer presently, and said in a low voice, "Yes, you have guessed rightly, Mr. Austin. I was related to that most unhappy man. I will tell you everything, but not here," she added, looking back at the cottage windows, in which lights were glimmering. "The people about me are inquisitive, and I don't want to be overheard." She wrapped her shawl more closely round her, and went out of the little garden. She walked by Clement's side down to the pathway by the river, which was lonely enough at this time of the night. Here she told him her story. She carefully suppressed all vehement emotion, and in a few and simple words related the story of her life. "Joseph Wilmot was my father," she said. "Perhaps he may not have been what the world calls a good father, but I know that he loved me, and he was very dear to me. My mother was the daughter of a gentleman, a post-captain in the Royal Navy, whose name was Talbot. She met my father at the house of a lady from whom she used to receive music lessons. She did not know who he was, or what he was. She only knew that he called himself James Wentworth, but he loved her, and she returned his affection. She was very young, a mere child who had not long emerged from a boarding school, and she married my poor father in defiance of the advice of her friends. She ran away from her home one morning, was married by stealth in an obscure little church in the city, and then went home with my father to confess of what she had done. Her father never forgave her for that secret marriage. He swore that he would never look upon her face after that day, and he never did until he saw it in her coffin. At my mother's death, Captain Talbot's heart was touched. He came for the first time to my father's house, and offered to take me away with him, and to have me brought up amongst his younger children. But my father refused to allow this. He grieved passionately for my poor mother, though I have heard him say that he had much to regret in his conduct toward her. But I can scarcely remember that sad time. From that period our life became a wandering and wretched one. Sometimes for a little while we seemed better off. My father got some employment, he worked steadily, and we lived amongst respectable people. But soon, cruelly soon, the new chance of an honest life was taken away from him. His employers heard something, a breath, a whisper, perhaps, but it was enough. He was not a man to be trusted. He promised well. So far he had kept his promise, but there was a risk in employing him. My father never met any good Christian who was willing to run that risk in the hope of saving a human soul. My father never met any one noble enough to stretch out his hand to the outcast and say, "I know that you have done wrong. I know that you are without a character, but I will forget the blot upon the past and help you to achieve redemption in the future." If my father had met such a friend, such a benefactor, all might have been different. Then Margaret Wilmot related the substance of the last conversation between herself and her father. She told Clement Austin what her father had said about Henry Dunbar, and she showed him the letter which was directed to Norfolk Island, that letter in which the old clerk alluded to the power that his brother possessed over his late master. She also told Mr. Austin how Henry Dunbar had avoided her at Winchester and in Portland Place, and of the letter which he had written to her, a letter in which he had tried to bribe her to silence. "Since that night," she added, "I have received 2 anonymous enclosures, 2 envelopes containing notes to the amount of £100, with the words 'From a true friend' written across the flap of the envelope. I have returned both the enclosures, for I knew whence they had come. I returned them in 2 envelopes directed to Henry Dunbar, at the office in St. Gundolph's Lane." Clement Austin listened with a grave face. All this certainly seemed to hint at the guilt of Mr. Dunbar. No clue pointing to any other person had been as yet discovered, though the police had been indefatigable in their search. Mr. Austin was silent for some minutes, and then he said quietly, "I am very glad that you have confided in me, Miss Wilmot, and believe me, you shall not find me slow to help you whenever my services can be of any avail. If you will come and drink tea with my mother at 8 o'clock to-morrow evening, I will be at home, and we can talk this matter over seriously. My mother is a clever woman, and I know that she has a most sincere regard for you. You will trust her, will you not?" "Willingly, with my whole heart." "You will find her a true friend." They had returned to the little garden gate by this time. Clement Austin stretched out his hand. "Good night, Miss Wilmot. Good night." Margaret opened the gate and went into the garden. Mr. Austin walked slowly homewards, past pleasant cottages nestling in suburban gardens, and pretentious villas with campanello towers and Gothic porches. The lighted windows shone out upon the darkness, and here and there he heard a sound of a piano, or a girlish voice stealing softly out upon the cool night air. The sight of pleasant homes made the cashier think very mournfully of the girl that he had just left. Poor desolate girl, he thought. Poor lonely orphan girl. But he thought still more about that which he had heard of Henry Dunbar, and the evidence against the rich man seemed to grow in importance as he reflected upon it. It was not one thing, but many things that hinted at the guilt of the millionaire. The secret possessed, and no doubt traded upon, by Joseph Wilmot, Mr. Dunbar's agitation in the cathedral, his determined refusal to see the murdered man's daughter, his attempt to bribe her, these were strong points, and by the time Clement Austin reached home, he, like Margaret Wilmot, and like Arthur Lovell, suspected the millionaire. So now there were 3 people who believed Mr. Dunbar to be the murderer of his old servant. End of chapter 18.